And we are live. Friday night, FTG. What's going on? What's going on, Dave?
We are indeed.
We're live, dude. We're live.
Just sitting here waiting for the polar vortex to hit Pennsylvania.
Yeah, buddy. I'm gonna post the link around, but we are live. David Marr in the house. What's up, buddy? 98 FTG. Let's go. I gotta tell you, man, the more time that's going by talking with Arm Gods, Winter Blast is gonna be epic this year. Let me just say that. The card for Arm Gods Friday night is ridiculous. And then a lot of those guys are going to actually pull in Winter Blast. So they'll be pulling the next day in the tournament. So any of you guys want to see how you stack up to some of these UK guys and guys from all over the country, check it out. I think we got over 10 matches, like 11, 12, 10, 11, 12 in that range. Pretty good matches. It's going to be really good. I'm looking forward to it. Arm Gods is really spending a lot of their time and money to fly people in for this card Friday night. So that's, a huge shout out to them for teaming up with us. And I think we may be teaming up with them for lots of stuff in the future. So stay tuned for some 98 and Arm Gods collaborations in the future.
9 weeks from this very evening.
Yeah. Man, that's it. Jesus. It's coming fast, dude. Winter Blast is coming fast. Can't wait. What went crazy this week? Anything? Any drama this week in the community other than people bitching about payouts and free shirts?
I don't know. Can't recall anything off the top of my head.
Yeah. That's all right. That's all right, Dave. We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
I wasn't online much, so.
Hey, so actually, I have a free Saturday this weekend. Don't know of anything as far as events going on in the Northeast.
That's rare.
Of course, people are getting ready for the Knuckles Up 5, which will include both the pay-per-view and a tournament next week.
Yak says, who else is training with a wrist wrench right now? Yeah, next week is Knuckles Up. Anybody going? Anyone going to Knuckles Up next week? I'll be there. Sue will be there. Ray and Josh are reffing at their tournament. And then they'll be there for the card afterwards. I'll be there also. Should be good. Looks like another impressive card by Knuckles Up.
Yep, Knuckles Up next week. And then the week after that, I will be traveling down to Virginia to go to the VAL. I think this one's Chaos. I keep forgetting they have a different name for each of them. But whatever Virginia Arm Wrestling League is in the Richmond area on the 1st, I will go down to that. Then the week after that, we have a couple things going on. I'll be going up to New York State, helping run brackets for Steve Fernandez for his tournament. Those of you in the Maryland area, not really on the list because it's a local club, but the enemy line people are moving their practice from Friday to Saturday and having a big super match event with their own people, about 8 or 9 that they've been talking about for the last couple of months in Fort Ritchie, Maryland. So on the 8th and the 15th, let's see, 15th, whatever. 15th, I'm not sure of anything at the moment on the 15th. But yeah, things are starting to heat up again with not in the temperature, but certainly with the number of events.
Yes, sir. They are heating up. Yak Toast is in the house. Yakimovich, David Marr, Sal, David Shubich, Maria. How's everybody doing? we're just getting going here. We got 11 people watching at the moment. We just went live though 5 minutes ago. So yeah, Knuckles up next weekend. Then we got, our next thing is Winter Blast. We don't have anything else planned for 98 before Winter Blast, so that's our next thing. So and then after that, the month of March is damn, dude. We got Arnold's in the beginning of the month.
Yeah,
We got IFA in Vegas, which I think I'm going to IFA Vegas if I can pull it off. Yak says his dad is competing at Winter Blast.
Yeah, let's see. In fact, let me look at my list here. I'm probably going to have a list within the next week. Yeah, I'd forgotten actually the. Oh, for God's sakes! I'm going to ignore that. I guess who's calling me from Georgia? But let's see. 1st of February, the Mega Brawl in Toledo, Ohio. Like I say, I'll be going to Virginia, and that's right. February 22nd, the Aiden LeMay's folks are holding a tournament at the New England Arm Wrestling League Origins Arm Wrestling Tournament at the Dave and Buster's in Woburn, Massachusetts. And like you say, the week after that, the Arnold. Those that can't get to the Arnold that same weekend, March the 1st, King of the Mountain in Ossipee, New Hampshire. And I don't know of anything on the 8th or 15th, but then we are the 22nd, actually 21st or 22nd.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I wouldn't go further than that. Save that for your episode.
Yeah.
The list. The Dave getting around with the professor. Dave will be releasing all the tournaments in the area, most of New England and some further out, actually. Now and then, depending on who submits to us. If you submit your tournament to us, we will put it on our list, no matter where you are. So go ahead and submit them.
And if you don't submit it, we will attempt to find it, but we will hate you for it. So there.
Some pop up like 3 weeks before the event. I'm like, man, these guys are just fucking releasing something that close to the tournament. And then they cry that they get a bad turnout. But yeah. Anyway, shout out to some sponsors. We got Texas Arm Wrestling League sponsoring. They sponsored some cash towards the women's payout. And then I got some messages from Paul Italia and Mikey Oliva. And they both said that they put a check in the mail. So thank you to those guys for sponsoring Winter Blast also. As I said, we have enough to do the women's payouts, and we're looking to do some payouts for the men's. So we're trying to raise money for that. Now, one of the topics I wanted to bring up is, so we did a post. We did a post saying that, we were asking the community, like, hey, if you have a 98 shirt, could you wear it to the tournament? Because we're trying to raise our level of production so that our tournaments look more professional, so that we can get bigger sponsors to do things like cash payouts and free giveaways and stuff like that. And then I said, if you don't have a shirt and you would like to purchase one, here's where you can get our shirts. And we're also doing a custom one with names on the back, which we do every now and then, just to do a new custom shirt. And a few people had a lot to say. One guy, hold on, Yak Toast, please consider this my sponsor for Winter Blast. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, and it will 100% go to Winter Blast, as all our cash does throughout the year. Basically, we're always saving up throughout the year for Winter Blast. But so a couple of guys posted, like, how come you don't do cash payouts at Winter Blast? How come you don't give out free shirts if you're asking us to wear one? And I'm like, man, all I asked is, if you have one, could you wear it? like that would be much appreciated. Now, people think that you can take the number of entries and multiply that by the entry fee, and that's how much money we made. But let me just go through this list here. So to bring in the last year, people said, "Oh, I wish Winter Blast was a little bit faster," and one or two of the rest were questionable. So this year, we're like, okay, we're not just going to use local refs. We're going to fly in master refs for every table, all master refs. So that's $5,000. Then we have our down refs, which will be local guys. But if they're working with a master ref, the master refs all said no problem because they can kind of control everything and make sure that we get the best reffing that we possibly can. And all the down refs, we're using our 100% certified levels 1, 2, and 3. So they're certified to down ref anyway, or more. Then the venue itself is $5,000, so that's $10,000. Then, in order for the venue to serve food and alcohol, we had to put $3,000 down, and there's a $5,000 minimum we have to reach on food and alcohol. If we don't reach it, we have to make up the difference. So, that's a big thing. Now you throw in the awards, the medals, and then the dragons, plus paying all the other people that help us set up or are doing brackets. We got to fly in Corey Miller and cover hotels. So, by the time when you do the little math in your head and you're like, whoa, they made $20,000 off Winter Blast. Well, that's about how much we put into it in advance. So, these larger tournaments have a lot of overhead. Now, someone made a comment that like, oh, I do cash payouts at my small tournament. Of course you do, because you ref it yourself with your buddy. You only have 1 or 2 tables, so you got like maybe tops 4 people to pay. One of your friends is doing brackets. Maybe you got to pay them. Maybe you don't. We don't know. And awards. So, of course, a small tournament with like 100 people can do cash payouts. Now, these are people that do like tournaments every once in a while. We're trying to create a league here. So, in 3 years, we created the largest tournament in the country. Now, to get to that point, we threw some small tournaments. So, in order to fund Winter Blast, we could not do cash payouts at our small tournaments yet because we still needed equipment. The first year we had like 1 or 2 tables that we borrowed. The second year we bought our own tables and we needed some speakers. The second year we needed speakers again because somehow some speakers went missing at the first one. Before it. So every year though, we've had to expand our equipment because we're building a league. And we're building a brand also at the same time. So of course we're trying to sell shirts. We're trying to make handles. We're doing all this stuff. We're trying to launch a website. We're collaborating with other people, but every year we've needed more equipment. And now we're at a point where we don't really need more equipment. And, now we can start figuring out, okay, which tournaments can we do cash payouts at? So we're at that point, but it's very, I don't know. It's disheartening when you like me, Dave, Sue, we don't pay each other. We don't take anything from 98. So when someone starts bitching about money and this and that, and I'm like, man, we put all this work into this, trying to make it a great event, flying in the best refs, getting the dragons and the best awards that we can get and stuff like that. And then to have someone bitch about why you're not doing cash payouts or, why you're not giving out free t-shirts. Well, we're not going to get to the point where we want to get to be able to do all these things without the support from the community. And I don't think it's a lot asking, hey, if you have a 98 shirt, could you wear it to our tournament? Because we're really getting in deeper on the production side. We've purchased some live feed equipment and stuff like that. And, some of the guys from Arm Gods are coming down to do the pay-per-view for Arm Gods, and our live feed guys are going to work with them so that we can just get better at production, live feed production, all that stuff. So, give us some time. We've only been around 4 years. I mean, some of these guys that have been around 30 years don't do cash payouts. We're getting there. We're almost there. Just cut us some slack so that we can do that stuff for you guys, because we honestly put every dime into this. Our small tournaments, once everyone's paid, whatever we have left goes towards trophies for the next tournament, and then that one, and so forth. And so we're getting to a point though where our small tournaments are starting to get bigger, and we don't have to purchase much more equipment. So we will be able to start doing some cash payouts and some free giveaways and things like that. For instance, Knuckles Up, they wanted some handles for their gift bags for their competitors. So we made 29 handles for them to put in the bags. And, if you do the math, that's like $750 worth of handles. So we are trying to do a lot of stuff for the community. We always give away a table at Winter Blast. Now that we can create handles and make some equipment, and we can get more shirts in and stuff like that, we can start doing raffles and free giveaways and things like that. We might start giving away handles on the show, on the podcast, for certain things. For instance, we could do like, hey, first person to do a super chat gets a handle, or, things like that. Or, we ask a question, first one to have the answer, maybe they get a handle. We can play some games like that. Just took a while to get to this point. We had to get the equipment we need, like the tables and speakers and cameras and live feed stuff, to be able to do what we do. So just be patient with us. We're getting to that point. We got some big collabs for this year where we might be able to do a lot more than what we're talking about. So yeah, first one to show Taint. Who would have won that? Eric Harlan, I believe. Was he the first Taint?
Yes. Yeah, he beat out Steve.
Yeah, Golem was the second Taint. I believe Meredith was the first live breast. I mean, we've all seen Stephanie's in pictures.
All right.
And her lips and such, but the breast was the first one. Was definitely Meredith on the night that I was away, David. You were in charge. Areolas start popping out.
Yeah, if I could possibly save your breath, recently, for a few moments, since you've been going on for a while, just if I could add, a lot of people don't realize, well, a lot of the stuff we do is really last minute, fly by the seat of our pants, scrambling to, with a relatively small number of people doing it.
Yeah.
Just to, give you, 2 examples recently. We got word just last week that somebody in, I don't know that I mentioned names, in North Jersey was selling a Combat Arms sports table. So basically Ryan got a hold of me immediately, and I was already planning on going to the High Five. Yeah, I take that back, the High Five practice on Sunday evening. So this person lived in the same general neighborhood. I went basically, in fact, at the moment, probably shouldn't say this, but, I fronted the money, which I will get back. But, shipped Brian the money, the couple $100 instantly, went and picked it up that Sunday, went to the practice. And then 2 days later on Tuesday, Ryan placed made a guest appearance at the Philadelphia Team New Jersey area practice.
Oh yeah,
Philadelphia, and picked it up. So, and he's taking them now, and it's going to need a little bit of work, which Ryan will do, cleaning it up, new table cover and so forth. So, I mean, that was really a very last minute sort of thing. Also, as some of you may know, we speaking of the shirt situation, We do have a special shirt order up now. If you don't know it and want a special shirt, you can go to our Facebook page and take a look. There's what it looks like, and put your name, your size, and what you want for your personal name on the back. And I might add, we can only do capital letters. We cannot do symbols or small letters. Just found that out today. But if you want a shirt, and what I plan to do with that, as I already told Ryan, is once we...
Here's a design for the front.
Okay, yep, that's designed for the
front.
front.
It'll be like American flag with a 98 green line down it, and then it'll be the 98
crest on the back.
That's in the background of our podcast on the back with your name across the shoulders, and then a 98 on each sleeve.
Yeah, at least we are selling those for $30. We are paying the postage and shipping on that. And what I plan to do by the time the order is finalized, or once the shipping takes, once we get things shipped, is I'm going to put the exact figures on how much came in, what was the average shipping cost, and just to show what we're making on these things, which, trust me, we are not making a pile on them. In fact, if you had to pay somebody $3 an hour to take care of the shipping instead of get me to do it for free, we'd probably be in a hole. So there.
Yeah, the reason we go to $30 is we usually do $25, but when you add the custom name on the back, they add like an extra charge for that. So we went to $30, but we still cover shipping. So
which is at least $5 or $6.
It's like $5 or $6 each. So I mean, we're not really making any money off these shirts whatsoever. But to us, it's more shirts out there for our brand, and shirts that people will wear to our tournaments, hopefully. So that's the reason we do it. Real quick, here are the 2 shirts we're doing for Winter Blast this year. So let me see. Here's the medal we're doing for Winter Blast. That's the medal. It's going to be 5 inches, 5-inch medal. So it's actually really huge. And then we're doing black shirt with the same symbol on it with the sleeves. And then we're doing an American flag shirt with the same symbol on it. So both those shirts will be at Winter Blast. That's the shirts we decided to have designed, and they will be there. So hopefully you guys like them. If not, just don't buy one. But yeah, the medals are really huge this year, dude. They're like 5 inches. We went big this year. They're heavy as hell. So those are being designed. Yeah, 3 or 4 definitely would be just fine, but we're going big this year, man. And then I might as well show what Arm Gods is doing. This shirt for the competitors of the super matches, and up for grabs is this cup to the winning team, USA versus Brits. So the cup will stay with the team that wins, and then next year you'll have the opportunity to win that cup back. So that's pretty cool, I thought. It's going to be pretty cool. We had some referee shirts made also. Let me see if I got that picture of the ref shirt that we had made. So all the refs at Winter Blast will be wearing a shirt like this. Right here. Obviously, it'll be whoever's name on the back. That's just an example. So, but that'll be the Winter Blast in 98 tournament shirts from now on. That's what they will look like. So, this is all in an attempt for us to look more professional. We got some rules for our refs to make, everything just look a lot more professional on live streams, backdrops and such. and we're trying to get all the promotions that are part of the arm wrestling roundtable. We're all going to try to up our level in production, because the only way this sport's going to grow is if we all look professional. If you still have guys throwing a 10-man tournament in a bar that just looks unprofessional, well, those are the videos that come up on YouTube when sponsors are trying to look into arm wrestling. So we're all trying to do our part that are on the arm wrestling committee, roundtable committee, and we're all trying to up our game in that way. Huge shout out to Texas Arm Wrestling League. TAL gave us some money for the women's payouts. So thank you to those guys, Billy Ortegas and Todd Threet and Sarah and all them. And then again, Mikey from Pro Gear Arm Wrestling, Pro Gear Gym down in Florida, and Paul Italia also donated some money towards the tournament. So thanks to those three guys. Sue Fisher, our company, Basta Management, they always sponsor every year. And also Sue Fisher herself always donates some money towards the women's payouts. So thank you to her and Megan Elizabeth. Well, she also throws money towards the women payout. So we, this is another year, just like last year was the first year. This year we're doing it again, and hopefully we can raise enough money to do men's payout. So that's the goal. Sorry to you guys that complained about us not having those payouts, but we're working towards it.
I just got a question by a text here from somebody asking if we sell any shirts that do not have anything 98 related on them. And I said, well, I'm not sure we would on this site.
There could be some on Amazon.
Yeah. I said, I think some of our Amazon shirts are, strength sport related, but not specific.
I mean, it would be a little weird for us not to have anything 98 related on our 98 shirts. But, yeah. Now, if you have a specific design you want, we could do it on Amazon, and then you could purchase it, and then we just delete that design. We're only allowed to have 10 designs on Amazon. So if you want a specific design, we could design it. Like I got a request last week for a 242 plus like super heavy shirt with something about diabetes on it, because the guy wanted like a funny shirt about heavy guys having diabetes. So I'm designing that for him. I'll post it to Amazon. You can purchase it, and then we can delete it or leave it up. It doesn't matter. But yeah, we have some Amazon shirts that are pretty cool. Yeah. Anyway, so if you have a specific thing in mind and you don't want 98 on it, we could design something and put it on there. You could buy it, and then we can just delete it and put back up one of the old designs. But they only let us have 10 at a time. So,
we could design a Halloween shirt with Sir Yak on it. His facial, whatever. He says he has 20 arm wrestling shirts, but no 98 shirt. Wonders when he's going to get one. Well, I don't know. Are you still planning on running anything up there in Nova Scotia this summer, Yak? I could bring a shirt with me. But yeah, Yak said he could beat Cam Dennett, but I find it doubtful because he couldn't even spell Cam Dennett, let alone actually beat him. Wrote, it's not Can Dennett, it's Cam Dennett there, Yakumovich.
Well, sometimes, Dave, could be the old spell checker.
Yeah. Well, I would not have mentioned it were it not, a smart ass, which like Yakumovich or Shubich for that matter.
Jimmy Fuller, hey, we got you a ref shirt too, buddy. Don't you worry. But yeah, so anyway, we're trying to just get things more professional, get our tournaments, especially Winter Blast, moving quicker. That's why we're not having any super matches. But Arm Gods doing Friday night, probably going to do it next year too. This might become a yearly thing, and it may be more. We might be doing a lot of stuff with Arm Gods moving forward, which will be cool. So Arm Gods is looking to invade America, and 98 is going to help them do it. So be ready for some big stuff in America from Arm Gods, which after seeing this card they put together, and I mean, it looks amazing. And they have a new app coming out that's like, it's like a full-on, like almost like Instagram/Facebook arm wrestling app. It's badass, and there's going to be a lot of stuff on there. 98 will be on there also, so you can join different communities. You can have your own profile page with your stats for arm wrestling. It's pretty badass, and that's coming out at some point. So that'll be pretty neat. Arm Gods is my team from England. All righty. That's awesome. All you the British are invading for Winter Blast this year. It's all Americans versus Brits. And man, that card is crazy. When you guys see the card, you're going to be like, damn. But yeah, that's exciting. So I'm looking forward to that. We might do a ref seminar Friday earlier in the day. I believe Arm Gods is going on around 7 p.m. Friday night, sometime around there, 6, 7. So we might start a Sean Hancock seminar. So anybody interested in reffing, can come get certified from Sean Hancock. Also, if you're looking to get your level 1, you can do it online. Sean has it online, available on his website, so that you can get certified for your level 1, and then level 2 is in person. And he said some strong dudes in the UK, as you guys know. Yeah, I mean, I know James Wall, James Beach, both on the card. So that's pretty badass. So they'll be here in America at Winter Blast. Team USA. I probably shouldn't even be saying this because it's not released yet, but I'll just say Jody Williams is coming to Winter Blast. Paul Cruz, Paul Passmore, RVJ, Corey West, Bob Brown, Corey Miller, Kevin Palco. Just to throw out a couple names that may or may not be on a card in the future at Winter Blast. But going against some beasts out there from the UK. So, Merlot.
If we can say a word about refereeing, we really do collaborate with some groups that not only do we want certified refs, but we collaborate with some groups where they will not allow us to have non-certified refs. Yeah. And as a result of which, it limits us somewhat. And the reason I say this is because we do realize that, some of you folks out there, possibly even some people watching this, have refereed for years. And basically, as a result, are somewhat, shall we say, miffed by the whole notion that they have to get certified. But
that's annoying.
Certainly, you're not going to get any stupider, getting certified by someone who, runs a competent certification program, which, frankly, the people we use.
It's annoying. Let's just be honest, Dave. It's annoying. These older guys, you ask them to get certified for your league, and they say, I've been reffing 30 years. I don't need to get certified. But then you get them on the table, and they're not fucking good refs to begin with. Sure, that shit worked 30 years ago in a fucking bar, but nowadays it's a lot more technical, especially when you're doing strict rules. You need a legit certified ref, and that's what we're trying to do. So these guys that won't do it, it's somewhat annoying, and these guys that are not getting certified will not ref at our tournaments in the future because we're just going to weed them out as we get more certified people. So that's what's happening here in the Northeast. We're getting more people certified, and we're going to use only certified refs.
Sir Yak wants to know if Damon is coming to Winter Blast. We had not heard that. On the other hand, since he did manage to get all the way to Texas with 2 airport, interchanges, certainly a lot easier for him to get to Winter Blast. He could just take the train.
I think we should put him on the main card Friday night.
With
Ransom versus Eric Harlan.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. His match was supposed to be with me. That's okay. I'd be perfectly willing to let Harlan pull him instead.
I don't think Harlan's coming. The Winter Blast.
No.
Nor is Damon Ransom. Highly unlikely. Unless you invite him, Dave.
I told him, hey, when I couldn't get to Texas or didn't want to go to Texas because of what was going on down there, I said, well, hey, I'm willing to come to you or pick a spot, any spot.
Jody Williams said he better not come to win. I don't know if Jody's talking about Damon or Harlan. But Jody, I believe Jody's coming to Winter Blast. Ivan Marrero in the house. Candy Passmore in the house. We'll be seeing Paul Passmore at Winter Blast. So maybe we'll see Candy Passmore at Winter Blast. So that'll be interesting. We got some killers coming to Winter Blast this year.
Well, assuming that Jody is referring to Eric, I probably shouldn't say this, but I will. But I've been sitting here getting these text messages from Eric, and one of the people he's bitching about is Jody. So I suspect probably would be best if they did not show up at the same event.
Jody said he will be at Winter Blast.
All the way from beautiful uptown Oregon.
Said, now let's get me there. We'll have to look into that. It would be good to get the whole Passmore family up here. Arm wrestling. But yeah, it's gonna be fun, dude. We got all the super match guys in a chat. They're all having fun, busting each other's balls about who's gonna win. And I gotta say, man, I think Team USA is gonna get it in the long run. Team USA all day. Jody said we have to defend our turf. Yes, we do. We sure do. All right, I'm going to post a link out there. If anybody wants to come on.
Yeah, it would be nice if somebody else showed up so they just didn't have to listen to you and me.
I know. It's just us two, man. Who wants to listen to us two?
And see, that's where you get in trouble. The session I was when you went running off to Florida and I was the only person on. That's why I invited several people on, including Miss shall we say,
the Papsmere family.
Yep.
Sorry, I can't breathe, so I'm on the verge of coughing every word. So I tried to say Passmore. Maybe it came out like Papsmere. However, everyone at Winter Blast gets a free Papsmere. Anyway, Jody will be at Winter Blast. Finally, we get to meet Jody, dude, face to face. Get to hang out. I'm so excited.
You know what? I can't wait. And I've been trying to say this for the last couple of years. I've been trying to get there, and just things haven't lined up. But you know what? I just got off my show with Paul Passmore, and we were sitting there chit chatting. And I'm telling you, 2025 is going to be different. I'm
Team
telling
USA
you right now. So yes, Paul Passmore, we're going to go there, help Team USA defend our turf. And I'm telling you right now, those boys are in trouble. And by the way, did you notice, because we got the chat going,
Yeah.
I'm pulling for the 231 Independence belt. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, my opponent has a match tomorrow against BLM for the 231-pound Independence belt.
Oh, what if he loses it? Man, that's
wait, what does he? Yeah. Does that take the steam off? Maybe, maybe not, but I'm still coming to win. So,
well, either way, dude, you could win the Team Cup.
that is true. That is true.
So that's going to be cool.
It's going to be like the Stanley Cup. We get to sit there, drink beer out of it and stuff. And if it was big enough, you know what they should do? Put the plates on the side and be like, oh, hey, for example, 2025 Team USA won. And then we keep it for the next year until the next one, right? So
yeah, we could easily do that.
That'd be awesome if we do something like that. That'd be cool, So, but yes, I'm happy to come to Winter Blast, see what's going on. Y'all got a master's class, yes?
Yes, sir. We got masters. We got we have 3 different masters classes this year.
Was it masters, ultra grand masters? What were we talking about?
Something like that. Yeah.
Where's the flyer? Where can I find a flyer?
Older. The event. If you go to the event page, has all the information on the event page.
On 98.
Just put 98 Winter Blast 2025 search, and we have an event page for
on Facebook or just like Google or what?
Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah. All the info's on there and any updates, hotel links. So if you guys want a discount on a hotel, make sure you book your hotel before February 25th is when it ends. For some reason, they always stop it about a month out. So that's pretty much every place that we've.
Dave wants to know, will the cup be filled? I don't know. Better be filled with something.
Yeah.
Yes, the man on the event page, Masters 40 plus has 3 weight classes, 185, 220, and 221 plus. Grandmasters 49 plus is 2 classes splitting at 200, and Senior Grandmasters 59 plus, 2 classes also splitting at 200.
Hey, Show, you said the Grandmasters is what age?
49. We have 40, 49, and 59.
You do know I turn 49 next month, right?
Actually, I did not, but
so you can be in 2 classes.
Yeah.
3 classes. You can be in Pro, Masters, and Grandmasters. Yeah, buddy.
Damn, all think about that. Now
that's crazy.
Super match, right? Friday night, left arm.
That's a lot of
arm. Left arm, Masters left arm, Grandmasters left arm. All that's on one arm. I might be walking like this because I can't hold my left arm up when it's all said and done.
And you're in the what you said you're in the 220-ish range now.
Who's 220?
Well, you just said something about a 231.
Well, the belt is. I mean, I got to get the 231.
Okay. So what do you weigh now, or what do you expect to in March?
Well, I got to be 231. So that's why I'm trying to chill with all the other. Like I got to chill out with the soda pop and the beer, and if I can just chill with that and do a lot more walking, I can get there. So, but yeah, I got to.
Well, what I'm getting at, I normally, when it's a tournament that I'm working, I don't actually, pull. But, since we'll be in the same weight class, I mean, what the hell?
Yeah, so I'm just going to, have fun with it. Go eat me a Philly steak cheeseburger, a cheese sandwich. Go see Rocky statue because it's my favorite movie of all time. So I'm looking forward to coming out there. And another reason why is because it's always good to come out of your comfort zone. I'm going to say this before I get ready to go have a bite to eat for dinner. It's always good to come out of your comfort zone, right? Yeah, you can sit there and be the biggest, the big fish in the small pond, whatever. You could be the man in your state, zip code, whatever the fuck. But when you go across country or you go to a different time zone or a different portion of the United States, then you got to pull those characters. And they got some badass pullers too on the East side. It's always good to do that,
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to
I
that.
don't know what Ryan meant when he said we will finally get to meet Jody in person for the first time. I've already met Jody in person.
Yeah.
I can't help it that you don't travel.
mean you, Dave.
Yeah, I can't help it.
Me and Sue haven't met him. A bunch of 98, people in our area. A lot of people haven't met him because different part of the country. So
you have to get out there more, Ryan.
I know.
I met Dave in Florida at the IFA Worlds, 2021. So
yeah.
Oh,
you come up here and lose to Dave.
Do you notice where they're going this year for IFA? They just announced their world.
Yeah, I can't pronounce it. It's like I am Badagio or something like that. I can't pronounce it.
Baku, Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
Just
if you lose, they cut your hand off there.
One house north of Iran on the Caspian Sea.
Yeah, fuck that. Who's
Well,
going?
I might just wait. Hey, I might just wait till next year because next year's gonna be in Tokyo.
That's cool.
And then I'll be grandmasters. I can sit there and blast everybody. So we'll just do it like that. But Sir Yak Toast says, Yak, is that dude from Canada? Was that the Yaka? What's his name?
Yakimovich. That's the one.
Yes. Yeah, Yakimovich. I think that was the one that Homeboy tried to set me up against.
Very possibly.
But it was the same date as the final. So it was like, all right.
Candy Passmore said she's never met you either. More reason to get you to Winter Blast.
Candy, we'll see you there.
I can't kick this cough, dude. Jesus.
Have a cough drop, man.
Oh, I know. I'm gonna do something. Anyway.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I know at some point, because it's Friday, my man Paul Cruz is going to come on there, and I'm telling myself what's up. But think about this for a second. Can you imagine Team USA? You got the Thunder, you got Paul Cruz, Paul Passmore, RVJ. Do those guys know what they're in for? Jason Merlot, Corey Miller, do they know what they're in for?
I don't. Nobody knows the matches yet, but thanks for telling everybody. I'm just kidding.
I didn't say who's pulling who. I never said that.
I'm just kidding. I've already said those names anyway.
Right. I never said who's pulling who. So
no, I think, dude. I mean, just those names alone for Team USA is pretty crazy.
Right.
That's gonna be badass.
And I'm telling you right now, I can't wait. And the training is different now. Once I got the training is just different. But first things first, my boy Paul Passmore, next Saturday, Knuckles Up number 5. Make sure y'all wear your purples. Make sure you wear your purples. Wear your purples, people.
I'm gonna be there watching.
What would happen if I got a 98% tattoo on me? What would you do?
Oh, well then you'd have to come to every Winter Blast from there on out.
I'd be like, hey, you can't come in. The fuck I can't. I go like that. You see 98 on there.
This is my entry fee right here.
Yeah, so
pass.
Yeah. Who does UK have? Well, are we even allowed to talk about who they got? I know we talk about our guys, but who they got, I don't know. But I'll tell you what, though.
Throw a couple names out there. See how people react. I know we got James Wall coming.
James Wall.
James Beach.
David Bradford.
Yep.
Craig Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully this Mindigus Dolskus can make it. So
yep, he's on the list.
So here, can you highlight that Neil's index fingers comment?
Which one?
Neil's index finger. Can you highlight that comment before I get off this show and go get something to eat? Because my wife is texting me it's dinner time. Says we'd like to get Jody back in Canada to Alberta, but this time I promise it will be a pleasant experience. Well, Neil, I'm gonna say this to you, my friend. I've been in talks with Ian Carnegie, and you just might see me later this year.
Hell yeah!
So with that being said, everybody,
would that be your first time on the MAC table?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So 2025 is gonna be different. It's gonna be different. But hey, I just wanted to come in and say what's going on, what's up. I'm about to go get a bite to eat and stuff. But I tell you what, you guys have a good show, and I'll talk to y'all soon.
See you, Jody. And
Take care,
yeah,
everybody.
you got Winter Blast, buddy.
Yes, I'll see you there. We're gonna talk more between now and then. So take care, y'all.
Well, do you want to do the honors or shall I?
Which one?
Fuck that guy.
Oh, fuck that guy. Yeah. I always forget, dude. I forget that that's our thing, especially when I can't talk because I keep coughing. Jody's always been a big supporter of 98, and he's one of those guys that probably talk to him on the phone once a week about various things in the community or some weird behind the scenes drama, but super good guy. And he's been talking about coming to Winter Blast since the first one. So I'm excited to have him come out. But yeah, should be interesting. Anyway,
sure, of course, Yak. We'd be glad to have you.
Of course you should. Of course you should.
Hey, Yak, we'd be glad to have you as long as your pants are on.
Yeah, we don't need taint number 3
or helicopters or whatever.
Or any helicopters. But yeah, I'm excited, dude. Winter Blast, man. It's gonna be good.
Let's see. He might wake his woman up with cringy arm wrestling talk. No, it's too early for cringy. It's only 10. It's only 10:20 in Nova Scotia.
98% taint. Our show definitely is 2% taint. Don't downplay the helicopter. Oh man.
Yeah, another news on the new and improved me. I got a cortisone shot in my ass today.
In your ass?
Well, in my hip, actually.
I was going to say, what do you don't want to feel any pain in the rectum, or what's going on, dude? Jeez.
No, bone on the hip, So
I bet.
See if that solves the situation. If not, I'll get another operation.
2 bones in your body, or bone, or a different bone on your bone?
Nope, but I'll tell you, it's like I tell people I'm one of the reasons Medicare is going bankrupt.
Yeah.
Although I talk to some relatives and find what they're going through, and actually, I'm a real bargain compared to some people. But,
really?
Oh God, some of the relatives, a number of times they're in and out of hospitals and whatever. Oh yeah.
Oh boy. Schubert said Dave's sphincter is ready for another century of abuse.
Yeah.
I guess with the cortisone shot in the ass, dude. You may have worded that a little wrong.
Actually, it's in the hip, but actually, strangely enough, they kind of went in sort of from the front of the side front, not actually in the rear, to get to the hip.
Why didn't they just go straight to the urethra?
Well, because that's not what hurts. Remember, I have a very healthy one of those. You've seen the
but they could have used that as the passage to the hip.
Yeah, you've seen the evidence.
Tunnel, like a large tunnel. It's all in the hips.
Yeah.
Daddy, would you like some sausage? Anyway, but yeah, so I'm thrilled about Winter Blast. I'm thrilled to be going to Knuckles Up next weekend. That'll be interesting. Are you going to Knuckles Up or no?
Is who going to Knuckles Up?
You.
Me? Oh yeah. I'll be at the event in the afternoon. I am definitely not going to get up before the crack of dawn to be at the tournament. I was thinking of doing the tournament too, but until I discovered that registration in Fort Lee, New Jersey was from 8 to 9 in the morning, with the event starting at 10. I figured since I'll be on with you that night, I'd have to be up at like 5:30 in the morning to be guaranteed to be in Fort Lee and in the place and weighing in and all that. Which actually,
I will be there.
Yeah, so I will not be at the tournament, but I will be there.
I shall be there all day, David, representing 98.
Well, but then I'll represent 98 the next week in Virginia, and the week after that in New York, and
Good.
all these other places.
Well, I don't care if you rep us in New York.
And then in Ohio in April. Let's see, where else in April? Ohio in April, Virginia in April. I was actually looking at early. I think I forget what week it was, the Alabama state, but it's like 880 some miles. A little bit too far.
David, I thought you were trying to rack up the miles. Are you going to the Arnolds?
Probably not.
No?
Probably not. Would be my guess. But yeah, in fact, I even took a look to see if rather than driving to Virginia, what the situation was with Amtrak. Make a train trip of it. But the Amtrak website is so utterly screwed up. I couldn't really figure out what was going on, although they do have 2 stops in Birmingham and Anniston, Alabama, which are fairly close to Childersburg, which is where the tournament is. Thought about it.
Neil's indexing here said some huge events in Montana coming up in February. Make sure to check out Armbender, the Bloody Valentine's event, February 8th and February 14th. Pretty cool.
You have to be a real hardy sort to go to an event in Montana in February.
Yeah, February 14th. That's my daughter's birthday. Well, I gotta let my dog out. Can you hold down the fort?
Yeah, whatever. Be nice if
check out Caleb Armbender. See on America's Most Wanted. Where do we check him out? But yeah, if you're in Montana or the surrounding states, definitely check out what's going on in Montana. I'll be right back.
Okay. So yeah, let's see. Let's see what we have in the. Since I can't let anybody into this, since he didn't give me control anymore. But let's see. Neil's the 14th is televised on YouTube. Whatever. But Shubich, sorry. Shubich wants me to get some boobies on here. Sorry, unlike the previous time when Ryan disappeared and left me in charge, I do not have administrative powers tonight. So I can't really drag anybody in. But yeah, I'll tell you, we actually, the weather around here is going to be very Montana-like over the beginning of next week with, the lows below there, the nightly lows below 0, and expecting some snow, although we debated whether we wanted to move our Predator practice from Sunday to Saturday because of snow. But hey, since we say we're there Sunday, we're going to be there Sunday. Whatever. But let's see. Shubich, if you can't get anyone on, show yours. No. Whatever. I'm not nearly as shall we say photographable as you are on your recent videos. I want to check out Shubich. If you want to get big and strong, Shubich has all sorts of videos up showing what you need to do so you can flex like him. Of course, looking at Shubich, it might take you at least no more than a couple of weeks to get as big as he is. But and then rumor has it they're having a practice tomorrow. Michael Hawks said they were practicing up at Outlaws. And I said, I think I'll wait until the 44 inches of snow goes down before I go up and see those folks. But so I don't know. But anyhow, but yes, we had a good week. I went to 6 practices in 6 days. Was going to go to 7 in 7 days, but then Thursday it was snowing up a storm, so I thought, nah, I really don't need to go over to beast mode through the snow. But yes, Shubich. No, hey, Shubich is a in all seriousness, his videos are definitely worth watching. You don't want to judge Shubich by the smart-ass remarks he makes on the chat. He's actually much smarter than that, and a true gentleman. Even though some of his remarks here makes him gives you the wrong impression. But let's see. Well, once again, obvious. Be glad to have it, except Ryan has to come back. And really, Captain Obvious, you're one of our featured speakers in the chat. But I can't remember the last time I saw you on in the flesh. But yeah. So why don't you come once Ryan comes back? They're obvious. You'll have to get on and help me bully Shubich. After all, he's bigger than me. Not heavier, just bigger. So
I'm here. I'm just waiting for the dog so I can let people on.
Oh, okay. All righty. Well, good. Well, hey, Captain Obvious. Ryan's there, able to let people on. Why don't you come on? Yakimovich said you were going to come on. Where are you? Shubich. Well, you have to get done jerking off before you come on because, you don't want to see that or what? Yeah, see, our audience is saying, Captain should definitely go on the show. Yep. Glad to have you. So let's see. Other than that, whose character can we assassinate? Oh, let's see. What else do I know? Now things are starting to, pick up again. Unfortunately, I was going to go to the Jason Vale in May. Unfortunately, they moved it. It was going to be the 17th. Would like to get out there since I do like matches and starting the straps. If you're a strap person, you're anywhere near Long Island, except it's moved to the 3rd of May in New Hyde Park. New Hyde Park, New York, on Long Island. If you like starting the straps, all matches at the Jason Vale Memorial, which I think this is the 4th annual Jason Vale Memorial, starting the straps because Jason Vale was the strap master, now deceased, unfortunately. But I was going to go to that, but on the other hand, didn't quite work out. So, greetings. Candy Passport, I've been talking too long. Say something. Yes? Let's see. Gotta slow my roll. All right. Well, that was certainly quick. Yep, Candy steps up and immediately stepped down. Possibly a technical glitch there. But Shubich must do his pre-show soak. Here we go again. Shall we try again?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Second time's a charm. What news do you have to tell us?
Well, it's 61 in Georgia today, and it'll be 7 degrees on Monday.
Yeah, I understand the Florida people are doing the old woe is me routine.
We still had snow in our yard this morning, like literally this morning, and it snowed last Thursday. And, all the northern folks, they make fun of us southern folks. They're like, oh, whatever, we get 2 feet of snow and go to school with carrying our books and all this stuff, walking in the snow. But we're not equipped for it down here. Like, we don't have the salt truck. We do have salt trucks, but we're not equipped for snow. We're not used to the snow or anything like that. And everybody, like you and Ryan, everybody's getting sick because it's 61 one day and 10 degrees the next. And so we're just, hanging out. Our oldest son, Daniel, their high school team is wrestling for state tomorrow. So we're going to be heading out to that first thing in the morning and hopefully bringing home 2 state titles 2 years in a row. And that'll be great. So that's kind of what's going on around here.
What part of Georgia are you from?
We are in Covington, which so a lot of movies. So we're the Hollywood of the South. So Vampire Diaries, we've never watched it, but a lot of people know what it is. So that was filmed in Covington. In the Heat of the Night back in the day, filmed in Covington. Dukes of Hazzard, Covington. Sweet Magnolias, Originals, God, I mean, everything. And then we have a movie studio that was built literally 5 miles up the road from us. That is the biggest movie studio, even bigger than the ones in California and everything. So there's a local airport. It's the Oxford Airport. So when like Denzel Washington, Remember the Titans was filmed on the square in Covington.
Right.
And he was doing another movie, and he just flies in on like his personal charter little plane or whatever, and he'll eat at Mystic Grill, which is a local restaurant that they did for Vampire Diaries, and people will go there for lunch and run into Denzel Washington. So we're the Hollywood of the South down here.
Yeah, I just pulled it up. I see you're east of Atlanta. I figured if you filmed the In the Heat of the Night is of the movies you talked about, that was a good flick. It was one of the few that you talked about that I saw, and I know geographically you couldn't have been up in the mountains.
No,
because
we're off I-20, literally off I-20. So we are about 40 minutes southeast of Atlanta. So to get to Hartsville Jackson Airport, it literally takes us 40 minutes to get there. So we're in the suburbs. We're not in the city. But we still, we can go 5 minutes up the road and be in like country bumpkin country. So it's different. And then I get to go with Paul to Knuckles Up this next weekend. And so you're taking Little Miss Country and putting her in New Jersey, New York or whatever. And I'm like, I'm not going to stick out like a sore thumb. It's going to be great. I'm going to blend right in.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. No, seriously. Yeah, because you have the real variety pack up there. I mean, Fort Lee, New Jersey, the venue is literally blocks from the toll booth to the toll gates to the George Washington Bridge.
Okay.
Over to New York. So it's right smack in the middle of everything. And you do have the, shall we say, wide variety of people in North Jersey. But,
well, I'm excited because through arm wrestling, which is one thing, well, there's many good things about the arm wrestling community, but especially the family orientation. But there are places that had me and Paul not been involved in arm wrestling, we would have never been able to go to. Just like when we were flown out to Philly for the 98% thing, neither one of us have ever been to Philadelphia. So we were able to see the Rocky statue, able to do all the, cringy tourist things, but we would have never had that opportunity. We've been flown out to California. We've gone to Texas. We go to Mississippi. We do Alabama State every year. Where else have we been flown to? Oh, Michigan. They flew the whole family, the whole Pap Smear family got to travel out to Michigan. But it's great. And we've never, ever been, either one of us, to New Jersey or New York. So the way that our flights are scheduled, which is gonna be crazy. We leave Thursday morning our flight leaves at 11:03. We have a connector in Charlotte, and then we land in New Jersey a little after 4. And then our return flight, we do not even leave New Jersey until 5:30 Sunday night. And we don't land back in Atlanta until after midnight.
And is that a direct flight, though, from...
No, it's still a connector through Charlotte. Yep.
And it's Newark Liberty you're going out of, I presume.
Yes. So it gives us time that, we can go into New York City, see, all the tourist things. Like, we want to see the Statue of Liberty, Empire State Building. I want to see the 9/11 memorial thing. Like, that's a big thing. Like, and I want to ice skate in Rockefeller Center. Like, I don't think that's a big ask. I don't think it's a big ask. I feel like in my former life, I was like a professional ice skater because I watch it on the Olympics. I watch I don't know, not that I could ever do a triple toe loop or anything. I just have always been intrigued by ice skating. So it's one of those things that's on my bucket list. Like, I just want to say that I have ice skated in Rockefeller Center. I might do one little lap, but I just want to say I did it. So I'm actually glad that our flight is so late, because that'll give me and Paul time to, first of all, we're not bringing the kids, which we're sad about it, but Daniel has wrestling, Henry has school. And so it's just worked out where it's just me and Paul. And it's been a while since it's been just me and Paul. Actually, I think when we went out to Philly, that was the last trip. It was just me and Paul. It's always me, Paul, and the boys. So kind of like, maybe have like some special things, just me and him. And, my problem is, and my 15-year-old gets on to me all the time, I talk to everybody. I've never met a stranger. He laughs at me because he calls me a over 40-year-old mom all the time, because he'll text me and I'll respond with an emoji or a GIF or whatever. And he's like, "Mom, you're so over 40. But I just think that everybody is so nice and there's no bad people. And I'm not naive. I look at good people, like, I feel like there's good in everyone. And then you run into somebody and you never know what they're going through. So just a simple, "Hey, how are you?" Whatever, that might change their life that day. You never know.
Yeah,
So
the vast majority of people in the sport are absolutely friendly. I know. Remember the first time back, it was 5-6 years ago. First time I met RVJ, he said, of all the thousands of people I met in the sport, he said I could count the idiots, or whatever phrase he was, whatever, the bad ones, on one hand. And about a year or two ago, I said, "Well, RVJ, do you think we're up to two hands yet?" Because with social media, it seems like the number of idiots is growing a bit, but it's still minuscule, compared to.
Yeah, the people in the sport are great. They're talking about putting me in a city, like just walking down the street, like thinking that everything is so like how it is here and all this stuff. And you're going to plug me into New York City, walking down the sidewalk. And Paul's like, "You're not wearing your wedding ring. Like, you're not wearing, we're hiding that. Like, you're not." He was like, "Katie, it's not, you got to realize, like, it's not that everybody's bad, but."
Well, but in Georgia, you actually have prosecutors that
right.
Where they have that idiot in New York County, which is Manhattan, that basically, is more interested in, ignoring the bad guys and prosecuting, like that. That case. I think one of the most outrageous things that came out was, remember that gent that stepped in on the subway when when that idiot was, scaring the crap out of everybody. And so somebody jumped in, put him in a chokehold. Well, unfortunately, while it was not intended, the guy ended up dying, later, and he charged him. For God's sakes, what's that going to do to people that in the future are going to stop and think, do I really want to jump in and intervene and save people if some idiot prosecutor's going to run me in? But
well, and I've always been honestly, even Covington has changed. Like, I've lived here my whole life, and it's not the small town that I grew up in. So, like, I'm not even allowed to go to our local Walmart by myself after dark, because it's not the world we used to live in. I mean, you always have to be aware of your surroundings and all that. And I think that's what my son Daniel was trying to tell me. He's like, "Mom, you can't just be so nice to everybody. Like, some people they're just not nice." And so pulling me out of here and putting me in New Jersey, New York. Like, it's definitely going to be a culture shock, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing Ryan again in person and meeting the Knuckles Up guys. And of course, I've never met Ryan Espy in person, so that's great. I've never met Nadia in person, so that's great. And then, we've got Ron Bath, Cody Wood, and Paul all coming from Georgia to compete. So we'll be 3 deep with Georgia boys up there. So
Now, are you in the? Is that the same practice as Cody Wood? I know he's in.
Yes.
That. Okay.
Yes. So Paul, Ron, and Cody, they all train here at my house.
Mhm.
And then Cody does a separate practice for because Ron and Cody live straight up I-20 about an hour and a half from us. So Cody will do a separate practice for their little group up there. But then he'll come here to practice with us. Ron will come down here. We'll have several others around that come down here as well. So ours is basically the big practice. And then Cody has his own little like separate little practice or whatever. Because it just depends on, most of the time our practices are on Saturday they start at 2:00. Well, during wrestling season, we have to change it to Sundays because on Saturdays we're at wrestling tournaments for my son. So it just kind of depends on, the schedule and all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, we'll have 50, 60 people here every practice, and from all over. People, they'll come up from Florida, Mississippi, they'll drive from wherever to come practice. So we do have that going for us.
Yeah, I want to get down there sometime. Georgia, Georgia, I've never pulled either practice or tournament in Georgia or Alabama for that matter. But so, just trying to get around, seeing different people, and then Ron too. Ron, such a wonderful person.
Yes, he's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I was at a practice practice, whatever, at Dave Morocco's place. Oh gosh, it's probably pre-COVID.
Yeah, I love Dave Morocco too. Love that dude.
It's remarkable how much of our, when you try and think, how long ago was that? We think of things as pre-COVID, post-COVID, but anyway, and I was there, and usually when I go to these practices, I mean, I leave the quote famous people alone, so to speak, because there's a lot of guys there that want to grip up with them, whatever. And but there was a group of standing around. In fact, I think Ryan was standing in the group, and they were chatting, and the conversation lagged, and I said something to him. Yeah, in fact, it had to be 4 years ago, because I said to him, I said I could offer you, with all the places you've been and the place you pulled, I could offer you something you've never had the opportunity to do. He said, "What's that?" And I said, pull with a 69-year-old amateur or a 69-year-old novice. I said, and so we kind of laughed, and the conversation moved on, and and somebody called him over to go pull with somebody. But 20 minutes later, he came to me and he said, "Hey, wait a minute, we didn't pull yet." He remembered it, and Ron, and said, "Yes, we gripped up," and he gave me a couple pointers. But yeah, a wonderful person.
Yeah, I call so Angie always comes with him as well. So as a female arm wrestler, I'm blessed to have somebody like Angie Rose to train with. Like, it's amazing. And then Scarlett, Cody Wood's girlfriend, which he needs to put a ring on it like really soon. I mean, I keep begging him to propose to Scarlett. We joke on him about it, but so I do have I have a good group of girls to train with. And most of the time, if Scarlett can't make it or some of the other females, then it's me and Angie, and we're just, practicing with each other on the table. And she's taught me a lot, and, iron sharpens iron. And
well, when you said Angie
are,
well, and what you said Angie, and with my poor hearing, now I'm not saying it's your accent, it's my poor hearing. I first thought you said AG. Yeah. I thought you said AG.
No, Angie.
There's AG on the other side of Atlanta from you. Of course, we have AG up there, Adam Gerber, and but now he's up in Marietta, so he's on the far side.
Yeah, Adam comes down here. when he gets permission from his wife to drive down here, he'll show up. So he's a good guy too. And we just have people will just show up, it's a good sport and whatever, and everybody's trying to make each other better, and we get to all, be a part of Knuckles Up, be there to watch for me. But I am going to pull the Arnold qualifier tournament that morning at 10. Just because I don't plan on going to Arnold's. It might be in my cards, but just the fact that I get to pull, that's table time for me, which is very hard to come by. And, it's only 2 weight classes, which Knuckles Up is trying to make it across the board where there is a lighter class. But, we have a hard time even getting enough women to show up for 2 weight classes. So, so I'll be pulling the 154. I weigh 131, but I'm used to pulling, usually every tournament's just open anyway. So I've pulled people that are 300 pounds, 250 pounds, whatever. It's practice, table time. I've had super matches. I haven't lost a super match. It's just fun. I'm a tournament super match puller. I learned I'm not a round robin puller, so I won't ever do that again. But I love tournaments, and I definitely love super matches because I like to vest out my opponent and figure out what they're doing that I can counter and all of that. So I feel like there's 3 different calibers. Some people are great at round robins. That's just like their forte. That's their avenue, their alley. Me, not a round robin puller. Like I won't ever do another round robin.
Well, and we're hoping, of course, we've tried to have more weight classes for women too. And as you say, people just don't show up and you end up buying. Now we're hopeful that since we do have, okay, I'm pulling this figure out of my rear end here, so I hope I'm not misspeaking, but I don't think I am. I think the total we've come up with in donations for women, I want to say $2,000 to split among the various, and that'll be for the pro. So we're hoping that will get more people out. Now at the moment we have just 2 classes of women's amateur splitting at the traditional 154, but women's pro, if we get the people for Winter Blast, we have a 135, 154, 176, and then over 177 plus.
Right.
So,
and when I saw the 135, and then Paul has the match with Arm Gods, and then he's going to pull the tournament for Winter Blast, I was like, Paul, I've got to get to Winter Blast. And he was like, I know. And I was talking to Ryan about it when he was in Orlando, when I was down there for Sarah Bachman's thing. And I was like, I've got to get to Winter Blast. It's like my bucket list. I've always wanted to go to Winter Blast. And then our son, Daniel, he has been, he usually pulls, Daniel, don't you pull 155? Yeah, he pulls the 155 class at 15, and he's beating men in 155. And so Ryan got to meet Daniel in person and all that in Orlando, and he wants to get to Winter Blast. And I said, well, we just got to figure out how to get a Winter Blast. Like Paul is there, so now we got to get us there. So
is he the wrestler, or is that another son?
No, Daniel's the wrestler.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Henry is our 8-year-old, so he competes as well, and he is our entertainer because he will get up there and scream. He'll be pulling, and he's like, like screaming, and it's hilarious. But we're a total 4 package. Like we all arm wrestle. We love it. We love the family. We love, it's just we've been in it for 10 years, going on 11 years now. So.
Oh, good. Well, we are looking forward to it. Our goal not only is to have an excellent event, also obviously, but our goal is to once again be the biggest one in the So we have to, in fact, I told Ryan, I said, I'd gone to the Michigan States last year because I was told it was going to be the last one they were going to have at the Kellogg Arena. And it turns out they did not. They're back at Kellogg Arena.
Right. And we were there the year before. We didn't get to go last year, but we were there the year before.
Yeah. So I went last year and I said, I really can't go this year because if it turns out they beat us by two entries, and that was me. He'll probably Ryan will assassinate me, but so I think I'll avoid Michigan State's this year, but just in case. But of course,
Yeah, it was a good tournament. So I got a bronze gorilla, and Paul, of course, got the gold gorilla. And then Karen Frank Beam, they mailed our gorillas back to us because we couldn't bring them home with us on the airplane. So they took them back home safely and mailed those to us. So they came in one piece, which I was shocked because I got home from picking up the boys from school and there was a box in front of the garage and it was dented in, bashed in, like somebody had thrown it off of something or whatever. And I was like, oh my God, that's our gorillas. Holy shit, that's our gorillas. And I opened it up and they were in perfect condition. I was like, okay, well, she put enough bubble stuff and whatever that it protected the gorillas.
Yeah, and it's a fairly, I don't know if compact is the word I'm looking for, but the gorillas, I mean, compared to, you don't have things sticking out at any great, like
Exactly. Yeah.
dragon.
Yeah. Like whenever we won in Mississippi State, he does Sean Hancock did the Bulldogs. Well, we didn't even have to ship those, like they just came home with us, but because their arms, because he made them like have like the huge biceps and the arms and all that, like it breaks on them because there's so many appendages. So with the gorilla, like you're saying, it's just like a lump, like there's nothing hanging off or anything like that. So
yeah. Well, and like Ryan said, we've really been talking to the and I really can't say much more than he already did, but we've been talking to the Arm Gods people, and really I think that assuming this goes well, which we're certainly assuming that it will be, we probably will be doing more collaborating with them to other events as well. So
I was able to meet the Arm Gods guys down in Orlando as well. So I'm hoping I can get some type of match or something. So I haven't pulled, other than practice, I haven't pulled a tournament or anything since June when I won the Georgia State tournament. There just hasn't been any call outs. There hasn't been, like, I'm wanting to, like I was talking when Will and Chris, they were on doing their podcast, and we were talking about the lighter women's weight class and how they're wanting to get that built up. And there are lighter females like myself that would love to get that weight class built up. But like I said, I mean, we do good getting 2 and 3 women, even if it's open, to show up to a tournament. So I feel like if I could get a match with a lighter weight class female, such as like Sky from Texas, she's my weight. She's great. She's an amazing puller, just to kind of boost the lighter women's weight class. Like, oh, okay, well, here is a lighter weight class match, like less, like Brandy Bell that lives, I think she is in Michigan. She's somewhere around Michigan. She's lighter weight class. Sarah Latanya, lighter weight class, so normally it's 154, 155 plus, or it's open. So, it's kind of like you got to get females to show up, but at the same time, it's like you want that chance, like, because regardless, let's just say there's 5 weight classes for females.
Right.
If not enough females show up, we just get lumped together anyway. But at least it was offered. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, let's not just say open. Let's not just divide it in half. Like, let's offer the weight classes. And then if not enough females show up, then we get lumped together anyway. So what does it matter?
Yeah, that's really the hardest thing to when we're trying to, like, 'cause I I did brackets more than I competed this year at various tournaments, not only ours, but others. And the one thing that really holds you up getting rolling is trying to figure out how you combine classes.
Right.
And it's not just women, but like I say, if it all goes to, goes to one, that's the easy one. But, with some of the men's classes, if you have one person in a class, what do you do with them?
Right.
And it really, you have to get people and say, okay, look, here you're the only person, what do you want to do? You want to bump up? You want to, and it really, that takes more time than anything, getting rolling.
Right. Yeah, I
Especially,
always
Go ahead.
I sign up for all the classes. So even if there's 3 women's classes, then I just sign up for all of them because I'm like, well, we're going to get lumped together anyway. But if we have 4 or more in a weight class, which is what happened at Georgia State, we had 4, it was like 4 to 6 in the below 154, and then 155 plus, there was like 2, and then 176 plus or whatever it was up to whatever it was, above one, whatever, above. So they did 154 and then 155 plus and then 176. Well, there was like 6 of us in the 154, and then there was 2 in the 155 plus, and then there was like 2 in the 170 something.
Right.
And so I had told Sean, I was like, well, if there's not enough to fill the class, then me and Scarlett will be glad to pull all the classes just so people have matches.
Right.
Well, he was like, well, no, we've already made the brackets. So like Lucky had one match, she had a match with one female because there was only 2 in hers. And then the other 2, they had one match where us in 154, we battled it out, but he had already made the bracket. So we wasn't allowed to like jump up, which normally we just jump up regardless.
Well, except now that we have the, like Corey's system or somebody else, I presume would be similar. I use, Corey's, that really it's not that hard to add somebody.
Right.
It's not like, the paper bracket where you had to, chuck it out and, start something new. Yeah. We had a tournament in Cherry Hill, New Jersey a couple months ago that, we scheduled the women's, of course, nobody. We had 0 women showed up except Sue Fisher was there, working the tournament. And so
I love Sue.
what we ended up doing actually is we recruited the servers. We had 7 of the waitresses, if you're allowed to call them that these days.
Yeah.
Servers, but we had 7 of them and just did right arm and all of them together. And they were all pretty much the same weight, whatever. And they had a ball. Yeah, just absolutely.
Mhm.
They enjoyed it.
We've after it might have been in Mississippi one year. It was after weigh-ins. All the guys, of course, decided to go eat at Hooters, and so I was one of the only females wives. I think there was a couple other wives, and they were like, "Oh, what are y'all here for?" All this stuff. We were like, "Arm wrestling." And the waitresses cleared the table and they were like, I want to arm wrestle. And so I literally arm wrestled like 5 Hooters girls in Hooters.
Yeah.
And they were like, this is where the tournament needs to be.
Yeah. Well, in fact, I'm sure the only tournament I've ever been out of the Hooters was a Travis Bajan original back in 2018. But yeah, he can be an interesting, individual as well, as you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had that. In fact, that was the one I came back to after I had to take off 6 months for bad behavior, specifically, doing something to my left arm. But oh well. But got that.
Well, did Ryan's dog die or like?
It's hard to say, but I can. If he does not answer to that, let's see, this is only 10 o'clock. I will text him and say, okay, where the hell are you? Either that.
I mean, I can talk all day long, but I'm like, well, So.
Hey, go right ahead. Keep at it. But,
I don't get out much, so do furniture and kitchen cabinets. So I work down in a basement all day by myself. So I don't get out much.
Yeah, well, I presume that your 15-year-old probably gets to grip up with Adam when he comes to practice.
Yeah.
So, all right.
He
So,
he actually when Cody comes, so he'll pull a lot with Cody and Scarlett, and then we have some local kids that their dads arm wrestle that actually live within 30 minutes of us. And one of them, his son actually wrestles for one of our local high schools east side, where my son goes to Social Circle, which so it's two different high schools. So he'll bring him, and Daniel will pull him, and then grown men will show up and they're like, I want to grip up with your son. And Daniel just schools them. I mean, he's just got that natural athletic ability. He's so fast. I'm like, if I could be as fast as him, I would be unstoppable. He is so fast to be 15 years old. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, we have a couple up here of various weight classes in the 14, 15, and also good bit of speed on a number of them. I'll tell you, it's sometimes hard. We the one here wants not mentioning names, but his father said it's really a heck of a time getting him a match for somebody because the adults do not want to pull a 15-year-old.
That's right. That's right. They don't want to get butt hurt. They don't want to be beaten by a 15-year-old. Yeah. But see, and then what people don't realize with our 15-year-old, he's grown up in the sport. He was 4 years old when we started. So that's all he did. He eat, slept, and breathed arm wrestling. So he's watched, he's seen everything. He's taken a part of it. And then when I got pregnant with Henry, I had to, of course, take a few months off from being pregnant, and then Henry just jumped right into it. Like, I was showing up at tournaments with him in a baby carrier and all that. And he was 3 years old when he pulled his first person. And I mean, it's a family sport. Like our arm wrestling family is more of our family than our own family, which we have a great family. Don't get me wrong, but it's just, the arm wrestling community is more of a family to us than our own family, and the support that we get. And when Paul broke his arm, and I mean, it's just crazy, the people that you meet. And had it not been for arm wrestling, we would have not known the amount of people that we know. And I told Paul, I joked about it a couple years ago. I said, we should take an arm wrestling vacation where we rent a camper and travel across the U.S. and stop in states, because we pretty much know an arm wrestling family in every state if we really thought about it, and just say, okay, we're coming there, camp out in their yard, just do an arm wrestling vacation. And somebody in every state. There's probably a couple states that I don't know an arm wrestler, but it's just funny how, you meet people. And just like when we went to Ohio, we went as a family, we drove there, which that was crazy. But anyway, and Paul got a slashed tire. We were literally checked out of the hotel, leaving to come back to Georgia, and got to the restaurant parking lot in front of the hotel, and we heard boo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo, and we were like, fuck. Literally, fuck. We are this far away from home. Well, Paul has oversized tires and all this stuff, and it was a Sunday, and we were like, what are we going to do? And so I messaged Steve Pettis and messaged the guy that was running the Ohio, Randall Bladen, all this stuff. He was already gone. He was like way gone. And so just through those contacts, they had 4 different people come to help us out, take us to a tire shop, get us situated, sit with us while we were waiting on Paul to be driven to the tire place, all this stuff. And it was because we knew arm wrestlers. Like,
Right.
otherwise we would have been stranded in Ohio.
Well, and actually, a year, not this past summer, but the summer before, I had my fraternity conference, annual fraternity conference was in New Orleans, and I thought, oh, whatever. I thought of the same sort of thing, like take a trip, and then I saw there was what Strongest Badge in St. Louis
Oh
had
yeah.
had their tournament and advertised specifically that we're going to have an all night after poll, and I thought sounds like my sort of tournament. And so actually what I did, I went out to, stopped at a practice in Ohio, went on to St. Louis, then drove down through Arkansas, Tennessee, had a couple practices with people in Mississippi, went to the tournament, or the tournament to the convention in New Orleans, hit a couple places, including Popeye in Texas, Robert Kelly in Oklahoma,
Oh, I love
folks
Popeye. Popeye's so sweet.
Missouri, and, and then a group in the Louisville area with Lincoln Munger is in the group where they actually practice right across the river in New Albany, Indiana, at a bar called Our Lady of Perpetual Hops, which is kind of interesting. But anyway, so over a 3-week period, I ended up putting 5,163 miles on the car.
Oh wow.
But mainly, but yeah, and see, I used to be when I was an active volunteer with my college fraternity, and that was what got me to places that the only time I was ever in this town because I had a convention there. Where now it's arm wrestling. I
Yeah.
really don't do the fraternity thing anymore, but I get around there and basically do the and I've been in either tournament or practice in 23 states now.
Mhm.
And so basically almost all states east of the Mississippi. Also, I indicated Georgia and Alabama are two that I have not. Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, and Kentucky. I haven't, but so I want to get down there sometime. In fact, was really hoping to hit Georgia and Alabama on the way to that AWU thing in November in Houston. Then it turned out that I did not go to for various reasons, which you may or may not have heard about, and whatever. But no, I really do want to get down there sometime.
Well,
And
I'm telling you, the Alabama State tournament with Glenn Brooks, like, we don't ever miss that tournament. It's one of our favorite tournaments. The caliber of people that show up to pull that tournament is just, it's a whole nother level.
Yeah.
So we never miss that tournament. Now this year, I think it's on March 1st, and Paul has something 2 weeks before, something 2 weeks after. And so we're going to go, like, I'm definitely going to pull, Daniel will pull, but Paul may or may not be able to pull because he already has these obligations, for things. So he doesn't want a chance getting injured in a tournament when he's already got, these other things, which he doesn't want to seem like he's too big to compete in a tournament, but
no, but I that's the same day as the Arnolds, which I'm not going to go to.
Right.
But
I'm not
I really, as I don't know if you were listening, you weren't on yet when I was talking about it. I really, still want you to come down sometime. And for me, it's like 888 miles or something like that.
Yeah.
And so it's really 13 hours driving. Whatever. So it's somewhat distant. And I even took a look and thought, I wonder if, just so I don't have to drive the distance, but take the train rather than fly. Take the train. And I noticed that they do have stops in Anniston and Birmingham. And I was looking at it's on the Crescent to New Orleans. And I looked and, oh God, the Amtrak website is so utterly screwed up that trying to figure out what's going on. But I actually did get far enough to consider that. But
well, I will tell you this, and we tell other arm wrestlers as well, just like Jonathan Breida, his family has stayed here because, flying into Atlanta is a lot easier and a lot cheaper. And then we are literally 40 minutes from the airport. So we pick them up, they stay here, and then we go elsewhere. So it's, it cuts down the trip. So if you got a flight to Atlanta, we could pick you up in Atlanta. You could stay here. You could ride with us to Alabama. Like that's kind of what we do, because we're right in the center of, we can just pick people up from the airport. And it's, especially if you fly, whatever has a deal, Spirit, Frontier, whatever,
Right.
which I don't recommend, but it's still a cheap flight, and that gets you to Atlanta, and it's definitely cheaper than gas and mileage on your car. And then, then you're with the pap smears. So
No, definitely. And I've been on, never been on Spirit. I've been on Frontier, basically at a convention in Minneapolis some years back, and they had a nonstop out of Trenton, which is, a very small airport, compared to Philly or whatever. But it was just, since it was nonstop, it was one of these cheap things where you park right across from the terminal for $8 a night, and it's 2 gates, and it was really so it was worth that. I do see, by the way, I was looking here that I'm not talking around behind somebody's back, because I see the 15-year-old I was talking about. Actually, I think he's 16 now. Garrett Glenstraw.
Yes. Paul, good God, Daniel pulled him in Ohio.
Okay.
So my son pulled him in Ohio. Garrett beat him, and then I just watched. He's from New York. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so, and then I just watched him pull this past weekend in Ohio again, and just killed that dude.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so Daniel has actually pulled him. So, and Daniel will be 16 in March. So, he's one that he wants to meet up with Garrett again, because he wants to get, his revenge on Garrett. But, they pull the same, which is, it's just crazy. But at the time, Daniel had really just started, because it's been 2 years ago that we were in Ohio, I think. And Daniel had really just started actually really getting into arm wrestling. So now, 2 years later, he's bigger, he's stronger, he's older, whatever. I think him and Garrett would be a good match to see again.
I see John, his dad, is on the chat, and that's why I figured I could say something. And John just replied that we can make it happen.
Yes, I think Garrett and Daniel now, of course, Garrett's amazing. Don't get me wrong. I've got, I got to cheer for my own kid, but just watching him this past weekend, me and Daniel both, we were watching Garrett. We made sure we watched Garrett. And I said, honestly, Daniel, I think you and Garrett would be a good match now. I think Daniel has leveled up. He's put on some weight. He's beefed up, whatever, because that's what 15-year-old wrestlers do. And I think it would be a very good, entertaining match, especially for 2 young kids, not young men, but I think it would be a good match.
At 73, I call 20-somethings kids, but whatever. No, I was going to, in fact, write something to John Glishaw, because I also saw a good number. A lot of the matches up, and Garrett basically pulled everybody in town, not just younger, not just people his own weight. And my compliments to him, not only for the pulling, but the compliments to John is for putting the ball up, because there's far too many people in this sport that put up their wins but not their losses.
Yeah, that is true.
They have all the videos up, or at least a whole pile of them, including some losses. And so, which I thought was,
well, and losses make you a better puller, and with them being as young as they are, their generation are the ones that they're going to take the place of all the people that are pulling now. And for Garrett to be as good as he is now, and Daniel to be as good as he is, and all of this stuff, why not just match them up again? Let's just see what happens, and they're both, not saying because he's my kid, but both of them are very, very respectful young men. They're very good kids. They're well-rounded, and they have very supportive parents. And, now with Paul being Daniel's dad, sometimes Daniel gets in his head and he might be like, oh, I could beat him. And we're like, nope. Slow down a little bit. You gotta step on up in there. You can't just call everybody out and all this stuff. So he's putting in work. And, I think a rematch with him and Garrett would be great. I don't know where it would happen, but it would be great whenever it does happen. So,
Oh, and this is kind of like a, shall we say, somewhat less notable or notorious comparison with, it's difficult being Odd and Larrett because
yeah,
everybody expects this, that, whatever, because of his dad, whatever. Incidentally, Captain Obvious said a while ago that Brian's dog is a pastrami sandwich and a nap, which whatever. But Ryan has just checked in saying that the little one woke. I'll be back in a few. So he is, he is still alive. But yeah, no, absolutely. No, I'll tell you, I just like I say when I go around, I will take a 3 hour practice rather than a tournament any day of the month.
yeah,
Because I'm just, I am not, quite frankly, I started it very late in life. Number one, I'm not strong enough for my weight. And number two, I'm a very poor learner. So I'm having fun, but I'm also losing 94% of the time. So
well,
really, if
well, maybe the cortisone shot will help you.
so I'm sorry.
I said maybe the cortisone shot will help you not be a slow learner.
Well, you know what does you know what's actually as you may know, I had both knees replaced last spring.
Right.
One in March, one in April. And that really itself has made maybe a lot better because for the first
Right.
time, I can actually drop better with the bending knees. And in fact, John Brown made the comment that basically what I've been doing for the last couple of years is sit down while standing up, in effect, that I really wasn't, I was just like I was, wasn't dropping, which I'm able to do now. But now I just, like I say, I tell people we all have our role in the sport, and mine is definitely not crushing my enemies and drinking blood from their skulls. But whatever. So no, I'm much better as to training because what drives people nuts with me, where I'm not that strong, I do not blow up, I do not gas out, I do not get a pump, and so I can go 3 hours a day every day without getting sore. Don't ask me why, but so I tell people I'm a pulling dummy, and they said, "Oh no, you're not a dummy." I said, "No, you missed my point. It's like a tackling dummy. It's always there, ready to get beat up on." But hey, on the other hand, hey, I'm having a great time. I did finally find somebody, just within the last 6 months, that started even later than I did. I mean, I didn't start this until I was 66. And there's a gentleman from the Philadelphia area over in New Jersey named Ash Bassford, who is now 74, and he started 4 years ago at age 70. And he said, "Yeah, I was looking for something to keep active." And he does very well. But, and of course, whenever I go to New England, nobody's impressed by the fact that I'm 73 because what's his name? Norm Devio is still pulling at age 84.
Well,
Boy,
you don't look a day over 72. I'll
Yeah.
definitely give you 72.
But Norm is and still doing very well at 84. But anyway, so good. We'll look forward to. So you say what? Cody is one of the. Yeah, Cody's on the card this coming week.
Yeah, he's pulling Hellboy. He's pulling Hellboy.
All right. Okay. Yeah, also met him at the a couple of times. I met him at the first time at the same place I met Jody at the Worlds in Orlando in 21, and then somewhere else since then. I forget where. Maybe one of the Keystone events. I'm not sure, or IFAs. I forget. But yeah. When I went to on that 5,000-mile jaunt year and a half ago, I first time I ever been to St. Louis for for arm wrestling that far away, and walked in there, and I had people saying, "Oh, it's nice to finally meet you in person," and I'm thinking, "Okay, who the hell are you?" And as soon as I heard the name, then I knew who they were, but they recognized me by face, from these Friday night bullshit sessions where I had, no idea what they looked like, but yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, for the longest time, I was Paul Passmore's wife, and now I'm Candy Passmore. So, which I don't mind being called Paul Passmore's wife.
No, well, but hey, you make a name for yourself as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
That's what I try to do. I'm the only candy in the sport. That's what when Paul was just on Jody's show, he was talking about how many Pauls there are and how many Sarahs there are in the sport. And I'm like, I'm the only candy.
well, and because of course we have Paul Lynn in
Yep.
Harrisburg, and on our team from the Philadelphia, but it comes up to our team in Allentown. We've got Paul Lynn spelled differently, but he lists himself as Paul Lynn Jr. because just to basically, even though it's Lynn, just to say, hey, I'm not the same one, but yeah, like I say, Paul's all over the place. But
Yeah. They were going through it, and it's like all the Sarahs, all the Pauls. And then I think it was somebody that said that Jody's the only Jody, but there's Jody Larrett. So Jody's not the only Jody.
yeah. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah.
Jody's the only important Jody, though. Jody is the only important Jody.
Well, let's put it this way. He's, I don't know. Is it fair to say he's the one with the clean mouth? But,
Yeah. Or cleaner mouth.
Cleaner mouth, yeah. Whatever. But yeah, he was, as you may have seen, he was on with us earlier, but he got, whistled up to come to dinner.
Yeah, come to dinner. Yeah.
They're 3 hours behind us, but
yeah, I think that's what I brought dinner home. I went to Chick-fil-A and brought dinner home for the boys and Paul and myself because I knew Paul was going to be on Jody's thing. So I think that's what he's doing now, is eating his grilled chicken sandwiches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, but anyway, so, well, it's good. It will be very good to see you. And like I say, as I said, I'm not going to be in the tournament. I'd originally thought about it, but with registration being from 8 to 9, I'm about, maybe an hour at that time of day, probably an hour 45, maybe a little bit less from Fort Lee. And then, finding a place to park, and, I just don't trust the traffic. So I would have wanted to be out of the house by, no later than 6:15 to make sure I got there by 9 o'clock. And, and I just, after we're doing this stuff here, but I think I'll pass. I'll just come in the afternoon. I'm mainly there for the, the matches and the after pull anyway.
Yeah, I was actually asking William. I messaged him today, and I said, because I wasn't going to pull the tournament, only because I'm going there to support Paul. Like that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm a wife. Like I'm there. And so I didn't want, with the tournament being at 10 and then the pay-per-view thing, all that, they start at 3. Right. I didn't want to impede on Paul's stuff he does to get ready for a tournament the day of and all that, with me being, down at somewhere else pulling, because he's going to want to watch me pull and all that stuff. But I don't want to take away from why he is there. Mm-hmm. So I was like, do I pull the tournament? Do I just not? And he, Will was like, no, I need you to pull the tournament. You got to pull the tournament. You got to pull the tournament. And I'm like, okay, but I just don't want it to foreshadow or take away from why we're there in the first place. Right. So I'm not going to be mad if I end up not being able to pull the tournament, because we still don't really know the itinerary yet. We don't know what we're doing once we get there to when we leave, as far as what all is going to be involved. So I don't want to take away from, because Paul has to get his mind right. He has certain things he does before he pulls, the way he does things before he pulls any match. And I just didn't want to take that away from him. Oh, and he jumped on. Well, it's a blank screen though. Is he on there?
Well,
Paul, your screen's on.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh.
Well, that means Ryan had to do something, because I can't bring him up like that. So
Ryan's putting his kid back to sleep, and so David doesn't have the authority to invite you. So apparently Ryan did something to get you on here. No, you're fine.
Yeah, we used to have a different StreamYard where we could have a couple administrators. And $50 difference a month that we only, basically we can't have as many administrators. So he's basically, he's basically doing it. It used to be that I could, was also able to, pull people on, throw people off, and whatever. But now it needs the head honcho, or as the infamous Eric Harlan refers to him, our tribal chief. But whatever.
Yeah, Eric Carlin. When Paul was on Jody's show, Eric Carlin called me 7 times,
Yeah, he called me a couple
and I
times.
just, I'm like, I don't. So I asked Paul. I was like, why does Eric keep calling me?
Yeah, he called me a couple times too. Which, whatever.
Paul, we can't hear you.
So, Paul,
I hadn't said anything yet.
what you have to say for yourself, Paul? Got to speak quick. Your wife never shuts up, but that's okay.
Well,
we're glad.
I've been.
We can't hear you, Paul.
We're glad she doesn't, because hey, I was running out of things to say. So
Can you not hear me?
we can.
Paul, we can't hear you.
I could, yes.
Oh, I
You
can't.
can hear me? Okay. Candy, you can't hear me. You normally can't hear me anyway.
No, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Oh, I can't hear him.
I can just fine. Oh, here.
Oh, wait, what does this do? Oh.
Big Rig Eric has just joined us from
Well, now can you hear me?
Oh, yep, I got you, Paul. I did something.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, perfect timing.
What is
You're
up,
really-
Sal?
What's up, my man? How you doing?
Doing well, man. It's good to see you. How's
Yes,
life?
sir.
How you doing?
I'm good, man. I hear you.
The
you going to
Passmores are just
Winterblast,
over
huh?
here running the show tonight because Ryan decided to, shit the bed.
Well,
I'm good,
I'll
man.
just-
You
but yeah.
you're pulling soon, aren't you, Paul?
Yes, the 25th. Got a
Hell
big
yeah.
match. What's up? I've done the work. I'm ready. I'm just resting up now. I'm real healthy, focused. It's been a good training camp for this one too. I haven't come in this ready for a match maybe ever. You know how normally you train really hard and you got your little beat up and you got aggravated shoulder or elbow or wrist or something. And I'll tell you, as far as my right arm goes anyway, my left arm's a little different story, but as far as my right arm goes, I'm 100%, and that's bad news whenever I put that arm on the table and it's 100%. Which, my match with G is one of those, it's going to be real hard to kind of gauge because this guy's from the other side of the planet. Me and Jody spoke about this on his podcast a little bit earlier. Most people, you can find a lot of common opponents and gauge where you're at with them somewhat. You've run into them before, but this guy, there's a lot of the unknown, and I'm sure it's going to be the same way for him with me. So I know our only common opponent is Brad Grundy, and we both have beaten and lost to Brad. So it should be pretty interesting. This guy's style is the absolute opposite of mine, and I do pretty good with people with that style. So in our stature, we're about the same height, same weight, same build. He's a bad dude. I'm expecting it to be just an absolute. It might end up being the match of the night. I think this guy's going to come to fight just as hard as I am. I hope he does. I like a good fight anyway. But yes, as far as that goes, a lot of people, I think they kind of hope the match goes easy. I kind of hope it go. I hope I win, but I hope it's a nasty match every time. I like to walk off breathing hard and know I have.
You like those grinders anyway. You always love those grinder matches anyway. I love it when you get a grind, you just look at him, shake your head, you're like, come on. Love it.
Honestly, that's when I feel most alive. Is right when I'm in the middle of just a good dog fight.
Are you doing Alabama State this year?
Man, I am torn up about it because the last 2 years in a row I've been undefeated. That's a big bad tournament too. Both arms.
I know. And, overalls, bastard. That's all right, but. I won the last 2 years in supers, and I'm surprised I haven't got a call. Come up there and defend my title.
Yeah, you've been really doing well. I've been impressed with you. You felt good, honestly. At Alabama State last time, every time I pull you, every couple of years, you've been leveling up every time. You're getting closer and closer. You're one of those guys I'm watching.
Well, I appreciate
But
that.
yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna pull it or not. My mind's still not quite made up. I will say this: I'm definitely pulling Winter Blast without a doubt.
Oh, Winter
Up there,
Blast.
I'm pulling Winter Blast. I'm not
He's
going to miss
back.
that opportunity.
He's
But
back.
as far as Georgia State and Alabama State, because I've got Knuckles Up, then I got Arm Gods, Winter Blast, and then the 8-man
Yeah.
round robin there in Idaho. And I'm afraid if I'm pulling that much all together, I might get hurt and mess up one of those good opportunities somewhere. So I may take Georgia and Alabama State off. I'll go support Indy and Daniel. And there would be nothing harder for me to do than to go a tournament that I want to pull in and watch everybody and try to be disciplined and not pull. But I think I'm going to probably try to sit out Georgia and Alabama just because of the way that they fell. If they're later in the year, it'd be an easy call. But but I'm definitely going to pull Winter Blast because I'm going to be up there, and that's a once in a lifetime opportunity. I've pulled Georgia and Alabama. I can pull them every year, but I'm down for the Winter Blast. I'm going to pull Arm Gods, Knuckles Up, and then I'm going to that 8-man round robin.
When you're going to sit out Alabama, does that mean you have to stay away, or do you have the strength of the willpower to show up there and not pull? That's the question.
That's a good question because I'm one of those. I'll say I'm not going to do it, and then right when I get there, I just go sign up. That's actually how I broke my arm. I wasn't going to pull that tournament until
he
that
didn't
morning.
listen to his wife.
Yep. Well, I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to do it. I didn't feel good. I was really banged up. It didn't make sense. And I woke up that morning and I'm like, I'm going to go do it. And then I got hurt real bad. So
I won the championship. A girl flew in from Sweden to pull me and I beat her and won. And then I couldn't just have the spotlight. Nope. He had to break his fucking arm. Like, woo. Okay, poor Paul, but I won.
Your one and only PAF national championship.
Yeah, and then you break your fucking arm.
Really good ones, and I broke my damn arm that day.
Your own wife's like, forget him, I won.
Yeah, forget him. He can
I was like,
go to the hospital.
Just let me go to the hospital, and you stay and do whatever. I'll figure it out.
I'm like, motherfucker.
Like, I'm not leaving without my medal.
The worst
and we had Henry with us. Henry was like a baby, like still in a cart, like a carrier.
Oh, yeah.
So I had him in a carrier. Daniel stayed back home with my sister-in-law, and like I won, and I was great, and everything was great. And then I'm watching Paul's match, and I'm like, "Oh my God, Robbie Burnett broke his arm! Oh my God!" And they're like, "No, Candy, it's Paul." And I'm like, "What?" Because he didn't even flinch. Nothing. He just sat down, and then I rewatched the video, and he literally looks at the camera and says, "I just broke my fucking arm." And I didn't even know that he broke his fucking arm. I was like, "Oh, great. This is going to be fun with a baby."
He pulled the rest of the tournament with his other arm.
Yeah, I'm one of those, when most people panic is when I just really calm down and get focused.
Yeah.
I learned a long time ago, panicking is like, I don't know how humans evolved to have the ability to panic, but it's like the worst thing you can, in a situation where people panic, that's usually the worst thing you could possibly do.
Yeah, for sure.
I think he was more terrified of the 2-hour road trip home with his wife and a baby in the car, with me being like, "What the fuck? I told you not to pull." Like, I think he was more worried about that than his broken arm.
That's for damn sure. I ended up losing my job over that shit. That was a rough patch. I sure wish that shit hadn't happened. It took me 4 years to get back where I'm at after I broke that son of a bitch. But I'm back and better than ever. I put hundreds of hours into this arm. This is about $100,000 arm with a titanium plate in it. All the surgery they did on it and all the hours. But I always said I was either going to get that arm back or die trying. And craziest thing, just one day it came back.
Titanium, he's special. I just have stainless steel on mine. But,
that's because you're age. They didn't want to waste titanium on you.
No. Saturday afternoon in South Australia, and Hollywood Matt has joined us in chat. Hollywood Matt Conley.
How long after the arm break did you say "I told you so"?
It was that night. I was on my way home.
I knew this would happen.
So, the worst part of the whole thing, I have a good tolerance for pain, but it's nothing abnormal. But when I broke my arm, it really didn't hurt. I don't know. I was calm. It didn't flail around and all that. I grabbed it and sat down and tried to stay calm and not.
Yeah, I didn't feel a damn thing either.
It didn't hurt. Now I was on the other side of an arm break match. I won't name my opponent, but when his arm broke, he actually passed out and had a legit seizure on the stage. Arm wrestling, you're not trying to hurt anybody, and usually the people you're pulling are your friends. And I'm not a very emotional guy, but that one got to me. That messed me up because I really cared for the guy quite a bit. I about cried when, A, I broke his arm, and then B, he fell over and passed out and had a seizure. And I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It was one of those situations. You just sit there, you almost feel like you're outside of yourself, watching your own body floating in there. Like, is this really happening? I wanted to, had a seizure for Christ's sake. So yeah, but when I broke mine, I just stayed calm. But I think some people panic really bad when they get hurt, and you start falling around. I imagine it would hurt really bad.
Matt said you lost your job after the arm break.
Sure did. That bunch of bastards.
Sucks.
Yeah, it wasn't a good situation.
What company? We'll go leave them a bad review.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry about that. He's got a wife.
J&J Brick. Yep. It's been 3 years, so I can talk about it now. But I even had to sign a damn disclosure where I couldn't even mention them for 3 years after I left.
Oh, don't worry. He's got the mouth of the South that took care of that. So
they're bad people. But yeah, my job required me to use my arm a little bit, and so they didn't like the fact I broke my arm, and that started a chain of events that found me unemployed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And seizures make every situation worse. Yeah,
They do, don't they? I've noticed that. No matter how bad things are going, if you have a seizure, they get a little worse.
I mean, they're going good and you have a seizure. That's a little bit worse.
Yeah. Now, hell, you can be having a great day and have a seizure. It just gets all fucked up.
Yeah. You could be getting laid and have a seizure, and that's it, dude.
I don't know. That might be fun.
That might be fun for the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, only on Tuesdays. Only on Tuesdays.
The question is, does the person that's not having a seizure stop or keep going till they finish?
Well, they probably don't know if they're going to stop. Like, they probably just keep going.
Yeah, like how do you tell the difference between a
just
seizure?
Just put a piece of wood in their mouth so they don't bite their tongue.
Well, now what kind of wood are we talking about, Candy?
Only on Tuesdays, Paul. Only on Tuesdays.
I don't know if I need them to bite it though. That's all.
And seizures are good if you put them in the bathtub and put the dirty washing in. That's true.
You know what? The next epileptic person I see, I'm going to throw them in my bathtub with my laundry.
I didn't know you did laundry, Paul.
I don't. I'll hide their Dilantin, and we'll just see what happens.
That was a low blow with the laundry comment.
Yeah, I got 17 years of marriage, and we're in the same house. We've never been on the same podcast before, ever. I basically, with the help of David, ran your whole fucking show for you, Ryan Grondin. So you can buy me a beer next weekend, and that'll be payment.
Now, the last time I saw Candy was in Florida.
Yes.
And Magda kept forcing those pineapple drinks down everyone.
They were so good, though.
Crazy down there.
She was like, "Oh my God, Candy, here's another one. It's so amazing." And I'm like, "Oh my God, I got to drive all the way back to Georgia."
Dude, that was a fun tournament.
She's a trip. Her and Sue, a trip.
Merlene and
Merlene, Sarah, Gabby, Sarah was drinking them just as fast as Magda.
Danielle, everybody was there.
Oh yeah. I love Danielle. Danielle's my girl.
I felt intimidated by the group of women that were down there. I was like,
there was definitely a caliber of women down there. That was a fun tournament.
Especially with all you guys drinking, I'm like, man, someone's gonna get hurt.
We were, I feel like we all remained very classy.
Yeah, no, it was fun. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we were classy, not trashy.
Yeah.
Sarah was yelling at Ryan at the last Knuckles Up every time he put his elbow on the table, like, "You're not supposed to be doing that."
She was so mad. I had just had my surgery, and I was, you know, when you have surgery.
Yeah,
and you
she's
feel
a big mama bear. Yeah,
like,
she's a
I
big
kept
mama bear.
trying to like test it out on the table, and she'd catch me pulling, and she's like, "You just had surgery. Stop!" And she kept stopping me.
I said, "Why should he listen to you? He doesn't listen to his doctor."
We I figured out, me and Sarah, I didn't know that our birthdays were so close, but we are exactly 10 years apart. So she's 33 and I'm 43. I mean, never looked like that at 33 or 12 or 10 or 21 or whatever, but we are 10 years apart.
I know Mikey's coming up to Winter Blast. I think last
Is
I
he?
talked, she said she was coming too, so that should be good.
Well, Ryan,
Yeah.
Ryan's about your age, but he could be your dad to look at him. You know, the way he takes care of himself.
Dave, you're everybody's great grandfather. So. But I'm looking forward to Winter Blast. So you can ask Paul, dude. The card for Armwrestling is crazy. Good card.
Yeah. How much can we talk about that right now to promote? Are we free to just go
No.
all out, say whatever? Or?
No one told me not to, but
Yeah,
I think Paul should walk out in American flag Speedo.
Oh, Paul, do it. There's no way. Like, your opponent is going to be scared shitless if you have the balls to come out like that. Like, oh man.
How
Oh,
cold
he's
is
got the
robe
balls.
gonna be? How cold is the robe going to be?
Either way,
I mean, we just jumped in a
match.
we just jumped in a fucking cold pool. Like, I'm sure they wouldn't be any smaller than that was.
Well, I was wearing shorts there, not a Speedo, so that's
Yeah.
less revealing.
well, one Winter Blast, we had a freaking winter blast, snowstorm, and then the next year it was like spring out. So you never know in March up here. It's weird.
Well, that's Georgia. It was 61 today, and it's going to be 7 Monday morning.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna be colder than up here in New York.
Yeah.
I'm slightly concerned about the weather coming in this week and how it may affect our flight up there. We're going to have a bad system hitting like the day before. I hope it doesn't get I hope it's something that gets screwed up.
Yeah, that would suck.
There's gonna be 40 up here. What the hell?
I'll take your place at Knuckles Up, Paul.
Oh boy.
Get them.
I think they'll let you use both hands. I don't think they'll help, but they'll probably let you use both hands.
Definitely.
I've already said if they ever offer leg wrestling, like I would kill everybody in leg wrestling.
Oh, you didn't kill me. She told me she
I know
hit me
you
a leg
freaking
wrestling.
dislocated my shoulder, asshole.
we literally were all drunk in my living room. We had a bunch of friends over, and we leg wrestled. And I pulled her shoulder out of socket.
And then he's like, "I told you so."
then we were all drunk, getting on Google trying to figure out how to pop a shoulder back into place.
No, that was David Hobbs. No, that was David Hobbs on the boat.
That was a different one. You hurt your shoulder at the lake when you're tubing, and me and Hobbs were trying to pop your shoulder back in on the boat.
I got back on the boat, and Hobbs is like, "I got you. I was in the military. I can pop your shoulder back in." And meanwhile, my arm is like flailing. And then I hear, "Okay, Google, how do you pop a shoulder?" And I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me right now?"
That's
and
awesome.
then I was like, "Candy, do you remember how I popped your shoulder in when I pulled it out when we were doing the leg wrestling?" She's like, "No." I was like, "I wish we could do something like you do like that and turn it in." It worked. Did it not work though? I popped your shoulder back in.
Yeah, but now I have a torn. I always call it a labia, and I always mix it up. And I know the labia is like down there on it, so I call it a labia, but I know it's your labrum. But I always mix them up. I don't know how, but I tore my labrum, my rotator cuff, everything, and I still pull with this arm. Never had surgery, so all these dudes are like, "Yeah, I tore my labrum, and I did this, and I got to have surgery and all that." Yeah,
Paul,
I still think
you tore her labia, Paul?
Yeah, I tore my. I swear, I was having a conversation with somebody. I swear on my kids' lives, and I was like, "Yeah, I tore my labia arm wrestling," and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Well, you're not
Yeah,
supposed to say it
I
on the
like the
stream.
labia a lot better than labrum.
Yeah, yeah. It makes you sound cooler, Paul.
Yeah, yeah. Even though I didn't, I'll just say I did. How's that sound?
Oh my God.
I don't think you can tear up. I've never seen one in a junkyard. They need to figure out a way to make tires
You
out of
you haven't had a child.
it.
Paul, what do you think? Team USA all day at Arm Gods?
Yes.
I think so too. I think we got a strong USA team.
I haven't seen the card yet.
We have a really strong USA team, like pretty across the board. Everybody on it's a solid motherfucker. I think. I mean, I know the Brits are going to be tough, but man, they're up. They got a solid bunch of son of a bitches to pull.
Yeah.
Not one weak one on our side. I mean, I don't know about all them. I know about my opponent real well, but I know we got a solid ass team.
Yeah. It's gonna be good.
The shit talk is probably going to get real interesting eventually on our chat.
That chat's funny, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If once I really have time to engage, like I've been so busy the last few days, I hadn't really said too much, but yeah.
We'll get them. We'll get them.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Sluggo wanted to make his first ever podcast appearance.
That's my
Oh,
There we go.
Say, say my name's Sluggo.
He's a good boy.
You
And
know,
then
Paul,
there's
it's funny,
him.
man. You know, Paul, my son Colin still talks to your niece Taylor.
Yeah.
Oh God. Oh Lord.
Yeah. They still talk, man. It's been what, like 4 or 5 years. They're still friends. I'm like, oh, cool. That's cool, man.
Yeah. That is cool. Yeah. I want to say that was when they met, that was probably 2021-ish, maybe 22.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, he's a good kid. How's he doing?
Oh, he's doing good, man. He's football crazy right now.
How big is he now?
5'11", 176.
Holy shit.
Yep, 15.
Damn.
That's a big 15-year-old. That's a big
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
What position does he play?
He plays left guard and tackle.
Okay. Play defense?
Defense. Yeah.
He play guard and tackle and defense.
Guard and tackle, yeah. Yeah.
Both. Okay. That's cool.
We have a question from Captain Obvious there, Ryan.
Will Beer Man be there for the ceremonial beer smash to the head? I don't know. I mean, I know they got some people coming down from Canada, so maybe they'll bring him down since he's the Canadian Arm Gods representative, I guess. But yeah, we'll see. And just a heads up, Arm Gods is going to start coming to do stuff in America more now. So it'll be another opportunity for a lot of guys in America with Arm Gods.
I'm hoping things go good enough with me and Arm Gods, and I get to know them well enough where I get an invite to Ireland or England to go.
That's like the ultimate, yeah. That's why I was trying to tell all the Team USA, and I'll bring it up at the tournament too. Like, if you guys are amped up and they like you and stuff like that, like that's an opportunity to go to Ireland or the UK.
Oh God, how cool would that be for real? Honestly, just I'm going to Ireland to pull one of their champions or England. Oh my God, that'd be amazing.
Dude.
Will you go turn off the heater in the bathroom, please?
Most people, it's like a bucket list trip anyway. So, like anybody would be lucky to get that.
Well, when I pulled Craig Touye in Alabama State last year, I got the win on him, and he injured himself, and he had the Ireland match with Arm Gods like a month later. You remember that?
No.
Yeah, I do remember.
I felt so because Craig. I don't know if God's ever made a nicer human being than Craig Touye. That is one of the just not, and I look up to him too. He's one of my heroes in the sport. Is actually that episode of Game of Arms that when he was Team Louisiana's captain on the shrimp dock where he was pulling, that's what inspired me to even get in the sport. So when I got that win on him, it was amazing, but it felt awful when he got hurt at the same time, and then missed out on a trip to damn Ireland. It felt awful.
Yeah, I met Craig
Turn
for
it
the
this way.
first time in person at Knuckles Up, and it was cool to talk to him. Super nice guy.
I mean, so nice. Like the nice him and Denise both are two of the nicest people I ever met in my life.
Yeah.
Guy's just an animal on the table too. You know.
Oh yeah.
It's,
sure.
He's I enjoy talking to him. I can sit and talk with him, drink some beers with him for hours. He's a man's man for sure.
Have you started to study your opponent yet?
Yes, I've been studying him hard. If there's a video of him, I've seen it several times, and I'm
Got it down where it's me.
I've got a very solid game plan. I honestly, and I feel like I'm a bad stylistic matchup for him. When I watch his wins and his losses and what he does good and what he's kind of weak against, what I do well, I think is going to be very difficult for him to stop.
Yeah, I think so. I think all the Americans have a really good chance at winning their matches.
Yeah. Far as what do I think of Auden's call out on Artem?
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I think Autumn's going to win that one.
I've pulled Artem several times, plenty of times, and I didn't. I was at East versus West with Auden when he pulled that bodybuilder guy.
Yeah,
and I didn't get to pull Auden, so I couldn't really gauge them against each other. Had I had the chance to pull him before they ran us out of there, I might could have given you a good answer on that one, but it's hard to tell. I mean,
I think to me personally, I think Auden has too much hype for him, and I think his style is too much. He has a press, like I don't know, he's too much shoulder connected, man. I think Auden's going to get the height and go right around his hand. To be honest,
that's going to be the first match where I can really watch Auden if he does pull Artem and be able to gauge him.
Yeah,
I haven't seen him really pull anybody I can gauge. He beat a non-arm wrestler, the bodybuilder guy. I mean, he looked like a strong young man, but I can't gauge him. And then he beat the Korean Hulk, who's actually like 5 foot tall. Most people don't know that.
Yeah,
but those bodybuilders aren't too hard to beat anyway.
Right. Once he pulls Artem, I think everybody will know a lot more about where Auden's at. He needs to pull somebody somewhat legit, and that would be Artem. So
I just think Artem's style, man, is like forward and shoulder, and I just think Larry is just going to go right over around his hand over the top of it. I think only because I don't know. Again, Paul.
Yeah, he's with that one. I really couldn't say. Once he pulls a few more people, I could probably give you more of an honest opinion on him. But I haven't seen him actually really pull and beat a true other arm wrestler yet. And he needs to do that. He needs to pull another real arm wrestler. I know he's getting some big name guys for YouTube, and that's really how you get somewhere in this sport, unfortunately. But if you want to really be taken a little bit more serious, he needs to pull Artem, and then the whole community will know a little bit more about Auden's level.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I mean, that really could go either way. Auden could be really good. He looks really good, but I haven't seen him test himself against another true arm wrestler. But Sal, I agree with what you said. I mean, based on what I've seen, he could very well do that, but I haven't seen him do it to another real arm wrestler yet either.
Yeah, I agree.
He looked like a big, strong kid. I talked to him.
He's got his daddy, though. I mean, it is like, he's got like he makes his daddy look and put him awkward. He puts Devin in some awkward positions too,
Yeah, I mean, if all that's as legit as it may be on video, then yeah, he's a bad dude.
Yeah, for sure.
Cody, you are so right. The match is Landon Anderson, and Auden is ducking him so bad. He got offered $5,000 and still didn't take that match.
Yeah.
And Landon, and I was on the show when it happened. Landon deserves that match. They're the same age, size, and all that. That's the match, and Auden should take that. And then we would really know where he's at. He's pulling a legit guy that's his age, his class, his similar size, and all that. That's the match, really. He needs to
how heavy is Auden? How heavy is that kid anyway? He's like what, 245, 260, something like that? Is it?
he stays between 220-ish to 242 usually somewhere.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, that's his range. So I would say that's the match really.
Yeah.
And I think Landon beats him. At least if they pull left for sure, because Landon's left's legit. Right-handed, I think is still pretty close.
Yeah, that's true. Devin did get mad at Paul Italia for trying to set that match up for some reason.
Wonder why. I mean,
I don't know. I'd be like,
why
hey.
would you get mad? It's just a call out. I mean, we're in a sport where people compete. People are going to call you out if you got a name.
Right.
I think when you have sons in the sport like we do, and like how Garrett's dad was in the chat when me and David were running the show, and we said again that Garrett and Daniel need to meet back up again. It would be a good match because it's been 2 years since they pulled. Like Paul being who Paul is, and then you got Devin being Devin. You want to support your child, but you don't want to give them the wrong information and just say, just because you're Devin's son, then go all the way to the top. Like,
right.
To me as a mom and Paul as a dad, like, we're not going to, oh, Daniel's amazing, let's just throw him out there, like, take on whoever and all this stuff. That's why that other kid would have been an amazing match for him. That would have really showed where he's at, but he's like, no, I'm just going to go on to bigger and better things. Whatever my dad says is what I'm going to do. So,
right. I mean,
Cody?
$5,000. I'll pull him for $5,000. Shit.
Hell,
If he can beat an old man, shit.
yeah. I mean, my dog will pull him for $5,000.
It takes a long time to work out $5,000. And I was on the show. I don't know why I don't know why anybody would get mad, because it was actually a very respectful call out too. Nobody was,
and that kid is super sweet too. The Anderson kid, he's super nice. Yeah,
he is.
He's super nice.
Atlanta's pretty chill.
Cody said he'd blow him for $5,000.
Hold up now, wait a minute.
Left field.
Hey, Paul, there's your chance. There's your chance, Paul.
Screenshot sure didn't happen.
I know who wouldn't do that to me for $5,000, and she's in the top right corner of my computer. We've been very lazy, all that shit stopped.
Hey, you give me $5,000, I'll get the vacuum cleaner out for you, buddy.
Yeah, man.
Woo! 2 speeds.
Yeah.
Is LeRae Jenkins somewhat to blame also? Oh God.
Poor guy.
Yeah. Some unfortunate things happening in
Hell, why not? Let's just blame LeRae on that one too.
Yeah. He gets blamed for everything. Why not blame LeRae?
I got drunk and tripped and fell down the stairs the other night, and that was LeRae's fault.
Caleb,
My shoulder hurts.
We should make a
LeRae's
meme.
fault.
LeRae's fault. Hashtag LeRae's fault.
I heard Caleb Armbender needs some money.
Damn.
Hey, if anybody wants to make a cartoon in the arm wrestling community, man, I think it'd be perfect. Make a cartoon out of every arm wrestler. It'd be great. Make a story behind it. You got some characters in the sport.
I think we're already living a cartoon, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Arm Guys does the AI shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have AI of like
That's just funny as hell,
They're
bro.
gonna start doing shirts of like all the top arm wrestlers in an AI cartoon on the shirt. They'll probably get sued by some arm wrestlers that
Something. Yeah.
Something, like that's my face.
Just start adding to the waivers that you
Or
your
the guys
likeness
will be
to.
like, you should have made my left bicep a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
It's not that small.
I got to messing around on that Facebook thing where you can do the AI pictures of yourself. It said, imagine me as the Incredible Hulk or the Punisher or Superman. I started texting Candy and Daniel all the pictures it was doing. I started like, all right, Dad, stop. That's too much. I sent him like 50
'Cause
pictures of me being random
we're on a group message, me, Paul, and Daniel, so that if Daniel needs to be picked up from wrestling or whatever, like me and Paul both see it, so we don't forget about our child. Well, I send emojis and gifts because I'm an over 40-year-old mom is what Daniel calls me.
Mhm.
Paul starts sending all these AI generated things. And finally, me and Daniel both were like, stop, like, just stop. Like, it was ridiculous.
Once you get you go down that AI rabbit hole, it's addicting. Like you start making all these images.
He was
take it
one of
from
them where he
Ryan.
was like Conan the Barbarian or something like that. And he had like this long hair that was like, I was like, stop.
It was beautiful. I wish my hair did look
Oh
like
my
that.
God. Oh my God.
Imagine Paul with long hair showing up at a tournament. Dude.
He'd be like Fabio. He'd be
Yeah, that would be hilarious. We gotta
That
get
would be awesome.
we gotta get him a wig.
I'm sad I don't have nice hair.
That picture that where it was New Year's Eve and I put my hair just over his head like while he was sitting there, and everybody's like, oh my God, you look totally different with hair, but it was my hair on his head.
That's funny.
Sal, how did your match go with Cole?
It was just practice. We didn't really. It wasn't really a match, but he spoke out the first one with a little flash press, and then I think I had the best of him.
Nice.
He can't be. He can't.
It looked like Cole was dogging you, man.
He can't confidently. Whatever. He can't confidently beat me 3 times in a row. So it's all good.
You can't be letting the IHOP manager beat you. That's terrible.
Ryan, have you ever had
that
a
don't
husband
happen.
and wife on your show?
No, I don't think so.
This is the first.
First time? Woo.
Yeah.
Cole's strong. Don't get me wrong, but he's only got 3 years under him.
Yeah, he's still fairly new.
Yep.
I told him one time, I said, I think you think you're a lot stronger than you actually are.
No, he's got
And
some really good
he
brute
got his
strength.
feelings hurt about that. And I was like, I didn't say you were weak, dude. I'm just saying I think you think you're up here and you're like right here.
Well, like for example, like when we pulled at IHOP 2 weeks ago, he's just as strong, but I think I was just transitioning a little faster than him. You know what I mean? That's all, and just a little more technical. He knows it. He'll tell you the same thing.
Super Paul.
All right, I'll
He
stop
actually
now.
went with all those AX. Oh, jeez.
There's a whole lot more. I'll stop the.
Y'all, it was a lot. It was like 50 pictures, like back to back to back to back to back.
That's
I was
so
You and
I
Ryan
just
will
said,
get along.
What else? Who else could I be here?
Big Rig, imagine it's on my Facebook, man. I made a little video.
Okay, I'll look it up. My Facebook's been blowing up. There's just too much going on it.
Cody just loves Cody. Cody beats me all the time. Cody's the man.
Yeah, we just don't film it. We wouldn't want to ruin Sal's reputation.
That's right.
It's all secret, top secret, classified. You just got to take Cody's word for it.
I'm excited to
make it
have
out
him
the
come.
Winter Blast.
I'm excited to have Paul come because Paul and people, I don't know if people remember, but Paul and Candy were at our first 98 tournament ever.
Yep.
I want to say, and I just posted that video, Ryan, on Facebook, but I want to say I was on your first podcast. If it wasn't, it was one of your very first ones, and I just posted that podcast and tagged
you were one of the very first ones, yeah.
Yep, I've been a big supporter of 98%. Just when you got in touch with me and explained with me what you're trying to do when you're establishing 98%, I was like, hell yeah, the sport needs that so bad. Because it only catered to really legitimately, like you said, this whole thing, we catered about 2% of us, and everybody else is just kind of sitting here, hey, I want some attention.
The whole reason of 98% is to find new talent to, shine a light on.
Yeah.
And, we get a lot of hate, though. Like, a lot of people were like, oh, you guys are too new to be doing this and throwing tournaments. And, I think
says who?
we've been around long enough now where I just tell those
Yeah,
people,
but it's not only you catching hell too, man. Even some of us, like local guys too. You remember, there's some guys they're dictators of the state, and they don't want you to do fucking nothing. That's the main thing.
We got to hear too. We caught a lot of crap when we started our club because nobody was doing practices in the state.
Right, even to the point where they get mad you practice somebody else. Fuck that. You know, you practice
Yeah.
whoever fuck I want to practice with. You kiss my ass. That's what I think.
And people that I'm friends with got their feelings hurt about it. Like the way
Yeah.
we went about it, I guess. And I was like, guys, it's just arm wrestling and we're just fucking arm wrestling.
Right.
Well, you know,
Why are you pressed about it, you know?
dude,
Right.
because we as 98 are always like, fuck that guy or tell everybody to fuck off. That's why
Yeah.
hates us. So
Yeah,
That's right.
wanted to do this because we don't give a fuck about anybody else.
Right. I'm sorry I don't treat it like church.
I got in the beginning too. Oh, why are you fucking with those amateurs and blah blah? I'm like, dude, they're trying to grow the sport. Like, what do you mean? Like, they're promoting and
That's
just
where the
leaving
future is.
We're more fun. We're just more fun.
Yeah.
It's all my motto has always been I'd rather ask for forgiveness than permission.
Fuck yeah.
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 Like I do hate going to tournaments and it's a bunch of people that like have been doing it for a really, really long time. And so like the moment the tournament's done, they just want to go home. Like they're not there to actually have a good time. They're not here to have fun. Like I love it when I go to a tournament and there's just like way more amateurs. I say amateurs, but people who aren't in the open class, all of them. And like they all want to hang out after and they all want to after pull till the bar kicks us out, you know, stuff like that. Just more fun.
That's the best part about it. Just hanging out, making friends. But you know, there'll always be haters. Fuck them.
Yep.
Especially as long as you're part of it.
Yeah.
You're an easy target, Ryan.
Enemy of the sport.
Yeah.
I will say this though: my Engen mask that I was wearing at King of the Table, they thought I was crazy for wearing that to a King of the Table thing because you know Engen's involvement. But Devin pulled out cash and tried to buy it off me, and I was like, "No, you could just have it, dude." And I gave it to him, so he might wear it at some point somewhere. Maybe we'll see him wear it.
We're waiting to see an appearance of it on a podcast, man.
That would be hilarious if he just put it on somewhere.
He joins the Zoom call and he's got it on. They're arguing about King's moves.
He probably bought it off me to burn it so that I stopped making fun of Engen.
Nah, he probably has it lying around.
Yeah, I'm sure. He put it
It's, it's next to his Dennis Saplinkoff shirt. It's up there next to his red shirt.
He sent me a text the next day thanking me for it, and I was like, you better wear it one of these days and send me a picture. And he said he just did a thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Okay.
You know, I'll have a cardboard cutout of Engen at Winter Blast. So
oh no. Oh no.
Bring some darts.
Yeah. We'll have like a dart competition in the corner.
Yeah.
Who can hit the eyebrows of the bullseye?
Dude, Arm Gods wants to have like some Revolutionary War reenactors there, like playing the war drums and shit. So it could be pretty crazy if we can find some people to do it.
Well, I mean, you know, it's in Philadelphia, Independence Hall. We'd probably find somebody to do something like that.
I emailed all of them, like, because the tournament's in Valley Forge, which they do reenactments at Valley Forge. So I reached out to all those guys, and dude, unfortunately, they thought it was a great idea till I told them.
Do you want to try to get there at 9, or you want 9:30? Okay, or what?
Once I said it was arm wrestling, they kind of.
Right, so what we'll do is I'm going to get up and get a shower. Like I said, I'm just going to wear my hair up. Does it look okay?
Not muted.
I muted her. I muted her just in case. She's talking about personal stuff. Like, I'll unmute her when she comes back. But yeah, so all like the reenactors thought it was like, oh, you're having an event, we'd love to do it, and they were like, what kind of an event is it? And when I said arm wrestling, they were like, oh, we'll let you know.
Oh boy,
dude, I should have just lied to him and been, you know. But I was thinking
it was America versus Britain top strip club match, pole dancing contest, and I guarantee you they would have all volunteered to do it for free.
I was thinking as a backup plan, maybe reach out to like a high school or a college and get their band there playing the, you know, some Revolutionary War drums.
You could always just have Nanya pull the fire alarm.
Yeah, dude. Again, Jesus.
Security guards at every single fire alarm.
Yeah, dude. I'm gonna have them disable the fire alarm system this year.
Not me.
Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. I was
It's
at
an
the
easy
Albany,
joke.
I was at the Albany tournament, and
Let me unmute her.
there was a joke made about
Sorry.
someone being a 98 security guard.
Oh. Well, you're fired.
I didn't
I was
fully
trying
hear
to
the
be a
joke, but
mom, and I let my dog out that quick, Ryan. See how fast I let my dog out?
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, mine started barking and it woke my daughter up, and then she didn't want to go back to sleep. And I was like, damn it.
Well, we have state wrestling in the morning, so I'm trying to figure out what time he wanted to be there and all that. But I didn't even think about that I needed to. I don't even have an option to mute. I don't even know how to mute.
There's a bar. Well, on the you're on the phone. I don't remember the phone
Yeah.
settings.
Yeah, there's nothing on. I'm on an Android too, so there's that.
A real phone.
Yes. Thank
Hell
you.
yeah.
Thank you.
Not
I
the
knew
jank
I liked
ass
you.
iPhones.
I knew I liked you. I knew I liked Cody. I already knew it.
Someone has to.
Y'all got that? Did y'all this will be on YouTube later, right?
Yeah. I don't care. I personally don't care. I got a good deal on my phone, and it happens to be an iPhone.
Android, baby.
I'm
Yes.
team iPhone. Team iPhone.
I'm whatever is cheapest, dude.
Usually Android, traditionally the cheapest.
Traditionally, but I paid $400 for this 13 Pro Max, so can't complain.
I got a Pixel 7a, but I buy all my phones used on eBay, like the refurbished at the end of the year. They usually have some sale, and that's when I buy. So this was like a $325 phone. And I
Oh,
just
what's
keep
mine?
moving
A
my SIM card.
S20. I think mine's a S22 or whatever. It's like 3 years old. I had the Note 5, which was my favorite phone, and it just like shit the bed. And then I got this one like 3 years ago. But I don't know. I always feel so lost when I get a new phone. I don't even know what I'm doing. Like I'm used to the original Nokia, like I'm the pager generation. Like we had pagers, beepers,
Yeah.
beeper codes where you had to figure
BlackBerry.
out Morse code.
Right? You'd be like 911, and you're like, fuck, I gotta hurry up.
No, or they would type with, you had to like 2 was ABC, 3 was, and you had to sit there and be like, what are they trying to tell me? And all this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy.
When we have conversations with Daniel about that we're pre-internet, because, internet really has not been around that long. He's just like with Taylor, my niece Taylor, I had them in the car and I was like, yeah, we were around before internet. And they're like, what? There used to not be internet? And we were like, no.
That's hilarious. Oh, Dave Shubich in that.
Hey, what's up, Dave?
This guy.
What's up, fellas?
Property value just went up.
Good to see you guys.
You know what's gonna happen for me in March? I'm pulling 3 tournaments in March.
Dude, March is a busy month for arm wrestling all around the country.
Yeah, a lot of stuff in March.
You got Arnold's in the beginning of the month. The 8th is IFA Nationals in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole bunch of stuff in between the 8th and Winter Blast. So I'm like, man, it's a stacked month this month.
And the weekend after Winter Blast, Sean has his tournament in Hattiesburg that I'm going to. There's something. I mean,
And there's a tournament also in Rochester.
Yeah,
little Mac event.
The week after.
Brody, send me the information on that Hattiesburg tournament.
JJ hit me up and he's like, hey,
all right, I'm gonna do it right now because I forgot last time.
Did he apologize?
JJ was like, I'm throwing a tournament a week after Winter Blast. And I was like, you better not. And then I was like,
sad Glenn Brooks, man, it's all good.
Now
You better be nice to JJ.
Oh, I love JJ, dude.
Is Mac part of the round table?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Mac is part of the round
They're
table.
on thin ice, huh? With that little stunt.
They just talk about the Mac table the whole hour.
That's gonna be. I'm hoping that's gonna be Big Mike's first Mac event, the Rochester one.
Which one's Big Mike?
Oh yeah, we have like 3 of them at the team, anyways. Yarm. That's why we need a better nickname for him. Yeah, we have a teammate who did pretty good at the Albany tournament. Got his first gold on me. Fuck.
We got a local guy, Kevin Kaler, on the Arm Gods card.
Oh, nice.
That'll be
Oh,
good.
is it pretty good?
Oh, you would know.
Yeah.
What?
Nathan McAllen from Cali coming in, dude. He's a beast.
Yeah.
Paul pulled
did you
him.
lose to him?
Paul, isn't that who you pulled?
Yep, that's during the ARS 64.
Yeah,
They gave us a super match.
yeah. He's a good up and comer though. He's
Yeah,
nice guy too. Super
I'll
nice.
be
He's
I'll be-
really nice dude.
super nice guy. I'll be working. I'll be cornering him in his match, and then
Oh, nice.
he'll be one of the people in my corner too.
Yeah, I
me and
met
him got to be
I
pretty
went
good
out to
friends.
Arizona, and then we just became friends, like like we did. And so anybody that is good to 98, when I have an opportunity to try to get them an opportunity, I always pick the same guys that have been like solid for us all this time.
Nice.
Paul Batsmore and Jody Williams and
Yeah.
guys that have helped us out along the way.
Yeah. Usually when I corner someone, I rob them as well.
No, a lot of people I've cornered didn't win. I don't know if I'm the best cornerman. I mean,
They blame their losses on you now.
yeah. Well, man, it stinks when you're cornering somebody and you realize that they're completely outclassed and there really isn't a lot you can say. You're like,
How would you just say try King's moving?
Like, just
You're
go
like,
out there and
okay.
do your best.
that you weren't anywhere near a top roll at any point, so maybe try hooking him.
Yeah.
Just try your best.
That didn't work. Do something different.
Yeah. I can't stand seeing somebody's try the same thing 3 times in a row. I can't stand that.
Beat me. It's going to be 3 different ways.
So when Jerry Caderet pulled Levon, I went up to him after and I was talking to him and he was like, dude, I did the same thing every time because he said he felt so strong and he was shutting him down that he felt like his only angle was that one angle. So he just kept trying it over and over. And he's like, I should have just tried to transition into a hook or something. And but he said Levon shut him down. Like
it's always easier after the fact.
Yeah.
You
Well,
watch the
even
video,
Jerry, he even set up. I mean, he could have still flopped, and he could have started a little different. He could have started because you notice he was putting his hand almost as vertical as possible. Like normally you would do if you're trying to flop somebody. But Levon just kind of let Jerry put his arm in Levon's hand.
Yeah,
he could have backed up some and made Levon back down a little bit. I'm not saying it would have worked, but it is frustrating to see somebody you want win to do the same exact thing 3 times.
Yeah,
like I watched Dustin go to East versus West. He did the same thing 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
That was the one thing I said don't do.
I mean, and I would imagine, Paul, you probably know, on a big stage like that, your mind probably isn't that.
Yes. It's happened to me before. I did it one time. I did that one time and I lost it. My problem was I pulled the guy in a hook and 1 inch from the pin pad, and nobody had ever pulled me out of that position before, and he pulled me out of the position, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And I walked around, and my cornermen were like, "Damn, what do you want to try next?" I said, "He can't do that again."
that was us last year. That's what happened last year with us. That was me you're talking about, right? I'm just joking.
Yeah, there you go. And then he did it again. I mean, I jerked him over, and then the third round, I was like, he can't do that again. And he did it again. I was like, okay. And then I pulled him in the tournament after I calmed down. We both pulled the tournament afterwards, and I tried something different and beat him easy. And then I pulled him in another tournament about a month later. I beat him easy. I was like, why didn't I change that up? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Well, he won't do it again.
No. I mean, he's never beaten me since then, but I did manage to go out there and do the same dumb move 3 times in a row and get the same result.
I got you. Yeah, I remember cornering for Andre Shark, and he brought his own massage gun. So he's working on his own arm. I'm like, all right, I'm just going to play shadow over here and not do a goddamn thing.
I cornered BJ one time with the Monster Factory. That's
why I didn't see you.
You said you were cornering BJ?
I cornered BJ one time at Monster Factory. He's been like 4 or 5 times. And that's the only match he's lost is when he let me come with him and corner him. I told him, I said, don't you ever let me talk to you in a super match ever again. Don't let me in the room.
Yeah, cornering somebody that you don't practice with is a little out of your depth because you don't really know what their lane is. Like you haven't seen the countless hours at practice. Oh, you're probably really good here. Go for that. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, it was the match with Chance. It wasn't like it was a strength thing. BJ just wasn't strong as Chance.
Yeah.
I mean, I've practiced with BJ, but I wasn't gonna corner him out of that. I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that was my original statement. I was like, it just sucks when you're cornering somebody and they're just completely outclassed, and there's really not much that they're capable of doing in any way to win. And you're like, man, I hate this. I really don't have much to tell you.
Like, I wish I could help right now.
You want water?
Yeah. I'll when this match ends, I'll get you off the stage really fast.
What's up? What's going on, man? Hold on one second. Hold on, man. All right, let's go.
I had a corner man for my event, for my super match. First time met him at the event. Kid knew what he was talking about.
Meet cute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Patrick. Yeah, but no, it definitely helped a lot with I won both my super matches 3-0.
Now, I will say this. I've had several times where cornermen saved my bacon, and I listened to them. They helped me make an adjustment when I wasn't thinking clearly because something didn't go my way and big crowd and all that. Pulled me aside, told me what to do. I've had several. Matter of fact, you remember the Wall 505 match I had against Corey West where he beat me the first round?
Yeah.
I walked over and I had Bill Logson and Brian Kerner in my corner, and I was like, shit, I wasn't expecting that. And they said, Paul, all you did, you pull him over and then let him back up. They said 2 things. Don't let him back up. Because I let him back up and was going to reset. And when I did, he actually got a way better spot. And then I tried to reset, and then I elbow fouled, and I was sitting there holding him, and it was a running foul. And Bart Wood was like, foul. And I was like, shit. And then I was like, if I put as much effort as it's going to take to pull him back over out of this even stronger position, I'm really going to be screwed. So I let it go. And then I wouldn't have even got the win because it was a running foul. And then I walked over to my corner, and I'm a little bit, my mind's running, and Brian and Bill were like, you pulled him over, so do the same thing again. He's not going to be able to stop your hit. And this time with the wall pads, they're 1.5, 2 inches wider. So pull your elbow all the way to the back of that wall pad when you hit him and pull him over and just wait. He's not coming out of that. And so that's exactly what I did the next, 3 rounds and beat him.
What do you think Corey's mount time is?
So what now?
What do you think Corey's mount time is on foot?
I'd give him about 45 minutes, maybe. That might be. That's one of the largest human beings. Like when he's
repping him is a nightmare.
He's really wide, right? You can tell that, but when you see him, you don't realize like how thick he is. He's as thick as he is. He looks like a refrigerator.
Right.
He's very.
I really want to see him because I'm a big dude. I want to see the size comparison.
Well, he's a taller than him.
Well, taller, yeah. That's why
Brian
I missed my chance.
is fucking massive.
I wanted to see how I looked like this
gorilla for a reason. He really is abnormally proportioned, kind of like a damn gorilla. He's super
Eric,
wide.
He's big.
Compared to Brian Shaw, you look like you would have been in like a concentration camp.
Yeah, but Brian Shaw.
So what did you look like next to him?
Bro, you saw the pictures.
That's what I did.
I tried to
I looked like a picture of him at 2 weeks old.
I tried to hold my phone so that him and Eddie looked a lot shorter than they were. So they look like they're like, little midgets.
No, they're definitely like both of them would definitely be bigger than me, but I just want to see how much bigger.
Yeah.
Because like I go to events, I'm usually the biggest guy there.
Yeah. I mean, I was as big as Brian Shaw in his 3rd trimester.
Stay down in Mississippi, please.
Biggest guy, but smallest heart.
Yeah.
The cowardly lion.
Those big guys can be a pain in the ref too, though, especially if they're crowding the center real hard with their shoulder. It, like a skinny guy can get way up in the way, you know, like he can be twisted up, but I can still get my arms in there. But I have refed Corey West and Jeremy Parker together, and Corey's a lot bigger, but Jeremy's a big kid too. And I had to ready go with one hand. I couldn't get both hands in there.
Oh my god,
that's me standing between Derek Smith and some Olympic shot putter. We're doing a grip competition.
Holy
that's
shit!
not Karl Mauerskoth?
I think so. Yeah, he was some well-known Olympian.
Yeah, he's a stud grip guy.
Eric's a big boy too,
dude. That's a terrible Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, I'm 6 foot tall.
Yeah,
I'm 6 foot tall. I mean, that I felt like a kid. Candy's like, holy shit, I need to take a pic because I was talking to him. But what was weird is I just beaten them both in arm wrestling too.
That's nice.
And then Candy's like, you got to see this. Just y'all three pose right where you're at. And she took that picture. I was like, oh my god, that's ridiculous.
Wait, how tall is Derek Smith?
He's got to be right at 7 foot. I mean, he's not much. He don't miss it by much. Probably not quite, but I mean, I'm 6 foot, and he was a good head taller.
Head taller.
And then that other guy was a little bit taller than Derek.
Oh wow, I didn't know Carl was that tall.
You know, fun fact: I used to sell brick for a living, and I sold Shaquille O'Neal his brick. He lives in Atlanta, and the top of my head comes up to about the bottom of his chest. That is he's a legit Sasquatch. When I first saw him at his house, he walked out. I was like, God damn, that's a big motherfucker.
What'd you sell?
Cocaine.
Bricks of
kilos, man, kilos.
Yeah.
Hell, it's all like relative though. Like I remember the first time I saw Paul was like 2 years ago at Sean's Georgia event when he came to pull Corey Bresnan, and I was like, that's a lot bigger than I thought he was.
Who's that guy? Ryan, can you translate?
What?
He said Corey Bresnan. Who's that?
Oh yeah, I don't know who that is. You mean Tim Bresnan's illegitimate son?
No, that's not what you called him before.
You know, me and Corey hurt each other bad. That was a nasty match. Corey ended up having to go to the emergency room on his way home. He tore something like in his throat.
Shitty son.
Damn.
And I tore my pec. We hurt each other bad in that one. That was a nasty match.
Yeah.
That was fun picking on Corey about that those days when he was coming on. Like whenever Corey Bresnan would come on here, we would not call him Corey Bresnan. We called him Tim Bresnan's shitty son. And he was like, why do you guys keep calling me that? We're like, I don't know. That's what your dad told us.
I always love hanging out with Tim and Corey.
Oh, Tim's funny as shit, dude.
If you ever want to really get him talking, he is very passionate about his dogs, which I love dogs too. Yeah, he'll talk to you all day about his dogs. And it's interesting
rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, he loves his dogs. He's coming to Winter Blast.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he moved to Tennessee, so he lives close enough. He comes to my house and trains occasionally. You know, those are usually some good tracks.
Is he always packing?
He's trying to get on the card. Wants to get on the card, but I don't know if Armgods has anybody for him because the card's pretty stacked right now.
Yeah, right. I tell you, did you know that him and Ron Bath had never actually arm wrestled each other before?
Really?
And their first match was in my house in my practice, and I'd always wanted that. That was like if I could ever watch any two people arm wrestle, it was Tim Bresnan and Ron Bath before they met. You know, two of my heroes. Literally, they never wanted to see what would happen.
How did that?
Got to see it happen in my basement.
How'd it go?
It was about even. You know, it was about it. They went back and forth pretty good for a long time. That would actually make a banger of a damn super match too. As close as they were, yeah.
Yeah, that's great to know.
Yeah. If anybody ever wanted to make that happen somewhere, I know it'd probably be a little expensive, but that would make an entertaining match. I've seen it firsthand.
Well, I know Armgods has had Tim out there where they are in Ireland, so,
as well as Ron Bath.
Yeah, so maybe they can make it happen. That'd be cool.
They could definitely fit in those guys.
Yeah.
That would be a match for the fans for sure. It would be one to watch. It'd be very entertaining.
Oh yeah.
It was in my basement. I mean, I've got the practice videos posted. I filmed, and they went back and forth pretty damn good. I couldn't really say who was better.
Yeah. Well, I'll suggest it to him.
Yeah.
I know Jonathan Breda wanted a match too. But I don't know. That card filled up really quick.
Right. I know he favors the left, but yeah, he's no slouch on the right. But who would you feed him?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard out here being a left-hand arm wrestler though. Nobody cares about us, man.
They had to move around a lot of matches because Jody Williams is lefty.
I care.
They had a hard time finding lefties for him.
Is Jonathan still at 220?
I mean, yeah, I think he can definitely still make it. He ain't got like as far as I've seen, he isn't like gotten fat or nothing.
This is true here. Paul versus Nanya was the end of Winter Blast super matches. Yep.
Candy's
ruined it.
Candy has a question in the chat. You want to handle it, Ryan?
Is Winter Blast just a tournament or are there super matches? Winter Blast is just a tournament. No more super matches at Winter Blast, which is why we teamed up with Arm Gods so they can do the super matches the night before. So that the day of Winter Blast, just a tournament. Let's get that.
There's too many people. It's too big to also have super match.
Yeah, and with someone like Nanya that was wasting time and pulling fire alarms and fucking, I was like, no, dude, we can never do this again.
Can we add a third day for round robins?
Can't work with those people.
No. that just ruined. That fucking got a lot of people.
I mean, y'all could have had me, but I'm out of the budget. I get it.
You're too expensive.
Yeah.
Ryan, can we add a third day for round robins?
John's bringing like 4 or 5 master refs, so it should go really smooth this year. And then all certified down refs. So
I'll tell you what people do forget about though that drags a tournament on is the time it takes to get people up to the table. And that's not even like the ref's fault. Like when y'all call people and the refs are just waiting for them to get there.
So
that'll slow it down.
Well, what we did last year is we had like a pit for the on deck people, but we had someone working in the pit to line them up. Like, you two are next. You two are next.
like the staging lane at the drag strip.
Like we were treating them like little kids, but we had to keep it moving.
You have to.
Yeah.
We're all idiots, man. You can't expect us to listen to instructions.
We put a TV in the pit with the bracket so that we could see who's up next, and like Tracy Walker worked the pit, and she just kept lining everybody up. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Yo, stop talking.
Don did that one year. I think it was my first Mississippi State. He was running the IRPA bracket system. Yeah. Now, I wasn't in the open, so I wasn't like part of it, but he did have an additional monitor down in the pit where like you could see, and it told you what side of the table you went to and everything.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, that stuff's nice. It's hard to just trust like the call out.
You guys,
because I mean, I'll miss them. You
guys pissed off Paul Pass when he left.
Good job, Cody. He got bored.
Nice going.
Now the property value is really low.
I'm looking forward to Paul's.
We're back in negatives.
Taxes are going to be good this year.
Be a good match between Paul and his opponent.
So, Cody, has your girlfriend ever told you to keep it down?
Oh yeah.
What the hell?
Whenever I'm on the podcast, like
she can hear, she's just hard of hearing.
My wife texts me like, "Can we keep it down?" And I'm like, "Oh shit!" I keep forgetting she's right above me.
Has her boyfriend ever told you?
No, he's quiet.
Is he a mute?
As long as he keeps sitting that what we call it boyfriend-in-law support, I'll take it.
Schubert, are you going to Knuckles Up or no?
No, dude. What do you mean?
Next week?
No, dude. What do you mean? Absolutely not. What was the question?
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, but
probably not.
Passmores, have to go to bed. Good night, Passmores, and good luck at wrestling. Have fun.
All right, Pap smears.
We will
See
see
you guys
soon.
Ryan, is everyone wearing their 98 shirt to Winter Blast?
Dude, did you see that fucking thread, bro? I wanted to kill myself, dude.
I saw the post and I never commented, so I wasn't getting notifications on it, but it popped back up. And I was like, holy crap at the thread.
Dude, all I said was like, hey, if you have a 98 shirt, please wear it to the tournament. And then I said, if you don't and you'd like to support us, here's where you can get a 98 shirt and we'll have some at the tournament. And I said, if you don't have one, try to wear like a black shirt or an arm wrestling related shirt because we're trying to make our tournament look more professional. And then boom, dude, people are like, why aren't you doing cash payouts? And why not, if you're asking us to wear a shirt, why don't you give it to us for free? And I'm like, where do you think this money comes from, dude? Like, what?
It'd be, you know how many people would have worn 98 shirts if you said get $5 off one entry wearing a 98 shirt?
Oh, of course. And dude, we've had shirts that we've given away free shirts at tournaments before. But, we were just like, hey, could you wear, if you have a 98 shirt, could you wear it? Because for us to get bigger sponsors, like it has to look more professional than everybody wearing a fucking cut off sleeve fucking shirt with stains on it and a hoodie.
Yeah.
We're trying to make it look more professional. And we didn't want to go the route of FAL where you had to buy it.
They y'all almost got as much heat as that.
I know, and we didn't even make it mandatory.
Yeah, and people were pissed about the FAL thing. Understandably. Yeah. Okay, I get it.
But they still did it. Every fucking guy.
Yeah. I got one.
Yeah.
I went one time and I've got a jersey.
Yeah. And I was like, man, I didn't even make it mandatory. I just said,
where is this thread?
Wear it.
Facebook.
On the 98 main group.
You can see the post Ryan posted asking everybody to wear their shirt, and if you open the comments, there's one distinctly very long thread.
Yeah, dude. And then I know like Aiden LeMay said something about, well, I do cash payouts at my tournament. I'm like, yeah, but dude, you ref it, and with your buddy who refs, and then you got your buddy putting brackets and no overhead, and it's one tournament a year. I'm like, dude. We're trying to build like a big league. So like every year we've needed more equipment, more tables, more speakers, like all the equipment for doing the live feeds and stuff like that.
Gas money for your Ferrari.
Well, people don't. Yeah. I wish.
Money for horse.
We've only been around this is our 4th year. So I'm like,
ain't cheap.
We're just now getting to the point where we don't need equipment. You know what I mean? And we'll be able to do some bigger and better things. But we've always put all our money into it, like, dragon trophies, this and that. But I told Aiden, I'm like, dude, what's the overhead on your tournament? Because we got $5,000 for the venue, $5,000 for the refs coming in, $3,000 for food and alcohol. That doesn't count paying our own employees. You know what I mean? And then the fucking awards, the dragons, all this stuff. And I'm like, we're flying people in for this, and he's like, oh, I didn't know you guys fly people in. And I'm like, yeah, dude, you can do cash payouts because you're throwing it at a free venue. You're reffing it yourself, and you probably only need 2 refs,
Yeah.
There's a big difference. There's way more overhead on our tournament.
Yeah, well, the fancier the tournament, the less money you're going to make. That's just the truth.
Yeah, and our smaller tournaments, that money, I mean, every time we have a profit, it's to buy trophies for the next one.
I do recall, I do not know what fucking podcast or who was interviewing them, but I recall Sean saying at one point, the only tournament the tournament that he makes the most money on is the Coney Island Clash tournament, which is a tiny stage, one table.
Yeah.
And he refs and he hires 2 other refs.
Dude,
and the venue, the lot is free and it's in the middle of HubFest.
Well, if we did cash payouts at our tiny tournaments, right, we could only do so much. So I'm like, would first place rather get $50, or would you rather get a cool fucking medal? Because everybody looks at it differently. Some people are like, I want the $50 for gas money, and other people are like, I want the award that I can have a memory for the rest of my fucking life of the tournaments I won or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, it's
So-
a niche sport. It's more of a hobby, bro.
I know, but dude, if you think of this, like if you took karate, you'd be paying a monthly fee. You need fucking, like every other sport, nobody bitches about how much it costs to play that fucking sport. Like you play hockey, that shit's expensive as shit. But arm wrestling, everybody cries about everything.
Because they can do it for free because it only takes 2 people.
Yeah.
They can do it for free at a practice in their head. In their head, it's equivalent. That's the thing.
I know. But it's like Sean had a good post the other day. Like if people like supported the event, ate and drank at the event, got a hotel at the host place, we could get bigger sponsors. Because if say like 30 people stay at the hotel, and then I can tell the hotel next year, hey, this year we're gonna have 60 people stay at the hotel, then they would be like, okay, we're gonna cut the cost of the venue in half. Now that just freed up $2,500 for me to do cash payouts. But if everybody goes and stays down the road to save $20 at a cheaper hotel, that kind of screws it when you're trying to sell yourself to the venue. Like, hey, I'm bringing 200 people here. They're going to eat and drink. They're going to fucking stay here. And then no one does. Then they don't give you a break on the cost of the venue the next year, which we've run into that because, people we have a minimum. So like the food, we got to put $3,000 down on the food and alcohol. And if we don't meet a $5,000, like if people don't eat and drink $5,000 worth of food and alcohol, we have to cover that. So like if, and that's a lot of food and alcohol for 2 nights, you know what I mean? So if we don't meet that $5,000, we have to throw in another $2,000 to cover it, which sucks, but it is what it is. You can't have a tournament that doesn't have food and alcohol. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you fly me in, I can handle that. No problem.
That's what Arm God said. They're like, dude, we're going to double that when we come. And I'm like, fucking hope so.
Fucking not a problem.
Yeah.
It does suck sometimes whenever I do go to venues that are, they have food there. And like I'll have my girlfriend with me because she has celiac, so she can't eat fucking gluten.
Yeah.
And it's usually bar food, right?
Right.
And it's all fried shit.
Yeah.
And so either she just gets really fucked up, or we'd have to go eat somewhere else.
Right.
That sucks. And I haven't actually been anywhere yet that has a host hotel for me to go to.
Yeah.
So I always have to use Hopper and pick somewhere. I mean, I wouldn't mind a host hotel, but
it is.
I'm also not going to spend, $40 extra a night to go to the host hotel because that's not feasible. I'm already paying.
It's nice though to walk out of your hotel room and just be at the venue. You know what I mean?
That's what I do whenever I go when I'm solo and I'm out to a ref. It's usually when I ref because you can't make money reffing if you pay for a hotel. Yeah. And usually I'll get the promoter to pay for one night, and because I'm not going to make them pay for my not willingness to drive it all in one trip.
Oh, that's
and I have a Prius. And so I'll sleep in the fucking Prius. I got a twin air mattress fits up in there. And I'm like, dude, I'll pull up to the venue, wake up in the morning, walk out, walk in. Like I'm there. What's up?
You tell people you have a Prius?
Hell yeah, I do.
Yeah.
That's this bottle.
Eric can't even fit in a Prius.
My Prius is Republican as fuck.
Actually can.
Yeah.
Listen.
The tailpipe isn't that big.
Cody and Tim Lewis. Tim Lewis is a Prius.
There's a difference of am I able to fit in a car and am I able to drive the car for more than an hour without having a cramp?
Eric, have you tried to sit in a Prius?
No,
I don't know that you would fit.
Period cramp.
The new ones.
The new ones are they're fucking luxury fucking cars now. I got a 12.
2017, I believe, 2018. That's what I drove around. The one that has the weird gear shifter that looks like a joystick.
I refuse to. Yeah.
So no, it's tight. It's tight. I probably pull 20 minutes.
I only get in Shubich's Prius.
So what is your primary vehicle, Eric?
It's a 2015 Subaru Impreza.
That's almost gayer.
Not much bigger.
That's lesbian.
Hey,
you're just a lesbian, dude.
But guess what?
When we shoot Eric Harland.
When we got hit with a snowstorm and I'm flying down 80
I got
miles an
all-wheel
hour down the
drive.
road, I got all-wheel drive. I guess you have
Hey,
people stuck on the road with their Honda
You already
Accords.
predicted his bar.
I don't care. I bought the car for $3,000, 2015 with 56,000 miles.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Right.
As long as it's not a hatchback.
It's a hatchback.
Oh, it is?
How do you
It's
think
a
he
hatch-
fits?
It
He
is a
leans his seat all the way back. He's in the hatchback.
That's how he gets in the car, through the hatchback.
He should crawl in the back, actually.
Puts the front seat all the way down and crawls in.
He gets in like a submarine, man.
Actually, it had a Captain Obvious. It had a MAGA sticker and a "Miss Me at Trump" sticker, and somebody like scratched it off with a razor.
It's an oxymoron in that car.
Yeah, because it was weird. I know it was like
What,
shouldn't
what-
shouldn't
Mixed
exist.
signals.
What gender is it?
I don't know. It's very confused right now. It's a Subaru. It's confused. It
What
doesn't
sound
know
does
what
it
it wants
make?
to be right now.
So they, them.
Yeah,
Eric thinks he's a rally racer.
you should. Hey, we have some seasonal roads here, and yeah, I think I've crashed that car like 6 times already.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
like,
I
I've been-
beat the
I've
shit
been in
out of
a
it.
lot of
You know?
accidents in my life.
He was talking about his meat.
Oh,
Hell
that's
yeah. Yeah, I've got 3 vehicles and 2 of them are goofy. I've got the Prius, and then I've got a '69 Volkswagen Beetle that I also have, and it's a rust bucket. I've got 2 goofy cars, 2 clown cars, basically.
I have a 2003 BMW 330 Ci,
Yeah, but that's like cool.
Yeah,
and then I had a
that one
Lexus.
was cool.
I had an 08 Lexus GS 350.
That's the white one, right?
Yeah,
That was a
the
nice
Volt.
car too. I didn't know you had the.
I
Ah.
knew it.
A Lexus is Toyota, and Toyota makes Prius. So you basically, what I'm hearing is you had a Prius or have
Yeah,
a Prius.
except it was getting 50 miles to the gallon in the city.
Yeah.
America,
Prius
baby.
Light.
Yeah, and then I have a pickup truck, but
You
that's
gotta
all.
have a truck.
I have a
You
truck,
gotta have one.
but I want to get myself a big old diesel.
Big old diesel.
Big old diesel.
Big old one roll coal.
Yeah, diesel.
Wow.
Yeah,
Those
I'll
guys-
register. I'll register in Montana. Do the
Those
whole
guys that have
route,
diesels
drive
are
in New York.
tough and they protect people in situations.
Did
You can't get too big of a
hurt,
truck.
Ryan?
How's Ryan gonna get
Did
in?
you get hurt, Ryan, at
No,
that event? Did
no,
you get
Paul-
hurt? All right, shut
Paul
up and be
Cruz came
quiet.
out. It's a good thing Paul Cruz came out.
Saw the news today that the
Never going to live that down.
the wackos from the California Air Quality Board have agreed that no, they're not going to try to ban diesel trucks in California.
They don't have to now. They have
Imagine if they ban diesel trucks, so like semis, anything diesel, like go all electric. California's GDP rate is going to go down so much.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because isn't that a major port over there as well?
Yeah,
Smart move.
they are the richest state in America.
Yeah, Long Beach.
Not anymore. It's a smart move to cancel all their fire insurance the
Very smart.
weeks
yeah.
before the fire.
Big brain.
Imagine if they didn't, they would be somewhere like what Alabama's GDP level.
I don't know. Alabama's got some exports. Probably Mississippi. Mississippi doesn't have a major port. They have Gulf port. Tiny.
Fuck
Mobile is Alabama. Mobile Bay.
Now, what's the poorest city state in the country?
Oh,
Poorest
I'm not
state?
poor.
I think it's Louisiana and then Mississippi, but we flip flop a lot.
Iowa.
Just throw them there like that.
Iowa has the biggest port.
the thing that surprised me was where they said if
Come on now.
Tennessee does.
Canada became the 51st state, it would be like the 4th poorest in the country below Alabama.
I don't want that shithole.
Well,
I want to go
you
visit.
can't just take the whole of Canada. You're going to have to take the provinces and make them into their own separate states.
I want to visit the Gulf of America.
You got that mixed up with the South
Canada,
Dakota.
I have to, por español and pribe ocho. I don't want to have to push a fucking button for French too.
I think we should go to red, white, and blue land. I mean Greenland.
So what? Just for French, just leave Quebec out of it. That's it.
That's it. The only area they speak French in, anyway.
Yeah.
Can we get their gangrene collectible cigarettes though? Like, I don't want to lose all the regulations that give us all the cool shit. You know, how is Yak going to smoke 20 in a row if we've only got 16 in a pack?
Dude, like we buy Canada, but not where Yak lives.
Not where Yak lives, even though he's super close to the U.S.
You guys keep that part.
Yeah, there's some weirdo arm wrestler y'all have. Keep him. We want the rest of it.
That would be funny.
Yeah, I haven't seen any advertising recently for AW Canada. They said
That shit ain't happening.
Dude. I don't know. Harlan owns it now. He's the leader of AWU.
Well, David did that, and then he took him off of it. But yeah, he was.
David's still alive?
David is still alive. Every once in a while, I'll text him. I'll say, Nanya, no one beats Nanya. If you open our messages, it's just that back and forth. Nobody beats Nanya.
New Jersey's drones.
Well, Cotlam got mad because someone trolled him like he does to everybody else, and he fucking like someone messaged. So he's real private about his address.
Oh yeah.
His wife told him like, "Don't you ever give our address out to any arm wrestlers." So, some troll, I don't know who, found out his address and messaged his wife and said, "Hey, after AW5 is the after party at your house," and put the address, and she fucking came down on him. And
he got Queens moved.
He just hasn't been around since. It's weird.
Right.
Weird. That's not weird, damn it. That's expected.
Yeah. I don't know.
I wouldn't be talking arm wrestling either for a while.
I don't know who would do that to him. That's crazy.
When I disappeared the last time a couple minutes ago, I was returning a call to somebody in Hawkinsville, Georgia, that asked me to get back to him, and he was complaining, among other things, about how he was getting these call. His former workplace got a call from your wife, Ryan.
What's that?
Yeah, he was trying to tell me that his workplace, that you called his workplace to try to get him fired on your wife's phone.
Yeah,
and
okay.
Said, whatever. So he sent me a screenshot of it.
It's my daughter's phone.
Your phone, but apparently Jen had applied for it or got the number. So when it comes up on
I'm going to prank someone, I'm not going to do it from my phone. Of course,
when it comes up from your phone, it says Jen on it.
Yeah, we're both on the same plane.
Yeah. So it's like, okay.
Hey, Dave, do you want to answer this question? What's Harlan's beef with 98?
He can't show his butthole anymore.
I mean, he came on the show and said the N-word twice.
That wasn't that big of a deal. The butthole.
That was my favorite episode.
He was going on about that again tonight. He feels that he is being singled out and treated unfairly because other people have done equally.
No. But here's the thing. Nobody had that weird flap in their butthole that showed their butthole on this show other than Eric. So he's being singled out because his butthole was different.
Well, tonight he was yelling about, he's mad because he had Jody on his show sometime back, and
who cares?
Passmore on, but Jody has him blocked. And why does Jody have him blocked?
Because he's a racist.
Whatever.
Because he's a retarded, racist, fucking weirdo.
So tonight, while you were out looking for the dog, Candy was telling me that when Paul was on Jody's show, Eric tried to call her 7 times.
Yeah, because he's a psycho stalker weirdo. So, what do you expect?
He's always tagging me saying that I'm dodging him, but he won't pull the open class.
Dodging him.
Like he's like, you won't pull me, like I'd whoop you, but he won't pull he'll only pull amateur.
Next week we're gonna have the lesbian on that shot him. Try to see if she'll arm wrestle.
I'm mad at Pickering for letting Eric beat him.
Yeah,
now Eric thinks he's a good arm wrestler.
He does, and Pickering said though he was like,
Pickering had a hurt wrist, but he also threw the damn match too.
Ooh.
He needs to mew. He needs to do some mewing. He has no jawline.
He needs to do some chin exercise.
He needs some raw milk.
There's this lover.
He's got to breathe through his nose.
It's this weird lover.
Oh, is that Palmer? Is that Palmer?
Is that Palmer?
No, that's the guy Eric slept with because it was his birthday, and he was like, I gave in and finally slept with him for his birthday, and we were like,
what a bro. What a bro. That's a true friendship.
Yeah.
Ryan,
Yeah.
I'm not telling you when my birthday is, all right? Don't ask.
Well, fuck you then.
Oh, I love that guy.
God damn.
Fuck that guy.
I love that guy.
That guy's a fucking loser.
Mhm.
Anyway, what's next for 98? I will tell you this.
99.
I will tell you
So-
that there are some rumors about 98 and Arm Gods merging.
I don't know if you want to do that.
Well, I'm just saying.
Why would you want to do that?
It's not a merge, but like a
Like a
They
docking.
they might be involved. They want to come to America. In 98, it's gonna aid them in coming to America more.
So you're going to facilitate illegal immigration.
Yeah. Well, dude, I'm not fucking with the IRA. Fucking
The IRA?
yeah.
I drank these all before the
What is an
podcast,
IRA?
and I'm falling asleep.
Harlan, don't chew, they swallow. So on.
Well, Eric, those are that 400 limits recommendation for like people my size.
I
Why
know.
do you think it would
So
be
you're
bad?
good. Keep going.
I'm
Why
good.
do you think it would be bad
They're
to
so
work
expensive,
with Arm
though.
Gods on stuff?
You need to go deep. Well, you got to buy the pills and then water down your Monster and dissolve a caffeine pill in it. You got to get double the Monster.
See, I drink
Barbarun.
monsters for the taste.
Cody, why do you think it'd be a bad idea to like help Arm Gods here?
No, I don't think it's a good idea to merge with any corporate entity. I think y'all are doing what y'all are doing great.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of too many chefs in the kitchen.
Well, 98 will always be 98.
Yeah, like when was the last time you had a good meal from Applebee's? Everybody's a freaking chef in there.
That's what I'm saying.
I prefer Longhorns.
Fucking triple dippers always fucked up. Ain't what I ordered.
I prefer Longhorns except for unlimited mozzarella stick night.
You built like it.
I just say it like that. Mozzarella.
Sent mozzarella. Mozzarella.
Mazzarenko.
Mozzarella.
Mozzarella.
Mazzarenko sticks.
What's
The
that?
Hermes Gasparini sticks.
Yeah.
My friend.
Hermes thinks they're little penises. That's how he likes to imagine them.
Quality. My friend.
But no, I just don't think. I'm not saying like there's nothing bad about Arm Gods or bad about y'all. It's just you hate to see something get fucked up. Like seeing like the beast mode thing. Beast mode was beast mode, and then Lorray got involved. Both are good things. Together, it was not such a good thing.
Well,
Just because things can get fucked up, you know, and it's
well, that
So-
whole situation, and then I know a lot of people in the community are mad that they're going through with the girls thing because of what happened at the last
I
one.
don't even know how people are signed up for that.
Well, here's the problem. So I've spoken to a lot of the women. A lot of them
That's cheating.
have flights. A lot of them have flights that they can't cancel. So they all are like, we don't want to support this, but we also don't want to lose out on our fucking flights. So they feel obligated to like still go and fly in and all stuff, all that stuff. You know what I
Damn.
mean?
Yeah, I mean, y'all could all just show up and just hang out.
Just fly there and be like, I'm not pulling.
Yeah, I'm just here to watch the tournament. I heard y'all had a round robin or something. I was going to watch it.
I will say this: Mikey Oliva said he would go to fucking Tennessee or wherever they're having it, and do it, so none of the girls would fucking lose their opportunity and still
Right.
out there, and he'd put the money up and everything if they don't go to that. But I don't know.
I'll come ref it. Shit, call me.
He didn't make that public, but he said he would do it if Beast Mode like backed out or canceled it, so that all the women wouldn't lose their flight. So that
Right,
was
because that would really suck. If you're locked in flight wise and then the event got canceled. I mean, they both suck, but that would like extra suck.
I started to post about it saying this is bullshit. Why? And then a couple of the women were like, please don't bash it too much, because if he cancels it, you know what I'm saying? If he
Let this be the last one. Let's let it.
Yeah.
Let's shit on it after.
But in my mind, I'm like, he shouldn't really be throwing one if he hasn't paid everybody fucking back yet. And and then no offense, but I've seen a few posts from Leray where he makes it seem like he had nothing to do with it, but we definitely proved that it was both parties easily. Oh yeah, Billy said Chris thinks he owns round robins. Yeah, he definitely does, but
they're trademarked, man.
Robins have been around forever. So, and I mean, I've heard 3 promoters say that they want to pick up the round robins and start doing them, and I guarantee you anybody could.
Huh?
If you wanted to pick it up and start doing it, and you charged $100 per competitor and put all the money into the fucking payouts and stuff. Someone that's a little more honest and legit or more organized could definitely pull it off easy.
Mac had a 6-man round robin,
but I'm like,
I don't know any honest promoters.
I wouldn't want that headache of, hey, I take offense to that. I wouldn't want that headache though of the round robin shit myself anyway. Because dude, super matches and matches like that are such a, even just helping with the Arm Gods card and getting all the Americans together, like,
round robins are particularly difficult because it's not just 2 people. We tried to set one up at AWU, which we were going to hijack the bottom 8 name. And it was just going to be like the 8 worst, like 198 guys we had. So like, it was going to be me.
That's a great title for it.
Yeah. Well, Devin did one and he called it bottom 8.
Dude, so I had to reach out to a lot of like American pullers. Dude, and there's some guys that have never been on any big stage that are like, I want $2,000 to come. And I'm like, yeah, okay.
Lil Pop, he's the worst about it. He's the #1 offender.
Dude, I'm like, Arm Gods is not going to give you $2,000 and you've never been on any kind of fucking stage and unknown. And I'm like, being 98%, I'm like, dude, I'm thinking like, dude, this is an opportunity for you to be on a big stage with a killer card. Why would you even why wouldn't you just be like, hey, if they're covering my flight and hotel, I'll fucking be there. You know what I mean? Like, God damn, dude. Because then you get other opportunities. And like I was saying, if Arm Gods like some of these guys and they're getting hype and stuff, that could be a free trip to Ireland or the UK or wherever they throw their tournaments. Like, they're known to fly in everybody. I would not mess up that opportunity just because, I don't know, some of these guys, I was just like, the minute they sent their demands, I was like, yeah, no, and just moved on to someone else.
Yeah, that's why I got skipped. I wasn't in the budget.
Well, dude, there like even some of the top guys on that card, like RVJ, and weren't dicks about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was like, dude, fucking greedy.
Well, because what's crazy is some arm wrestlers just like to fucking arm wrestle, man.
Yeah.
And I can't stand people, even at the amateur level. You have people who think they're going to make money at it, and I'm like, yeah, you can make money if you're just a scumbag and you take advantage of new pullers, but just fucking arm wrestle.
Because many people play these guys up, giving them false sense of value in their sport. Yeah,
a lot of yes men. Yeah,
dude. Every time I blow this thing, my neighbor's dog barks.
You did what?
I got this dog whistle.
He blows the neighbor's dog.
I blow it, and my neighbor's
dog.
I
just heard you were blowing something. I can't, the screen.
And he jumped to the obvious conclusion when he heard you were blowing something.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, you assume the most likely outcome. That's they call that a optimistic start.
It's too bad it's a whistle and not a penis.
You could get a whistle-shaped penis.
Yeah.
Or a penis-shaped whistle, depending on how you feeling.
Well, he has discovered there is a in his catalog of 3D printing stuff. There is a section called Naughty Things that has all sorts of weird, perverted, God knows what.
No, that's not in my closet, Dave. It's in the basement. And you would know because you cross state lines with a bag of dildos.
Yeah.
You sicko.
You should give out like 3D printed dicks to like the last place.
That's why I delivered the table.
Dude, I could, yeah. Dude,
that's why I delivered the table to the practice Tuesday night rather than take it to your home.
I keep showing.
Would never be seen again.
The bag of dildos, yeah. I keep showing Sue Fisher all the things I've been printing, and she went out and bought a 3D printer today. I was like, nice.
Oh my god.
I'd love to have a printer just to print handles for myself, so I didn't have to buy them.
Do it, dude. There's
But then I got one more damn thing that I own. You
Yeah.
know, I own enough shit.
I've been printing, like my printer hasn't stopped printing, like all day long. Handle, take it off, print again, nonstop.
You're just milking it, bro.
I just gave Knuckles up 29 handles for their gifts for their super match guys to put in their bags. And then I was like, oh shit, now I got to print more to up my stock for Winter Blast.
I need some handles that'll fit on my Red Lightning bracket. Because I don't even think he makes handles anymore. So I need some 98 handles to go on my Red Lightning bracket.
Well, if you can tell me the measurement of the rod, the rod of the handle.
You want girth or length, buddy?
Both. I could possibly design something for it. Like we made a nice wrist wrench, but I have to make the straps and having trouble with the sewing machine. So I might have to buy a more industrial sewing machine than the one I have. So we'll see. Hopefully.
Wasn't Andrew Wood telling you about that?
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
Damn, he was right.
You've got to listen to me, Ryan, when you make straps, man. Please do not put the damn stitch on the inside.
I've seen something like that, and I'm like, who would do that? Like,
well, at AWU, Team Popeye sponsored straps for like all the winners and stuff, and they were nice straps until I put it on myself. I was using it the whole event, and then I put it on myself after pulling, and I realized that the stitching was folded to the inside, and it wasn't double folded either. So you just had this two sharp corners cutting into your thumb webbing.
Is that where the ladies round robin is in Kentucky?
If it is, that would be at I think they call it State Line Collision event.
I don't know.
I don't know if it's at that is Kentucky, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, Tennessee's only like this tall. I mean, fucking drive right across it.
Oh, here's Billy Ortega. Billy Ortega's in the house.
It's the first time I've been on long enough to see him actually join.
I got to give Billy and TAL a shout out as they sponsored the women's payouts for Winter Blast. So thank you very much, buddy.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, Friday nights we have practice, so like I don't leave practice till like 9 or 10 o'clock, and then I have to get home and all that stuff. So
yeah, but
I do recall there was one time it was the night before King of the Table, I think, and I thought we all got off because we were like, okay, Ryan's got to go to sleep, and I came back on. I opened YouTube like at 12:30 in the morning my time, and it was just Billy and Ryan talking, and I was like, "Y'all are still up?"
I had to get on and wake him up.
Billy got it. Yeah, he energized me.
You just see him Ryan just fade off the screen into the background.
Just like pass out.
Lady boy, I do remember that name, but God forbid I don't remember who you are. But I do remember whoever it was I was after practicing with while watching King of the Table. You were like, "My name's School Lady Boy on YouTube. Have you seen me?" And I was like, "Probably."
Was he from Thailand?
Well, Tennessee, same thing.
Okay.
Realistically.
Yeah. What's next for Texas, Billy? What do you got going on?
Well, our next event is in Dallas, our Central Region. That's February 15th.
Nice.
So
that's coming quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right around the corner.
It's crazy how quick things sneak up, dude. It's crazy. It's like, man, I got time till March, and now I'm like, no, I don't. It's gonna be March, looking in a month.
All right. I'm gonna head off. I got a practice to be at tomorrow.
Oh my.
That's not until later.
Yeah. But I'm gonna be sleeping in.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sleeping in. I'm waking up early. Good night.
Right. I love you.
Fuck that guy.
And then after we knock that out,
every time I talk to Shubich on the phone and then we hang up, he says, "Love you." And like, you know, like when you're used to saying that to your wife, I almost always say it back. And then I catch myself. Oh, you bastard. Now I just say I love you too. And I'm like, fuck it. We could be gay.
Warms my heart.
We could both be gay.
Yeah. Yeah, after our central region.
Yeah.
Let's see, February. The end of March, there's something that's going to be announced, hopefully here soon, that I'm involved in.
I didn't want to ask about that just in case it wasn't like public knowledge yet.
It's not like, I mean, people know about it, but it's not like it hasn't been put out yet.
Yeah. I know we were
did a podcast like 2 podcasts ago. I had people in the comments talking about it. You know.
Yeah.
So we guys have an East versus West coming your way.
Kind of released some of the names of the Arm Gods card, and it's not public yet, so they'll probably yell at me about that.
Oh,
oops.
Yeah, I know some of the names on this next card. You know, that's the one that's coming. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Whoopsie daisy.
Yep. Yeah, I had to change my schedule and all that stuff, and I had to move one of my events.
Sal said his hand is feeling better. Do you have someone in mind for him to pull?
I tried to get him to pull Big Mark over here, but I don't know. I couldn't get him and Christian to show up.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me think about it.
Jody wants
might have a few.
Jody wants chicken strips and a beer. We'll have to get him a Yangling.
You ever pulled Brian sitting, Sal? That might be a good one for you.
You should try pulling him standing.
Yeah, Brian's one of our top super heavyweights in Texas. So
nice.
That might be a decent showing.
All I know is Team USA has to beat these UK guys trying to invade us. We're gonna send them home. Losses. We gotta take that cup from them.
What happened to Cody?
I don't know. It disappeared.
There it is.
Whoa. It's a very clear camera.
Dude, did you see me getting crap just for asking people to wear a 98 shirt to our tournament? And I was like, God damn, what the fuck is happening? And then fucking with the cash payouts, I'm like, dude, if we could do cash payouts at all of our events, we would. We're just not at that point yet.
It's nuts. It is always those guys running around out there doing the simple math.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, ran into that same thing. We run into it from time to time, but ran into that same thing specifically at the first East versus West qualifier that I threw.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't want it to be $50, but that was what all the promoters decided that the entry fee was going to be for those.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So we made it $50. We had a really good turnout, everything like that. And then, you know, after the fact, we had, the venue sucked. It was too small. You guys could have, with $50 a head for X amount of entries. I'm like, do you even know what it cost me to throw that?
Yeah.
Like,
no one realizes it, dude.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I was like, man, we're not even at Winter Blast yet. And I'm like, we had to pay $5,000 for the venue. Then they wanted $3,000 down for the food and alcohol. We got to order the trophies. We're flying in refs that need hotels also. You know, that's like $5,000. I'm like,
oh yeah, your bill's going to be astronomical this Winter Blast.
Yeah. And people are like, can you do free shirts and payouts? I'm like, geez. Like, I wish we could.
And what's your entry fee? Still 40?
40, yeah.
Yeah, see.
40.
Yeah.
You know, trying to do everything we can to make it fair and affordable and stuff, and we still catch shit. So, you know, sometimes it, you know, catches you and you're just like, man, why am I doing this?
Well, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard not to address it, right? Because you have so many people that listen to all these random people out there making these claims, and then they start thinking, they go, oh yeah, you're right. Winter Blast had 500 entries.
Yeah.
At $40 a pop, they made 20K that event.
Yeah, that's how they look at it. Yeah. I'm like, but we already spent 20K and we're not even there yet.
Yeah.
Like, that's why like anything like I mean, you saw what happened with Billy Berg in Canada. Like, I do not use
but
think of entry fees as money to pay people's flights and hotels and prize money and stuff like that. I wait till we get sponsor money, and a lot of people specifically sponsor something, the women's payout. So I have to use it for that. I can't not use it for what it was specifically sponsored for.
Yeah, they're not sponsoring the event. They're sponsoring the
So we have like 3 or 4 people sponsored the women's payouts. Now I know what the amount is, and I can divide it up between the women's pro classes.
Yeah.
And then, and now we're going to try to find some sponsors to do the men's, but this would be the first year we do men's, but I don't plan it on the entry fees because, I got to pay back certain things.
Sure.
That we're doing in advance, like flying people in and this and that. That all has to be like refunded to, different members of us that are putting out money for it, But,
it all makes sense. It's just every now and then you have to have that conversation.
Yeah.
You mean you guys don't take the sponsorship money and just like not pay anybody and just have a whole event?
We're doing it
all the money disappears.
We're doing this
Yeah,
way.
y'all are doing this shit wrong, dude.
Me and Dave were thinking of doing that and then just point the finger at each other.
Mm-hmm. And since I have a reputation of being honest and he doesn't.
Dude, the funniest thing too is
Dave, you're a liar.
Yeah. Dave,
oh God.
Don't you dare. You know what happened last time someone called Dave a liar.
Oh man, I thought we were going to lose Dave.
Yeah, I did too. I was going to have a heart attack.
I jumped right on at the right time on that one. That particular episode.
I had to scrub back and see it. I caught the tail end, and I was like, "Why is Dave so angry?"
Yeah.
That's the only thing that really triggers him. Do not question his integrity. But
I often think when I hear all these stories and stuff like that
tell
from
me
other promotions,
I'm weak, I'm ugly, I'm stupid, but don't tell me I'm dishonest.
What were you saying, Billy?
I said I often look at all these stories I hear about, all these other events and promotions that are going down and what happens and what they're doing. I'm like, man, I'm really doing something wrong here.
Dude, there's a lot of buzz about some big promotions where there's like stuff where I'm just like, oh my God, dude.
So so this is part of a conversation that I had recently. It's like, what if pullers had access to a system kind of like a hotel rating system, right? So when you go to book a hotel, you Google hotels in my area or whatever, wherever you're going. And then you get a list of all these hotels, right? And, this hotel's got a 2.5 star rating. This hotel's got a 3-star rating. This hotel's got a 5-star rating, right?
Like this.
What if pullers had access to some sort of list like that where promotions had star ratings?
That'd be cool.
So like if you've never been to I've been in arm wrestling a little bit, but I don't travel because of my schedule, so I don't get to travel out of state a lot. So like I don't do much when it comes to going to stuff in other areas.
Yeah.
But if I could look and go, hey, I plan on going to the East Coast.
Yeah, which one has the best rating, right?
Yeah, and then you could have, and we went in depth in this conversation. Like it got serious because I was like, I keep losing my camera. There's so many promotions. Like there's so many. I still see tournaments today where I'm watching the table flop around because it's not bolted down.
Dude, that drives me.
There's like little things like that, right? It's like live stream, and we got into this conversation. It's like when you look at a hotel, you're looking at, okay, hey, I'm gonna click on it. Hey, it's got continental breakfast, right? It's got free Wi-Fi. It's got a shuttle. And all these things add into the rating, right? It doesn't mean that it's a shitty hotel,
right?
it creates appeal, right? So it could be a decent tournament, right? A good promotion, nothing wrong, everything honest, it's straight up. But maybe they don't have a live stream, and maybe they don't have all this. Doesn't mean somebody's not going to go to it, but it's like one of those things that adds to the appeal of the tournament, right? You're going to be able to watch the live stream. You're going to, it typically has, the same equipment. Like, how many tournaments do you see that run 2 or 3 different tables?
Yeah.
You might pull one match on one table, and you might pull another match on another table.
Yeah.
Like all these things kind of factor into this thing, right?
Yeah.
So, but the consensus was a lot of promoters wouldn't want that, because then they wouldn't want people. They wouldn't want it to be out in the open that maybe they don't rate as high.
Well, dude, I could picture asshole promoters giving you a 1-star to bring your fucking rating down on purpose and shit. I'm like, oh, like a Google.
Well, and look, it's not a definitive thing, right? It's always speculative, right? I can go to a hotel that has a 3-star rating, say I had the worst stay ever, and then I can read other comments that said there was the best thing they've ever stayed at.
Yeah. But, you can kind of tell when it's like a fake review, and
Yeah. But and then so that was the response. Well, promoters wouldn't want that, because some promoters would want to go. They wouldn't want that out in the open. And they say, well, people wouldn't come to our events anymore. But I'm like, look, I think we throw decent events. TAL. Yeah, right. I'm not going to say we're the top. I'm not delusional. But if I had, like, let's say we had a 3-star rating, as a promoter, in my mind, I'm like, I want to see how I can make that
4,
3.5, 4,
right,
whatever.
So,
for sure.
I think one of the weirdest rating stories over the last couple months is when they caught that the shooter at that McDonald's in Altoona, and all these wackos that were pissed off that they shouldn't have caught him because they hate medical companies, were giving all of the McDonald's, all 3 of the McDonald's in Altoona, 1-star ratings. In the first place, who the hell
snitched, man,
to go to McDonald's? Right. Yeah. Number 1. And number 2, they didn't even bother to figure out which McDonald's it was. So, there's 3 of them. Let's give all of them a 1-star rating. What a bunch of fucking wackos.
That's crazy.
Google basically yanked them all. But I thought, I'll tell you, some people.
Well, I mean, and when you build the system, right, if you had and that's one thing we talked about, if you had, like, say a team of critics, right, and you built the system so that there's certain criteria that wouldn't, like, only like, say, public opinion would factor into so much.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd have a general list that could get you, say, to 1 to 3 stars, and then the public opinion boosts you over that, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You could create metrics that could curb just someone giving you a rating just because they don't like you.
Yeah. Or if someone gives you a low rating, you could contact them and be like, hey, what didn't you like? What could we improve?
Yeah.
What was the problem?
Or throwing their
sometimes it's just an easy conversation, right? Sometimes it's just hey, it was an accident or whatever like that. Something happened, bracket got messed up, whatever,
Yeah.
So, I'll tell you though, I am so sick and tired of getting these automated things saying, please rate your recent purchase. I bought some fucking paper from Staples.
Fucking
rate your the 8.5 by 11 couple reams of paper. It's like,
often I get those before I even use what I bought.
Oh yeah.
Home Depot, you get it on the way home. Fuck, dude, I didn't even open this thing yet.
So
it's all automated now. Everything, AI, all this crazy shit, everything.
That's what keeps me. That's what keeps my job.
What, AI?
All that automated shit everybody wants all the time. That's my job. Don't be complaining.
You're taking people's jobs, asshole. But yeah,
I'm in the easy button making business.
Yeah.
Any other topics tonight?
Well, no.
T-shirts, hot topic.
Yeah, we were talking about that's what we were talking about, those posts that all the people were complaining on. I'm like the one dude was like, oh, I do cash payouts at my tournament, and I'm like, yeah, it's
you have a glorified practice.
I'm like, you're reffing your own tournament.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? With like another friend, and then one friend doing brackets on one table with 60 people at it, in a backyard or in a small bar or something.
Dave and Buster.
Zero overhead.
Well, I mean, look, that's the thing, is that those guys think that they're the model, right? So like everybody should be doing this that benefits the pullers. And it's like, look, that's not the way this works, man.
It doesn't scale like that.
No. And like I went, and I think I might have told this story before, but I went to like a fitness expo and I did like a little arm wrestling exhibition.
Yep.
And they had a huge CrossFit competition, hundreds and hundreds of competitors there. And I'm sitting here thinking, they probably paid $75 to $100 to enter, each one of them, right? And at the end of it all, after they did all this excruciating workouts and lifting weights and jumping around and all this kind of stuff for like 4 hours, I see like they gave out like the awards for the teams and stuff like that. They were the same medals we give to kids that I buy off of Amazon.
Oh, like the 1, 2, 3 ones. Yeah.
So it's like, look, we're not doing anything different than other mainstream sports are doing.
Yeah.
It's just for some reason, arm wrestling thinks that they have this idea that everything should be done just for, a particular, and it depends on your model. Look, if that guy wants to throw an event with no overhead and give everything back to the pullers, cool.
Yeah.
But like us, it's like, we fund all of our events, fund Texas State.
Yeah.
And
that's what I was trying to say is like, we're only 4 years in. So like every year we've needed more equipment to grow.
For sure.
So I'm like, how are we supposed to build the league if we don't, like we're trying to expand? That takes money. So, until we get like, now we're at a point where we don't really need much more stuff. So I kind of feel, you know what I mean? I feel like now we can start to see, like if we can do cash payouts or whatever, but the first 4 years, we needed a new table every year. We needed some, new speakers, one went missing. We had to replace that one.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
You're bringing up a sore subject now. Come on.
No, but you know what I mean? To grow, you have to like, we did a lot of branding, stuff like that. You need backdrops and stuff like that. You have different sponsors. So every year you almost have to buy a new backdrop if you're putting the sponsor, if you're getting sponsors and you're promising them to be on the backdrop, you have to buy a new one if you have different sponsors, stuff like that.
Have you guys ever thought about using your combat tops as a sponsorship?
Yeah, we have. We put that in like a higher tier, which I think I'm going to put in a lower tier because it's not that expensive to do that. So, we've never sold a tier for like $5,000. So it's like anything in that tier we haven't done. And I think we had the tables in that tier hoping that we'd get like a corporate sponsor. But at this point, we're just like, it's kind of, we don't get sponsors that big. So
no, we don't have a tier that big at all, but I hear what you're saying, but they are a good source of marketing.
For sure. Lucky Ones podcast. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Ryan, is Sue coming to KU5 with you? Yes, she is. She will be there as well as some of the other 98 crew. So
can I take her home?
We'll be there hanging out. You're not even going, so calm down. You have to ask her. I don't know.
Well, and then, like I say, and then, you with all these overlaps, I'm just looking at my upcoming list. And for the 7 weeks, starting with Winter Blast, there are 9 events. There's something every week for 7 weeks in a row. 2 of the weeks, there's 2 things. And so you got 9 events in 7 weeks within, driving distance of Philadelphia.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing too, that goes back into the payouts thing. The more and more saturated we get and the more people we have want to throw their own events, and that starts to faction off pullers and stuff like that, because at the end of the day, regardless of what they think of the event, I'd say a lot of pullers are going to choose to drive, say, an hour and a half or whatever, rather than 4 hours.
Yeah.
So the second you start splitting these things off, well, then everybody there's less turnout at all the events.
Yeah.
You know, and then
Dude,
it's like, okay, well,
in the last 3 weeks, I've had 3 people reach out to me. One of them was like, I'm throwing a tournament the same day as your event. Are you mad? Kind of situation, or I'm just giving you a heads up. Then one person was like, I'm throwing one the week before yours. And then one person was like, I'm throwing one the week after yours. And I was just, what do you say to that? I'm just like, okay, good luck. You know, I'm not.
Maybe they're just trying not to sound like a dick, but it's still kind of a dick move.
Yeah, I just was like, hey, good luck. You know.
Well, yeah, and I mean,
what do you do? I mean, you can't keep them from doing it. That's the same thing I have in here.
It was one of my small tournaments. I would not give a shit at all. But when it's Winter Blast, like people come from further out. So someone saying like, "Oh, I'm, 4 hours away," I'm like, "Yeah, but that's still probably going to affect you."
See, that's the weird thing about this community, right? Is that you have a event like Winter Blast where you have the opportunity to like get in the mix with a lot of different people.
Yeah.
And they'd rather stay at some backyard tournament.
Right.
Because they don't want to drive another 2 or 3 hours.
Right. And that's what happens.
Or they want to pull some weird super match that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
And they keep pulling the same guys. Unfortunately, I love all my Texas pullers, but we have a lot of pullers here in Texas that are continuously pulling the same guys in a super match over and over and over again. And it's like, what do y'all guys do? What are you doing?
I know we have some killers up here, and it's like, why wouldn't you go test yourself in different parts of the country to really see where you're at?
Well, you kind of already know that, right?
Yeah, of course. You don't want to travel.
Really not. It's a rhetorical question at this point. You don't want to travel, or you want to be the king of your backyard, or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes people just really want to beat the people they've always pulled with too. I'll say there's definitely people back in Hattiesburg, same state, but still 3 hours away from me, that I would probably, if I had the option between going to a big tournament 6 hours away or to go have a chance to beat one of those guys I've always wanted to beat, I'd probably go to Hattiesburg. So, I mean, but it's a priority thing.
At least there's some motive there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least you've established a motive. That's something you're like wanting to seek out. And a lot of these situations, it does not appear to be the case.
Yeah, it's a priority thing. If you just want to arm wrestle, then go to the nearest place, I guess. If you want to arm wrestle different people, you got to travel. If there's specific people you want to beat, you got to go wherever those people are.
Yeah.
So I mean, maybe it's just more people want to pull specific people, or they just want to arm wrestle and don't really care about the grand scheme.
We got pullers in Texas that have never gripped up with guys that are on the other side of the state.
But yeah, y'all are huge.
Yeah.
That basically that is an out of state tournament for me. If I lived if I lived on either edge of your state, that's like a commitment for me. I don't drive more than 8 hours.
Oh, no doubt. It's 8.5 hours just to El Paso from San Antonio.
Damn.
The furthest I drive is Houston from where I'm at, and it's 8 if I didn't stop. And the Prius don't hold that much gas. I gotta stop.
Yeah, we can probably fit most of the 14 states that I cover for getting around in the state of Texas. Most likely.
And that's the thing. It's so big right now, but there's no room for anything else. It's jam packed. That's why I keep telling guys. Everybody keeps popping up. Every day I get a message. It seems like I get a message. Hey, I want to throw this event. Where?
I saw how mean you were to Little Pop.
I mean, I'm like, where? I'm not really trying to be an asshole, but I'm like, where? When?
Right.
Yeah, it's really the win, isn't it? Because I mean, you can throw tournaments wherever, but you're going to stack on something.
Well, that's what drives me nuts about the little backyard super match barbecue tournaments. And I'm like, if you're gonna do that and you really care for the sport, throw it when there's nothing around. Don't throw it on top of a real tournament, because you're ruining the chances for those guys that are maybe they feel loyal to you because you're a friend, but they don't want to hurt your feelings and go to the tournament. You know what I mean? Give them the opportunity to go to a real tournament and then do your barbecue some other time. Or call around and check where where the tournaments are.
But I'll say places like I see TALs always like there's not a period in the year that I can name where there's not something in TAL happening. And there's a bunch of stuff that's not TAL in Texas. Yeah. I'm reffing 2 in like April and May in Northeast Texas.
And see, I didn't even know. Had no clue about the April one. Jerry popped up.
Yeah,
just threw it up there. But and then this is the problem too, is that like when something gets said, I like Jerry, don't get me wrong, but he's like, oh, I'm just a small time promoter. It all matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to think about this though. If Jerry's my buddy, right? Sure. And Jerry's tournament's 1 hour away and your tournament's 1 hour away, but your tournament's the big deal, but Jerry's throwing this and I'm Jerry's buddy, I'm going to Jerry's tournament.
Yeah.
But if Jerry, my buddy, wasn't throwing a tournament, I'd go to the big one. So even though, small time promoter, people will say that like, oh, I'm not pulling from your event, but you are. Because your buddies are going to go to your event.
Yeah.
So I think it's cool, even though you're small, you're going to pull.
I like that you are Texas Arm Wrestling League and you have Texas locked down, and you leave no room like for someone else to swoop in and try to.
I mean, that's the thing though. It's like I can't do it. We throw 5 events a year.
Yeah.
And that's stretching.
Yeah.
Because
there's only 12 months.
Yeah, and I'm also affiliated with like the other 3 or so that aren't ours. So
we're doing 356 tournaments this year.
Hell yeah.
One every day in the same area.
You get a day off on leap years. That's it.
Yeah. See who shows up. The Northeast is super saturated.
What are we doing the other 9 days?
I was just going to ask.
Oh, man.
You said 3.
You got me too.
The thing that sucks, though, is like
dyslexia, man.
Northeast, it's such a smaller area, and there's a lot of arm wrestlers here, but there's literally a tournament every week all year round. It's crazy.
Too many people, man.
So hard to find a date without irritating someone.
Yeah.
Like your wife.
Yeah,
true. Very true.
But every time we plan a tournament and we try to plan them way out in advance, someone's like, that's my tournament date. And we're like, well, when were you going to post about it?
Well, I've gotten to the point now where there are certain promoters, and this is not to like throw shade or anything like that, but there's just certain promoters I don't worry about anymore.
Yeah, same here.
We never got the consideration, so I quit. Like February 15th in Dallas, we've got our Central. It's been announced for 6 months now.
Yeah.
Or 4 months now. And, the guys up in Oklahoma are throwing a super match event the same day.
Yeah.
So it's like, but they don't worry about us. We don't, I quit worrying about them.
Yeah.
You don't care that Engens are throwing East versus West on that day?
Yeah. It was, look, trust me. That was almost a problem because that date had 2 different locations as an option.
Yeah.
So
I do recall one time Paul Italia saying that he had a problem with Michael Todd throwing Monster Factory on the same day that he was doing. It might have been Winter Blast. It ended up not being on the same day.
Yeah.
But it was a match, and it must have been the one with Nanya because I can't name any other match that was the last 2 years. But I'll put it up on a map. I was like, dude, they're 23 hours apart from each other. How are you going to complain about that? Nobody's tuning in to one and not the other.
Right.
Well, was that the one? Yeah, was that the one with Winter Blast where R. Kelly decided to go somewhere else instead of?
Oh, that did happen. So R. Kelly was going to do the live feed for Winter Blast, and then it was the Nanya one. It was the Nanya one because he used Nanya going to it as an excuse.
Yeah, that was his reason, right?
Even though Nanya was like planned to go there the whole time, but what actually happened is he had been given an opportunity to do Monster Factory, so he wanted to do that instead, which I felt like if you would have just told me that, I would have been like, hey, good for you. That's a great opportunity. Go do it. But instead, he made up the thing about, whatever. And then Monster Factory at the last minute changed the date. And then he was like, oh, now I can do Winter Blast. And I was like, no.
I mean, to be fair, I think he's done the same thing to Monster Factory, too.
Like, we went out and bought our own equipment, and now we just do it ourselves. So,
Yeah, now let's face it, Oklahoma City and Arkansas are a damn sight closer than Oklahoma City and Philadelphia.
The problem is with like big events, like, you know, any of like Michigan States and this and that, like any tournament in the country could affect those big ones because people will travel to go to those.
Yeah.
So if there's two huge events in the country, they could, you know,
Isn't there something the same day as Michigan this year?
Yeah, I saw something. I forget what it is though.
I can't remember what it is either, but I think it's another big event that's the same day.
Yeah.
But
I know there's got to be an oversaturation of events when I'm getting asked to ref events that happen on the same day. Like it's not like I'm in the network that hard, you know? It's not like everyone's calling me.
You may be the cheaper one. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I'm the Dollar General of the refs. I don't know.
Can you say what promoters are asking you so we know which ones don't care about their tournaments?
Oh, if they're far apart from each other, I just happen to be in the middle. That, you know, I have an 8-hour circle around me I'll go to.
Yeah,
refs are hard to come by. So
yeah, we're popular, man. We're in high demand.
When you find that is kind of close to you, like somebody like you that will actually travel out a little bit here and there, you're probably going to get a lot of opportunities.
Yeah. I get pretty much anything that happens in Arkansas, I get asked to ref it because there's no refs in Arkansas. There's not a ref in the whole state.
Yeah.
Well, our one guy, Ray Romanowski, he's like certified up to level 3, and now everyone in our area is trying to use him and stuff. So
yeah,
he's been.
I'm telling you, don't ever get certified. You can't go to a tournament. You can't.
No.
Because you always get asked, "Hey man, you know, while you're here, will you do some refing for us? Because we actually didn't hire but 2 refs for our 3 tables we got going today."
He wanted to be a ref, so he's like excited about it. But now he's been getting all kinds of cool opportunities to ref.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so we've been.
I love doing it. I do, but sometimes I don't want to ref.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
Sometimes I just want to hang out.
You just turn it down, like I'm not going to ref this event.
Yeah, then you're an asshole.
Oh.
You know, it's like, oh man, that Cody, he don't like reffing. He don't like doing it.
Yeah, it is tough.
Well, I mean, it's a difficult thing because I mean, it's like with here in Texas. Like one of the things we've been over. It's been a long time in the making, but you know, one of our things was trying to get enough people in the state certified that we didn't have to call out, you know, to run an event. You know, we had, you know, right now we've got an oversaturation of refs or junior refs, at least in the north, because we had we did a seminar up there with Sean when he did his Amarillo event. We had like seven people get certified.
Yeah,
at that one, and then you know, so we have a pretty good staff of refs that, you know, when we just have them in a group chat and we're like, hey,
yeah,
here's this one and this one coming up. I need 6 refs or whatever, and so far it's been working out well.
Yeah, Sean did a seminar at the last Winter Blast. I think there was like 30 people signed up. I was like, holy shit!
But how many of them have ref did you ref for you?
No, none of them. Like maybe 2 of them.
But see, this is what we did, and luckily, and Todd Threet was a big catalyst behind this. Is he was able to pull a local sponsorship from the Sports Commission, and we used that to pay for the certification. But we did that under the premise that they commit to reffing events for us.
Yeah.
You know, like, hey, we'll cover your cert.
Yeah.
But we want you to ref for us, you know, not all the time, but, you know, we want you to make yourself available and we'll help you do this. You know?
I mean, if we had enough refs up here, we wouldn't have had to pay $5,000 to fly in all these refs.
You probably wouldn't. I mean, look, you're flying in a particular staff too.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
You could probably fly in a completely different staff for less that, you know.
Yeah. But Winter Blast, I'm like, you know what? That's an expense I don't mind paying for, because having master refs will make a huge difference in how the tournament runs.
So, yeah, because I will clip your tournament when I see some flying elbows, man. I love it. I love making fun of people. But like, man, I beat them too if I could pull 5 inches off the back of the pad.
Yeah.
Luckily, we have enough, refs that can down ref that are at a level to work with a master ref and be fine,
Well, that's kind of the key, too, is having it. If you have juniors, if you have a lot of juniors, then it's fairly simple to make
Yeah.
that you can get head refs.
Yeah, like for our small tournaments, like Ray can head ref no problem, level 3 with a junior ref or if 1 or a 2, and keep it rolling pretty smooth.
Nobody actually abides by that standard.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, there's rules. I'm not supposed to head ref with a like in USAA. I'm a senior. I have to have a senior or higher down ref, technically speaking.
See, we don't have enough that have leveled up, and then we have those old head guys that are like, I'm not getting certified. I've been reffing 30 years, and I'm like, fucking A.
Yeah, we can tell.
Yeah, right. You can tell, and we're trying to weed those guys out, which is pissing them off. But
yeah,
what are you gonna do?
Yeah,
I'll say I haven't been watching the sport, but for 3.5, 4 years now. But the first Texas State I saw was I want to say 2 years ago, and there's only one match, and I'm sure the whole rest of the event was great, but that was like terrible reffing. It was in the amateurs. It was a Heath Chisty and Austin Jennings match, the like ugliest King's move stuff going on ever. And it may have been 3 years ago, but watching that and then seeing every TAL event I've watched now, it's like night and day.
Yeah,
ref wise, like, and they may be the same people, but they're doing so well now.
Look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that there aren't blunders.
Oh yeah, I screw up all the time.
I edit all the video, so I get to watch it in slow-mo after the fact.
Yeah,
and I'm clipping it and sending it to my refs going, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I can't stand when you point that out to a ref, and maybe not with video footage and like you paid them to be there, but like you're a puller and you say something, and the refs are just like, no, there's no way. I'm definitely correct because I'm the ref here. Not like on a rule thing, but like, hey, man, you missed something. Yeah. I will quickly be like, hey, man, if I did miss it, it wasn't on purpose. I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't stand when you point out something. They're like, no, his elbow was definitely on the pad when I know it wasn't. And it's you could have just not seen it, but don't tell me you were looking at it on the pad.
Yeah.
I hate that. That drives me nuts.
Are you hard of seeing?
Dave Shubich is one of those assholes that got certified and doesn't ref.
What do you mean? I've refed for James.
Yeah, you probably did too.
I just became a ref, so I'd have the most camera time in the building.
Yeah.
Refs got a hard. Right, they got it hard, man.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely.
I try to stay friends with everyone after.
50% of the time, they're hated.
Yeah, I like to make sure we're still trying to, improve and all that kind of stuff, but I also like not going to be too critical.
Yeah.
Because
hey Ryan, will down refs have chairs at Winter Blast?
Yeah, full on stools, up ref too.
Yeah, recliners, lazy boys.
We got these two refs that always want a chair. They're not certified, but
I want a lazy boy.
Like, do you know how unprofessional that looks?
Now I'll tell you,
I don't mind the like stools
on a long tournament. If they want a chair, like, who am I to say you can't have a fucking chair when you're standing there for fucking 8 hours?
I have been called out on that, and what I basically say is this: when I need that guy for 6 hours, I don't want to lose him 3 hours into the event.
Right. That's how I look at it.
So if it's somebody, and all the refs don't use chairs, but if it's one guy that
needs it,
to ensure that I've got him for 6 hours and he's sharp and he's aware.
Yeah.
And you get some of these guys that just get beat down, unfortunately, after about 3 hours, and then
Dave Shell refs with a walker.
Just leans on the table.
Yeah. No, it's hard playing down ref specifically if you're a taller guy, because some people they can lean over. The big thing is being in the way of people watching.
Yeah.
And I just about have to kneel on one knee, and I don't know why, but I can't get up quick if I kneel on the other knee. It's something I'm just like, my brain don't do it. I'm not lame or nothing. I just can't do it fast. So I'm on the same kneecap all day.
I'm not lame or nothing.
We've often thought about like investing in like the contractor knee pads or something like that.
Everyone talks about it, and I don't think anyone does it.
You know,
We forget about it.
It's cool to talk
I've
about.
looked into it. I've also looked into it. You know, have those contraptions that strap to your leg where you can kind of lean back and sit on it, like sit back.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, those things could probably work too.
Husky makes like a pad you just throw on the ground for your knees, like instead of like a strapped onto your knees type of
I
thing.
have one of those.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that every time I think about this, these always come to mind. But I don't. If any of y'all ever played baseball when you were younger and you were a catcher, and you had the pads behind your knees.
Oh yeah.
You know, like when you squatted down, you had something to kind of rest on.
Yeah.
You know, those always come to mind too.
I have a couple of gardening knee pads. I'll have to throw them in the car next to the bag.
I mean, Rick, anything would probably save your knee. You know, if you were.
I've seen people throw a towel, like keep a towel on them and throw it under their knee as they hit the ground. But like, I start wiping my face with it, and then I got chalk and dirt on my face, and it's gross. And I end up losing the towel.
Like our main thing is,
I end up with chalk everywhere.
A lot of the down refs forget that there's like a live feed camera behind them, and so I don't mind putting a chair off to the side because then at least they have to move.
Plant them there. You can like anchor them where they're not going to move.
Right, and then they don't forget as much that there's a fucking camera behind.
Yeah,
them missing.
Like you'll see me. That was one of the things Sean like told me when I got certified at first, because he after taking the test and all that, he made sure he was like, okay, here's how you don't suck at down reffing. Here's how you don't get in the way. And one of the things was making sure everything I do is like I'm trying my best to not put my body in front of the table.
Yeah.
So if I'm helping with a ref grip, like my arm is as far to you as it can go, and I'm as far away as I can be. You know, if we're strapping y'all up, like I'm reaching way over like this, even though you still probably can't see nothing. I hate watching a stream and you just see the back of the down ref.
Yeah.
They don't make good windows.
And you miss, or if they don't get out of the way quick enough, you miss the entire match.
Yeah.
Flash pane. Oh, I didn't see it.
Like I've had people say, man, you're like my favorite ref, and I'm like, I'm just your favorite ref because I don't stand in your camera. That's the only reason why. You don't have to dance around me.
That's why I don't ref, dude. Because even if I move over 3 feet, I'm still in the way.
Yeah, your little T-Rex arms don't reach either. You know, you got to be in the way.
As Dad used to say, you make a better door than a window.
Yeah.
We kind of talked about this, me and my buddy that I do the podcast with, TAL podcast, the Mac table.
Yeah.
And this last event, it's, you know, not that I have any really issue with the table or anything like that, but
yeah,
you know, just kind of like looking at it objectively and all that kind of stuff. And I think the down ref's a problem with that table. You know, now they didn't have a stationary camera from the front. They had 2 roaming cameras. So it really didn't become an issue as far as like camera angles, but like the people sitting in the front row, it was probably horrible for.
Yeah.
You know,
well, I think the big problem with that table is it's designed to make it difficult to see. And so you're having to, I mean, I didn't watch the MAC event, but I'm assuming there's a lot of heads getting in the way because you just can't see from the down ref's corner on that table.
We talked about that specifically. So there was like we brought up the match between Brandon Alcesor and John Tarian, and because you had so much elbow room with the boundaries of the elbow pad or whatever, it's really not even a pad anymore.
The elbow bucket.
Yeah. And the fact that the table actually angles down, right? So like on standard tables, the ref can literally put their nose at the table and you can see level with the elbow pads.
Right.
Well, if your elbow touches the perimeter of that elbow area, that's a running foul or whatever like that. In order to do that, you have to be up and you have to be looking down.
Yep.
And there was one round where like Brandon was able to get his elbow in a particular position, move his body over, and you couldn't see anything. Like the down ref literally had, like you said, had to move completely over to like that other side of the table to be able to see down in there to see, you know, what was going on.
And then the solid pin pads makes it even harder.
And they're this whole width of the table dang near, aren't they?
If you we changed all our tables to pin lines for that reason.
We always pin lines at ours. You know, I don't have anything against the pin lines. We're actually Combat's thinking about probably putting them back out.
Yeah.
For people that would want them. But we always offset our pads. I can't stand straight pads.
I can stand straight pads. No,
just did it because it's easier for the refs to,
the
see
offset ones. I think it's just a me thing. I think I got bad eyes or something. But when they're offset, I can see elbows fine. But when the pin pad's so close to me, it's really difficult for me. You'll see me closing one eye whenever it's like on my side of the table because I can't. My eyes will cross and I can't. Like I'll see double pin pads, and it's just something about my eyeballs, man. I can't see, so I'll have to. You'll see me like actually stick my head more behind the pin pad because I
You
can't
guys prefer
focus
pin
far
lines or
and
pin
near at the same
pads
time.
as refs?
So you are lame.
Well, yeah, something like that.
Do you guys prefer pin lines or pin pads as refs? To judge
Problem
off
with pin
of?
lines is they'll stretch, they'll get worn down, and they'll end up drooping.
I've never
pin
actually.
pads
I've
more
yet to ref.
sure.
Yeah, I haven't refed on a table yet with pin lines.
The pin lines, if you have, it's easier to see elbow fouls for sure with a pin line. Absolutely. I think
Well,
a
'cause you can see it
pin
from
is
anywhere.
easier to see with a pad.
I think it was Hancock that said something to me like, "You should swap these all out to pin lines." And I
Really? Sean said that?
I think so. It was one of the refs had
all
one of
got
the
pads.
ones, and I just
seems
decided to
odd.
swap it to pin lines, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the audience can see more too. I mean, the elbow pad or the pin pad doesn't block that much, but it's there.
Yeah.
And how do I yell at a ref for missing fouls if I can't see the fouls from the crowd?
Right.
I need to be able to call the ref Ray Charles. Can't do that if I'm looking at the pin pad.
Yeah. Who knows? We need Andrew Wood's idea to have 20 cameras on each table
and lasers.
Yeah. He's sitting in the chat, isn't he?
Freaking
In the staging chat or whatever.
Somebody just did that though. Who just did that? That
shit,
had
I didn't even notice.
a laser.
I get a notification for it.
Oops.
On top.
Oops.
My bad. He every time he joins, he's in the second row down below. Like my, I never see the second row below.
Below the outcasts.
Somebody just ran an event where they had a laser coming down from the top on the center of the table.
I saw that.
I think that was a sniper.
And you could see
Center is a little.
Well, it helped them to center the hands.
Yeah, it was for center of the table. Yeah.
Yeah. Center away, like towards an away me, is harder to see.
It works.
Center like puller to puller though. There's a little bit of range there.
It works really good on those tables that they don't bolt down that are moving all around.
Yeah, I know.
Right? Yeah. I didn't think about that.
But you can recenter the table after every match.
Right.
But you talk about the center this way, right? Back in toward and away from you. So at like this last year at Pull for Special Gets, I had a puller get upset with me, saying that I was pushed like bringing him out of position, and he said, "Oh, I'd never been moved like that before." And I'm like, "Look, I'm directing you to where I see center of the table."
Yeah.
But he did, and that's the thing though. He got mad about it after the fact, and then so I walked up to him. I was like, "Look, if you don't think that I'm setting you up right,
speak
you
up.
have to say something."
Yeah.
Like you have to say, "Hey, look, you're doing this or doing this." And and that way I'm supposed to look at it
before the go,
address it, and then we move on. So I said, look, don't be afraid to say, hey, this isn't right or whatever like that, because I'm setting the match based on where I see center and where center's at and stuff like that. I'm not going to say that it's like 100% spot on, but if you feel that it's off, you have to say something. You can't just say, well, I don't like to question refs, but then get mad about it afterwards. It's like, don't get mad about it. Just say, hey, I'm not center or whatever like that.
Right. I mean, I'm on top of the ref whenever he's reffing me, man. People think I'm difficult, but I just want you to follow the damn rules.
Yeah.
I'm just picky. I'm not difficult.
For a long time, I didn't say anything. I just kind of set up. And then eventually I was all like, well, because I have a long arm. Mm-hmm. And in like practice, I got used to setting up on the other side of the table because it just feels natural being on that side of the table as long as my arm is. Well, obviously in tournaments, I started finding out that, I mean, I've got a lot of room to get back center because of how long my arm is. So now it's like I don't go into a match where I'm not like, hey, we center this way,
Yeah.
Right. And there are refs that I do know, and I'm not going to name them because it'll give it away. I don't want nobody to know. But there are refs who have a habit of getting that wrong consistently the same way. So there are refs that consistently put it farther away from them on center.
Yeah.
So like sometimes I want the bad side because they'll put me farther to the winning side. The bad side being my risk to the head ref.
Yeah.
Like I know there are refs that do that, and I take advantage of it when I can. I don't say nothing then.
I mean, if that's something that's there, yeah.
Yeah.
We've had refs that are shorter, and they'd like if you're on their side, they're gonna basically send you back over this way with the other guy basically right on top of you. And it's like, no, dude, center is way over yonder.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Chuck.
Yeah. Mike Edwards is a ref, and man, he can't see knuckles. He can't. He's too short. I've told Mike, I'm like, Mike, that's not my knuckle, that's my fat roll, man. Like, because he can't see. He's looking up at him. He needs a riser to ref.
Right.
I've seen Leonard use risers before when he down ref.
You have it all over your face now.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Risers for the ref. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Leonard's a short guy. He's not very tall at all.
I mean, cameras could solve all these issues.
We know it.
You called it, Ryan.
I knew it.
Yeah.
Need 24 camera angles.
I mean, it's just
14 lasers.
If you want to do overkill, you just do caddy corner for elbow pad height and pin pad height on both pad corners. And then you find center on the table and you do a direct down camera.
All you need to do is just repurpose a Tesla to be a self-reffing table. And you're good to go.
Yeah, but Andrew, if you did that on, like say Winter Blast, 4 or 5 tables, how the hell would you pull that off? Because like
small loan of $1 million.
I mean,
we would need some crazy equipment because right now we can only handle 8 cameras at a time.
I mean, yeah, it'd probably take 1 computer per table, and you
yeah,
could probably have 1 person monitoring all 5 camera angles.
Well, yeah, at the end of the day, then what happens? You still have a human trying to look at all of them at once.
Yeah, but you have.
So yeah, you're right. It would make everything's now replayable. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just silly to think that you have to babysit the official. I mean, it's just like that. It just seems like there's, some kind of discrepancy that you could repair, where you don't
just hire.
You shouldn't need to communicate
Travis.
with the referee. The
You hire
referee should
Travis, and
communicate
he
with
can run all the tables from the fucking brackets table and see everything. And that's how he does.
That's what they do at Zloty. I mean,
Dude,
they're the one.
Funny story real quick about Travis. So he reached out to me and Sue, and he wanted to come to Winter Blast to sell water to people. He has like this new scam, like this new pyramid scam where he's like, look, you subscribe, you get $40 for subscribing, and then it's $11 a month, and you get 3 packages of water, and this whole thing. And he's like, and then if you guys get all your guys to do it, they can use that $40 for an entry fee. And I'm like, dude, I'm not selling water to people at Winter Blast. Like, if you want to come and you want to sell water to people at Winter Blast, but we're not doing it. So I don't know if he's going to actually show up to do it, but it was kind of funny. Like,
that's funny.
Typical
Hey,
trap.
Ryan, I'm going to be showing
I've
up
heard of
under
software as
Amway
a service, but not
sponsorship.
water as a service.
What's that, Shubich?
Oh, I'm going to be showing up under Amway sponsorship. If you
Amway.
guys are interested, let me know.
Amway. Do they even still exist?
Yeah, resurfacing now.
NAMBLA.
I'm gonna just show up and be Jehovah's Witness. Ask if anyone's heard about our Lord and Savior.
Yeah.
I've had really good conversations with those guys before.
Go around passing out those.
I've never had one. I've never lived in like a area where they come, I guess.
Do you knock on their doors, Andrew?
Excuse me?
Do you knock on their doors?
No, I think I was
Yeah, Andrew's like,
no, I was like tight roping in my front yard, and the dudes came by, and we started talking.
Do you think Jehovah's Witnesses get mad when someone from another religion knocks at their door?
Did they knock on your tightrope?
Like,
No,
do
Or
they
they
answer
shake
the
it?
door? Or?
they seem like really squared away people. They're, they
They
don't.
definitely dress nice to walk the neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a button-down white T-shirt and black pants and black shoes.
They don't walk around much here in Texas during the summer.
Yeah,
it's too
usually
damn hot.
Yeah,
the JWs will
soles
get
of their
here
shoes
are
would melt.
female.
What's that, Dave?
I said usually the Jehovah's Witnesses in Allentown are female.
Yeah.
If you get the pair of guys with one with blonde hair, one with dark hair, they're Mormons.
How
Is that
many
when
of
you
them?
look out?
How many of them go missing after they knock at your door?
Only for a couple hours.
Yeah, they release them back into the wild.
Yeah.
I got a friend who moved to Utah, and he hates the Mormons there. He used to rant about them all the time.
Dude, whenever someone knocks at my door, I like hit the deck, crawl over to the window, trying to peek out there. Like, who the hell's knocking at my door?
I got to tell this one right here. Don't answer the door.
Oh, same with mine. Like, she'll go and like open the blinds, and I'm like, "What are you doing? They can see that. We don't know who it is." It's like my neighbor trying to return my dog.
I had a cat knock on my door today.
A cat?
Yeah, a cat.
How many? Were you on any drugs?
No, but I was like standing in the middle of the road yelling at my neighbor's security camera that's pointed at my bedroom window. And I think the cat became friends with me because I was standing in the middle of the road for so long. So now it's coming by my house.
That makes sense. Was Nanya there?
No, but I did tell that guy, I started ranting about how maybe I should set up a security camera with a sign that says, if you're under 12, smile and wave for the camera.
Oh, Jesus.
It's just kind of upsetting, dude, because like the guy has turned on his security lights. He doesn't even live across from me. It's like catty corner across the street. And he like turns his security camera or his like floodlights on at me. Sometimes I'm standing in my own yard.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm in a row home, and the next door neighbors have something. As soon as I open my door, they're stupid.
Good thing Golub is on right now.
I can't even piss off the front porch anymore because their damn, porch light or their damn, safety light or whatever the fuck goes on. It's like
it catches you pissing off the front porch.
Well, I can't do it anymore because as soon as I step out on the porch, their damn light comes on.
How are you supposed to water your flowers?
Yeah,
that's crazy. Every now and then my dog if she gets a running start, she can jump over my neighbor's fence. So like they feed these freaking birds and squirrels, and then she goes running after them, and then I don't know.
Trap.
Yeah, I should. But then I don't know, and then all of a sudden someone's knocking at my door like, "Hey, your dog was in my yard," and I'm like, "Oh fuck, sorry." The lady yesterday, my dog's real friendly, so she was like, "I was getting into my car, and your dog jumped in the car with me." I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, my bad." But what am I supposed to do? Put up a bigger fence? My neighbor would be pissed off.
Yeah, I'm like trying to figure out how to put up a shrub line in my freaking front yard because this camera's like, it can see in my bedroom window, it can see in my backyard, it's looking at my whole freaking front yard.
What do you have to figure out? Don't you just plant them?
Well, I mean,
just shine a laser at it.
There's like, it's such a small piece of yard on that side that I'd probably have to do potted plants because there's utility lines right there.
Did they figure out what's going on with these drones in New Jersey?
It's China that's utilizing U.S. Navy patents on gravity-based propelled drones for surveillance. It's either that or they were flying around at night when the gamma from the sun is lower, so that they can locate the nuclear signature for something they lost.
Oh,
You know,
Well,
catching
like
up in the
Ray
comments.
sent me a video the other night, and you could see the drones flying by his house, and it was like clockwork. Like every 7 minutes, same 7 minutes, it just went by, like a bunch of them in a row. And I'm like, man, why is this going on? Like, someone has to know why these drones are flying around. Like,
I feel like the gamma trail and finding a unique nuclear signature is probably the most accurate theory, at least from what I've heard. I mean, it would make sense for it to be that technical, and then, like you're saying, on a set time, so that they would have a record of deviation of what they were actually metering.
they're crop dusting us with chemicals.
No, that's only in California, where they don't have enough water to wash away the lithium dust.
That is pretty shitty in California when they go to hook up to a fire hydrant and there's no water.
Did you hear about the battery factory?
That's terrible. No, what happened?
The lithium battery factory caught on fire. That lithium dust is really bad. It's really bad. It takes a lot of water to clean that lithium dust up.
And they have none.
Yeah. So, I mean, literally post-apocalyptic wasteland over there now.
It's a little suspect that they canceled fire insurance 2 weeks before a fire on all of them, you know? That's kind of strange.
Well, I mean, just paint your roof blue if you really feel like it's that strange.
I don't know why you said that, but
Project, because what is it? For some reason, these baby blue colored structures are not being burnt to a crisp by these directed energy weapons.
Gotcha.
Well, fellas, I'm gonna step off.
Yeah.
So
it's wonderful.
Good chatting with you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, man. Always a pleasure, and thanks again for sponsoring. And we're gonna be sure to shout you out a whole bunch.
We appreciate it. Glad we could help.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Definitely a big help.
All right, later.
Have a good one. See you, buddy. I like that guy, Billy. Billy's
What?
98.
What?
Oh yeah, fuck that guy.
Thank you. All right.
Hey, feel free to yell it out when I forget.
Well, you guys were staying up too late, man. I thought I'd come on here and chase everyone off for you.
Hey,
get to bed early on, for
mission accomplished, my friend.
Yeah.
It is getting late though. I gotta go to a little kid's birthday party tomorrow.
That sounds fun.
I don't even know if I'm allowed around children, but people let me.
I avoid kids like the plague, man. Way too much responsibility, and you got to watch everything and anything you do because it's all could be, an acute influence on them.
Yeah, dude. Like, I pick up my daughter from school, and she wants to play for like 20 minutes, running around with all the kids in the field. So I let her, and then some little random girl comes up to me. She's like, "Are you Everly's dad?" And I'm like, "Yes, I am." And she's like, "Oh, I love Everly." And then all of a sudden, this mom comes up and grabs the little girl and marches her off. And she's like, "Don't talk to strangers." And I'm like, "Oh fuck!" Like, I'm obviously here picking up my daughter, who's friends with your daughter. Like, I'm not trying to kid. She like looked at me like I was like I'm the one that called her over or something. I'm like, your little dumbass girl came and talked to me, dude. I didn't call her over here. Like, keep her away from me. Huh? I don't want to talk to strangers. Keep your strange kid away from me, motherfucker.
Yeah.
It was very annoying that she made it seem like I did something wrong. I'm like, God damn. I should have been like, Everly, come here and beat this fucking kid up and her mother.
I used to have a rope climb in my front yard. I had to get rid of it. It's attracting too much childlike attention.
Yeah. Dude, I've told this story before. Like, I'll be at the park with my daughter and my wife and daughter will be over there playing. And, I get a lot of texts for work or this or that. So I'll be checking my text sitting on a bench or something. And some mother will always wander over to me and be like, "Which one's yours?" And now I always say, I haven't decided yet. And dude, they freak the fuck out, like panic mode. And then I say, I'm just kidding. That one over there, like, but why ask me that? Like, just because I'm sitting there texting, like I'm not a pedophile. Jesus.
I used to have parents approach me at like rock climbing walls, and they were like, "I want you to teach my kid how to rock climb." And, I had like this guy that I would be like, "This guy has a guide company. Use him. Go away. Leave me alone."
Yeah.
And then I tried yelling the N-word at the top of my lungs every time I finished a climb. Sorted that right out, dude. No one ever approached me to teach their kid to climb ever again.
Hey, that's a good way to get removed from a podcast too.
Yeah.
Is that a preemptive warning that you might do that tonight?
Well, I mean, are you going to force me to associate with someone's child and try to be some kind of like mentor for them?
I would never force you.
Okay. Well, then I think we're good.
All right. That's good. Thank the Lord. Dodged that bullet.
So what do you think about I'm really interested in actually finding out what arm wrestlers can do on like side pressure and having a regulated side pressure lift. And we got rankings, like we know how people stand against other people, but like no one really knows what.
Yeah, it's not regulated.
Yeah,
so,
there's
like someone's side pressure machine could be 80 pounds versus 87 pounds, or and even if they have a crane scale, it doesn't mean that those are calibrated the same either.
Exactly.
But it would be nice to have one machine and have everyone try it, calibrate it so we know exactly what it is, and have
Or
like
you come at it from weird angles like Damon Ransom.
Oh, dude, that's
the
shit he does. He's like, this is side pressure, and he's like hooking the fucking thing, dude. I'm like, what?
I would pay for referees to actually regulate the lift and make sure that they stay in a legal position.
Yeah,
that'd
be cool.
Quite interesting.
Fucking dogs going crazy next door. Every time. They're probably like, why is he always barking at fucking 1 a.m. on Fridays? That's terrible. That's mean. I shouldn't do that. It's a rape whistle. It's a dog. It's a dog.
Stop a dog from raping you.
Dog rape whistle. Yeah.
Or is it calling the dogs in for help? Like, help! I need the dogs.
If I see a dog raping another dog, I blow this whistle to stop it.
I thought that's what the garden hose was for.
Yeah. Oh man.
So have you looked into sewing machines?
Yeah, I found a few. Probably this weekend after this birthday party, I'm probably gonna go try to buy one off of Facebook Market.
Well, feel free to reach out to me for any kind of advice, man. I've spent hundreds of hours looking into sewing machines.
Really? Why do you sew a lot?
I don't know, man. I got nothing else to do, and I just kind of get fixated on some really weird stuff. So
yeah. Well, yeah, I'll definitely ask you, like, hey, how's this one?
The only thing I would say is, like, if you just get a leather straight stitch sewing machine, you can use like some crazy strong thread, and really lower the number of stitches you have to do.
Right. Yeah, I've seen some that were specifically for leather. So
yeah, but you're
on eBay, Amazon.
I just like the structure of the zigzag stitch versus the straight. The straight stitch, I feel like especially if you have a really strong thread, you could actually cut through the webbing where it's stitched in. Whereas the zigzag stitch, kind of, you can bar tack it and express the load over a larger surface area.
Makes sense. Yeah.
I had a climbing buddy who went to UT, and I sewed up some life some safety gear, and I gave it to him, and he took it to. They have like a testing bench at the university, and they actually tested my stitches to see how strong they were.
That's cool. Yeah.
It's just there's a lot of responsibility in getting structural stitching done right.
Oh yeah, I bet. Especially for like safety straps and things like harnesses and things like that.
Yeah, like what you fall 30 feet and that piece of gear is supposed to catch you, So did that.
Yeah, I'll find something. Some point.
Have you looked into different needle and thread sizes?
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, Paul Italian in the house. What's up, man?
You should get him on here, man. I haven't seen him in a while.
Paul. I gotta tell you this story about John Hoffman. Jonathan Hoffman. Oh my God. Craziness.
Who's that arm bender guy that passed away in the motorcycle accident?
Wait, what?
The old school arm wrestler from California. He had long hair and he passed away a couple years ago in a motorcycle crash.
Oh, I know. What was his name? I forget his name, but yeah, he was like
Kenny Hughes.
That might be it.
Yeah, but it's kind of interesting that like all of these social issues are popping up in the arm wrestling community over there since he passed away. I wonder how well he was keeping everyone in line.
Oh, like Caleb Armbender stealing a purse.
And then Jonathan Hoffman scamming his training partners.
Dude, that's crazy. $5,000. Paul, our buddy Jonathan Hoffman scammed this kid for like $5,000, had him sign a contract. The kid took him to court. He lost in court. They court ordered him to pay him. He blew it off. So the kid hired a private investigator to look into him, and the dude has like $190,000 worth of liens on his house because he's done this to other people. I was like, oh, Paul has to hear this story. Like, this is great. Oh my God. But I tried tagging John Hoffman on Facebook with the video of the podcast, and he didn't respond to it or anything. So it'd be funny to get him on to ask him, like, why did you do this? Why did you do this, Jonathan Hoffman? Why are you scamming people? I thought he was scamming people because he has a really small penis, but I could be wrong. There could be other reasons. I specifically thought it was small penis, but it is what it is.
I have an average sized thing.
Penis?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Dave Shell has an abnormally large urethra. We know that. Anyway, is it 1:30?
Yes, we're approaching 5 hours.
Yeah.
Well, I can't afford to sponsor a side pressure event for Winter Blast. I don't have the funds, but based on my income, I can afford it at the end of the year or maybe next year's Winter Blast. I know I keep saying shit like this.
What about Summer Blast? I'll tell you this.
I could partially sponsor it.
98 will be traveling around more.
Yeah.
Very soon. We'll be spreading out. Well, anyway, I'm gonna look into some sewing machines, but if I find one, I'll run it by you, Andrew.
If you want to, man. I'm just the weirdo.
Tell me what you think.
I mean, like, are you actually gonna be putting money down on a sewing machine, or are you trying to get a used one?
I don't know yet. It depends. If I find a good deal, then
those industrial ones, they get up into the thousands so quick. It's crazy.
Yeah. But if I can find a used one,
Yeah, like a $50 Kenmore.
Like if I go to Facebook Market and I type in like industrial, I mean, I probably could get away with a heavy duty one.
I mean, you just get any sewing machine that's like as old as David Shell, and it'll get the job done. I mean,
Yeah.
you get a Singer. That's,
I have one of those antique Singers that's like cast iron legs, like all fancy, but it's more of like an antique. It doesn't actually work.
Yeah, except well, those when they're as old as me, they usually don't have electricity connected to them. They just have the foot pedal.
well, I mean, when you're doing structural stitching, a lot of times I'll turn the wheel by hand, so you don't actually want the pedal because throwing that many stitches down at once is really a lot of it'll heat the needle up, and you're really prone to cutting the thread. And then you start talking about getting like a little air duster pointed at the needle so it stays cool while you're sewing.
But you know what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a pedal to kick in the motor.
Yeah, the rocker step.
Not motorized.
Yeah.
Rocker things.
That's how the one I have is.
Yeah, we had one of those.
Yeah, my neighbors had one of those. Probably some of the most well-to-do neighbors, and this beautiful wraparound porch. The father was an architect, so he built all the trees into the house.
That's cool. There's a bunch on here.
Yeah, if you go into if you search like what Singer should I get for doing like leather work or heavy duty stitching, and there's like whole forum comment sections. They talk about this model and that model.
There's probably tons of shit on Reddit.
Yeah, I don't know. Reddit. Jody Williams was talking about this earlier. There's a lot of blind spots in social media based on sponsorships and promoted media and business alignments. So I mean, sometimes you get good information, but Reddit really they have like an agenda, just like anyone else.
Dude, eBay, there's some for like $300 or $400 that look like they probably could do the trick, and they're for leather and upholstery.
Yeah, if it says it's for leather, then it's going to get the job done, and you can probably even like get like over 100 weight on your thread and lower the stitch count.
Pre-owned sewing machine, heavy duty, 1 amp motor, sews leather, works perfectly. $149.
You got to be careful though, because a lot of times they'll get that super thin veneer and call that leather stitching. So the phrasing has been monetized.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at some different ones. It's too old.
Just get the model number and then research the model number, and usually if you search the model number directly and then you add in some keywords, you can find some kind of discussion about it.
Yeah, there's a bunch that come like attached to a whole fucking table.
Yeah, you don't need that, but most people, when they sell it, they want to get rid of the table too. I got a table with mine. I never used it. I ended up giving it away. But yeah, I can't believe you were trying to do structural stitching with that little plastic geared freaking dressmaker.
I mean, it worked on the smaller straps pretty well, but the thicker strap, no, not even close.
So is Paul Italia going to get on here and smoke a cigar?
I don't know. It looks like he may have gone away, or sometimes he works out late at night like this, but he's been focused on his business and stuff. And Actually, shout out to Paul Italia because he's sponsoring Winter Blast, I believe, from his new company. So we'll be, I think he's going to send me a logo for his new company, and he's sponsoring Winter Blast through that new company. So thank you, Paul Italia. And hopefully, I think he said he was going to try to come to Winter Blast, so maybe he still will. But everyone and their mother keeps asking me where Paul Italia is. And I'm like, he's just, he's focusing on life and business right now and launching his new company. So yeah, it looks like $300 to $400 I can get a pretty decent heavy duty one on eBay anyway.
Do you know where a sewing machine repair shop is nearby? Because that would be step number 2. Because I don't know about you, man, but I mean, the whole bobbin and needle and timing that whole apparatus, it's a little tedious, and I'd rather pay someone to do that than do it myself.
Yeah. Well, I did it on this one, and it was a pain in the ass on this one.
Yeah, I bet.
Because I wound all my own bobbins. I remembered a little bit from sewing class.
Yeah, I've got the on mine. I have to like turn a knob and release the needle so that I can free spin to wind a bobbin. And I took a pair of channel locks and I tightened that down so much that I wind bobbins on a drill.
Yeah,
I just have some
it's probably easier.
Yeah,
because doing it on the machine is fucking a pain in the ass. Then I realized, I can just buy some already filled bobbins and not have to do it myself.
Seriously?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
You do that?
They're already full, already wound.
Why would you do that?
I didn't buy them. I just saw that you can.
That's insane.
I know. It's like a 20-pack of already wound up bobbins with whatever thread you want.
Well, the only thing I'm going to say is if you do get like a Sears Kenmore sewing machine or something of that style, you can go to Sailrite and every replacement part, all the bobbins, everything on their website is interchangeable.
Oh, nice.
It's just like a,
specific brands.
Yeah.
Oh, I just noticed you were typing in the private chat thing again.
Yeah, I was so excited when David Shubich said I was right. I was like, man, no one has told me I was right in years. That's awesome.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's a huge moment for me.
Yeah, I bet. What would you say is a good brand? I'll type in a specific brand, see if that. Kenmore? Singer?
Kenmore Sears. Singer, if you're looking for Singer, I would do Singer zigzag leather and see what pops up, and you should get some old model numbers that were from like 50 or 60 years ago. The Singers from like 100 years ago are kind of expensive right now, but it's because their entire timing and gearing mechanism is all metal. So that even if you put it under too much load for the machine, it won't slip. Because that's what you were probably encountering is that little dressmaker didn't like being overloaded and it slipped the timing and you had to retime it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of old Singers. Same price roughly though.
Yeah, but
$49 to $400.
I can guarantee those Singers will work, and that's why they're so expensive.
That's not bad.
Cody just pronounced us the 3 pillars of the community.
Yeah, that's us, all right.
I'm thinking that sometime between now and 2 o'clock, you're going to have 2 pillars of the community. Since I don't know anything about sewing anyway.
I'm going to go to bed anyway, dude. I got to Google a few things, and then I got a birthday party to go fucking entertain children
Yeah, just don't catch the diabetes from all that candy those kids eat.
with all my creepy kid tattoos. Yeah, they like them. Anyway, all right. Well, I'm going to end this. Thanks, fellas.
Good night, all.
Andrew, I'll hit you up about sewing machines, dude.
Yeah, man. I hope you can find one that works.
Me too. That'd suck to buy one and it doesn't fucking work.
Yeah.
Well, let's fuck that guy ourselves.
Fuck that guy. Good night.
Fuck that guy.